Chapter 1. The Toddler's All-Nighter. Chapter text. Izuku didn't mean to stay up all night. He knew he wasn't allowed to access the computer without his mommy, but he just couldn't sleep and thought he could just watch a few All Might videos until he got sleepy. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and before he knew it, his mother was calling him for breakfast. While he had been successful in sneaking past her to his room, Inko still noticed the bags under his eyes and the odd face he was making as he ate his tasteless breakfast. "Izuku, are you feeling all right? You look exhausted." Izuku looked up at her and gulped. "I didn't sleep well last night." She kissed his forehead. "Poor thing. Your father's side of the family has a history of insomnia, but I didn't think you'd be affected so soon. Would you like to stay home today?" Izuku quickly shook his head. "No, Mom. I can still go to daycare. I want to see Kakin." Inko smiled at that. Katsuki took after his mother, and he and Izuku would prove to be a good influence on each other like she and Mitsuki were. She was sure of it. "Okay, sweetie," she said. "Finish eating and get your uniform on. We need to leave soon." At daycare, Izuku met up with Kakin, who immediately noticed his friend's bloodshot eyes. "Damn, Deku, you look like shit," Katsuki elegantly pointed out. Izuku sighed. "I couldn't sleep, so I ended up watching All Might videos all night." Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Damn it, nerd. You need to sleep. How do you expect to be a hero if you're too tired to fight any villains?" But I'm not tired," Izuku stuttered out before beginning to mumble, much to his friend's annoyance. "Not really. In fact, I can't really feel anything or even taste or smell anything. It's weird. It's not like when your legs go numb from sitting crisscross too long, but like when the dentist used his quirk to make my mouth numb to take out that tooth, but like all over my bod dash." "Damn it, knock it off, DKU," Katsuki yelled, slapping Izuku on the back. However, in doing so, he activated his quirk for the first time, and the explosion not only knocked Izuku forward several feet, but also burned a large hole in the back of his shirt. As the teacher ran to check on the two, Katsuki looked from his still smoking hand to the now exposed skin on Izuku's back, which wasn't damaged or burned like his uniform. Izuku turned, and the two were just staring at each other in shock. "What the hell?" they both shouted. "Well, first of all, congratulations are in order," Dr. Tsubasa said. After confirming both boys were okay, the director of the daycare called their parents to take them to their local quirk specialist. After several hours of tests, the Bakugus were called back first, but Mitsuki insisted on having the boys' results revealed together. Both boys have been quite blessed with powerful quirks. However, while Bakuga's quirk is about what was to be expected, little Midoriya's is a rather rare case, Tsubasa said, turning to the Bakugas first. "Little Katsuki has inherited a mixture of both of your quirks, being able to ignite a nitroglycerin-like substance he sweats from his palms. However, Izuku's seems to be different from either yours or your husband's, Mrs. Midoriya." "What do you mean?" asked Inko, worriedly looking at Izuku, who was watching starry-eyed as Katsuki made small explosions in his hands. "Well, given what you've told me of the quirks on your husband's side of the family, he seems to have inherited a recessive durability quirk linked to his insomnia. You see, it seems the longer he's awake, the tougher and stronger he becomes. Even his hair became tougher," he explained, showing them a pair of chipped scissors. "However, his quirk seems to reset when he sleeps, as we learned after an hour-long nap, and he began losing his senses of touch, taste, and smell again after around a half hour of being awake." The adult's eyes widened. "So, theoretically, if he stays up long enough, Masaru started. "Little Izuku could end up stronger than All Might," Mitsuki exclaimed, making the other adults jump and getting the attention of both boys. "Wait, what?" Katsuki angrily exclaimed while Izuku gaped in amazement. "Theoretically, yes," the doctor nodded. "While it seems he already needs less sleep than most children his age, he will require even less sleep as he grows and may be able to stay awake for days, possibly weeks, without succumbing to sleep deprivation. Now, I've made a list of various exercises and tests you can each perform at home, but first," he turned to the two boys, one looking slightly more annoyed and the other quite dumbfounded. "Have you boys given any thought to what you'd like to name your quirks?" Explosion. Katsuki yelled, as if determined to be the first to name his quirk. After writing it down, Tsubasa turned to Izuku, who was thinking hard about something. "And you, my boy?" Izuku hummed, thumb and forefinger on his chin. He turned to his mom. "Mommy, what did you say Daddy's family had? Insomnia?" "Insomnia, honey," Inko corrected. Izuku beamed. "Insomnia strength," he shouted triumphantly. As their parents were exchanging goodbyes, Katsuki looked at Izuku with a steely gaze. "Listen, Deku, just cause you got a strong quirk doesn't mean I'll let you be stronger than me. I'm gonna train so hard that I'll be able to make explosions big enough that even your numb ass will feel them. Got that?" Izuku nervously smiled and nodded at the declaration. So long as they were both heroes, he didn't care who was stronger. As the blonde stamped away after his parents, Izuku barely noticed his mom had taken his hand and the two started walking. He figured the numbing effect of his quirk was going to take a while to get used to. "So, Izuku, how about Katsudon for dinner to celebrate? I'll even invite your favorite uncle. Lord knows that man needs to eat more than those disgusting jelly pouches." While Izuku smiled at the thought of Katsudon, but then frowned since he remembered he wouldn't be able to taste it. However, at the mention of his uncle joining them, Izuku immediately perked up again. "Can we really invite Uncle Sho? He could help me figure out so many theories I have about my quirk. Like, will erasing my quirk have the same effect as napping? Can my quirk even be erased? What if he dash?" Izuku suddenly stopped mumbling when he heard his mother giggling. "Yes, sweetie, I'll invite him right after we tell your father of the good news. I'm sure he'll have his own questions and theories you two nerds can bond over." Izuku blushed and grumbled, "I'm not a nerd," making Inko laugh again and ruffle his bushy hair, noting how it now felt more like steel wool despite looking as fluffy as always. While not the quirk she or Hisashi were expecting their son to have, Inko was right that her husband was beyond excited when she and Izuku FaceTimed him and explained his quirk, immediately becoming wide awake despite the time zone he was in. While her two nerds were discussing the various tests the doctor gave him and ones they can perform on their own, Inko snuck off to call her disheveled-looking brother-in-law. In a near barren room, a three-pod battle-scarred cat was sleeping on a yellow cocoon until said cocoon started ringing and vibrating, making the cat jump. With a groan, the cocoon turned over to show a tired, scruffy face with long, shaggy black hair covering his eyes. He opened one eye to check his phone and then sighed as he answered the call. "Hey sis, what's up?" he tiredly answered. "Hello, Shoyuta," Inko answered, far too excitedly. "Guess what? Izuku got his quirk. Good for him. Can I go back to sleep now?" he deadpanned. "Actually, Izuku wanted to invite you to dinner tonight to celebrate. We're having Katsudon, and he wanted to ask his favorite uncle some questions since it's a quirk different from either mine or Hisashi's." Aizawa groaned. "Do I really have a choice?" "Only whether or not you want me spamming your inbox with pictures of a disappointed Izuku." "Fine," Aizawa sighed. "Mind if I invite my dumbass roommates? They've been begging me to introduce them to the adorable stalk of broccoli." "Sure. I'm sure Izuku would love to meet a couple of up-and-coming heroes. Well, I have to go. We'll be having dinner at 6:30. Bye, Sho." Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement before hanging up. Sighing as he got up from his sleeping bag, he next texted Hisashi and Namuri, who immediately texted back confirmations with far too many smiley face emojis. Chapter 2. A Tasteless Dinner. Summary. To celebrate the discovery of Izuku's quirk, Inko makes his favorite dinner that he can't taste. Whoops. At least he'll get to see his uncle and meet two heroes. Chapter text. Izuku, dinner's almost ready. Are you sure you don't want to try taking a nap so you can taste it? Inko asked. Izuku shook his head. No, Mom. I want to see what'll happen if Uncle Sho erases my quirk. It might not do anything, but I'm not sure if my quirk could be considered a mutation, and if it isn't, I want to know how long dash. Okay, Izuku, Inko giggled. There was a knock at the door, and Izuku jumped from the couch to answer it. However, in his excitement, he jumped with enough force to bang his head against the ceiling, and when he got to the door, accidentally crushed the doorknob. "Uncle Sho," Izuku happily exclaimed, looking up at the tired-looking man wearing black sweats and a long, gray scarf. Hey, Kyof. Aizawa started and was abruptly cut off as Izuku jumped up and hugged him so tightly he lost his breath and was fairly sure he heard a few of his ribs crack. So this is what Inko was talking about, he thought as he brushed some white powder from his nephew's hair and examined the crushed doorknob. Aizawa Shoyuta struggled to say, tired eyes bulging and hand tapping the greenette's head, trying to get his attention. "See, can't breathe." "Izuku, be careful," Inko called. "You need to control your strength." At this, Izuku let Shota go, looking embarrassed as his uncle began desperately gasping for air. Sorry, uncle," Izuku apologized. It's all right, kid," Sho said, still catching his breath. "Just something you need to work on." "So a strength quirk, huh? That's unexpected." Izuku perked up at that. "Yeah, the doctor said it was a recess quirk from Daddy. I get stronger the longer I'm awake, and I don't get sleepy, and could probably be stronger than All Might." "Oh, and look," Izuku said, running into another room to grab something. Shoyuta started thinking about how this was possible. He and Hisashi shared a mother and remembered her telling him about her grandfather who had a quirk that allowed him to stay awake for prolonged periods of time, but the strength aspect was new. Before he could continue his train of thought, Izuku returned carrying a... "Izuku, why do you have a hammer?" Instead of answering, Izuku smiled and slammed the hammer into his forehead. When Sho ran to check on him, he was surprised to not see a single mark on the still beaming boy. "Isn't that cool? I didn't even feel that." "Inko, please explain." Sho sighed as he collapsed onto the couch and looked up to see the dent in the ceiling Izuku made. "That explains the dust in his hair." As Inko began to better explain Izuku's quirk, there was another knock at the door. Running over, Izuku was about to grab the doorknob, but stopped at the last second and instead gently turned the already crushed piece of metal. The door opened to a man and woman smiling down at him. The man had blonde hair tied into a bun and wearing a light purple hoodie, tight jeans, and yellow sunglasses, while the woman was wearing red-framed glasses and a pink sweater and purple skirt with her dark purple hair also tied back, but into a ponytail. "Hello, sweetie," the woman greeted, crouching down to greet him at eye level. "You must be Izuku. My name is Kiyama Namuri, and this is Yamada Hisashi. We're friends of your grumpy uncle, Lil Listener," the man, Yamada said, shooting the kid finger guns. Hearing the nickname and recognizing the pose, something clicked into place in the young boy's head, and he started vibrating excitedly as he pointed between the two of them. "Why, you're the R-rated hero, Midnight and the voice hero, Present Mike," he exclaimed to both adults' surprise. While they had been gaining popularity lately, especially with Mike starting his radio show and the controversy surrounding Midnight's first costume, they were still fairly low in the rankings. How did this kid recognize them in civvies? Did Sho tell him they were coming? "Don't look so surprised," Shoyuta greeted his friends. "Kid's such a hero nerd, he could probably pick All Might out of a crowd based solely on his hair color if he had a transformation quirk that made him look like a skeleton when he's off duty." "I'm not a hero nerd," Izuku huffed. At that, Present Mike smiled and held out a hand. "Well, put her there, Lil Listener." Mick's hand was suddenly crushed in a death grip as the toddler once again forgot his new quirk in his excitement and violently started shaking the voice hero to Namuri's surprise and Shota's amusement. "Honey, remember your quirk," Inko worriedly reminded him. Once again, Izuku turned red and looked away from the hero as he let go of Mick's hand and apologized. "Hee, it's okay, lil buddy. No harm done," Hisashi reassured him, shaking the feeling back into his hand and rolling his shoulder. "Accidents happen when you're getting used to your quirk. When I was born, my crying made my parents' and doctors' ears bleed." Izuku's eyes widened and, once again unknowingly using his quirk, sped to his room to grab his notebook to ask his mom to write down that piece of trivia and hopefully get the two heroes' autographs. After being introduced to Inko, the adults sat down at the table, waiting for Izuku to return, and Inko explained his quirk to the two newcomers. "So, enhanced strength, speed, and invulnerability as long as he's awake," Namuri inquired. "Given what Sho's told us about his handsome half-brother, I was expecting a variation of dragon breath or your mild telekinesis." She then cocked an eyebrow and gave a mischievous smirk as she leaned toward Inko. You haven't been unfaithful while your hubby's been overseas, have you? Inko blushed and violently shook her head. Of course not. I would never do that to Hisashi. I swear. Sho rolled his eyes. Quit teasing Nim. Hisashi's only been overseas for the past 2 years and Izuku has his messy hair and freckles. Trust me, he's Izuku's father. Our great-grandfather had a similar quirk, but it seems to have mutated through the generations. Either way, it'll be quite handy for heroics, said Hisashi, turning back to Inko. Not to make an ass out of you and me, but he is planning on becoming a hero, right? Inko giggled. Since he could understand what a hero was, he and his friend, Katsuki, promised to be the strongest heroes. When Izuku returned and asked his mom to write down what Hisashi said on a specific page, he then handed the book over to the 2 heroes and nervously asked for their autographs, starting with Mike on the same page. Both heroes cooed at seeing the crayon drawing of present Mike in his hero costume and notes next to it with words like super load and cool hair, with his little tidbit about his birth underneath it written by Inko. After signing the page, Hisashi passed it to Namuri. After flipping through several pages, mostly dedicated to All Might, she laughed at Sho's page and the grumpy-looking drawing Izuku made along with what might be Eraserhead's first and only autograph. Finally ending up on her page, Namuri blushed slightly at the crayon drawing of her first costume and quickly signed it before Inko saw. Once the child was hugging the notebook to his chest, Inko began serving their guests. Before eating, Izuku asked Aizawa to use his quirk on him. As he did, Izuku took a bite, then frowned. It didn't work. Izuku sighed to his mom as she wrote something down on a new page of his notebook. After she was done, everyone else began eating and complimenting Inko on her cooking, making her blush. Once they were done, Hisashi picked up the notebook again. Gotta say, you're quite the lil artist, lil listener. Hisashi complimented the blushing child as he and Namuri skimmed through the rest of the notebook. Namuri nodded in agreement and smiled. You know, I'm a bit of an artist myself. I'd be happy to give you some tips, if you'd like, she said, making Izuku beam. Oh, really? He looked at his mom. Can Miss Midnight teach me to draw, Mommy? Please. Inko smiled. If she's willing, I don't see why not. Izuku raised a fist and jumped in excitement, once again forgetting his strength and accidentally punching a hole in the ceiling. We should also find somewhere to work on controlling your quirk. Aizawa sighed, again brushing the dust from his nephew's curly hair and shoulders while Nim and Hisashi shared a smile. Funny you should mention that, Namuri said. You see, Nizu will be taking over as principal of UA next year and asked me and Hisashi about becoming heroic arts and English teachers. And wouldn't you know, he's also looking for a replacement homeroom teacher for 1A, Hisashi added with a shit-eating grin. No, was Shuta's deadpan reply. Oh, come on, Sho, Hisashi whined. At least consider it. All right, no. But family of staff are allowed to use UA facilities, Namuri argued. It'd be perfect to help little Izuku dash. No, Shoyuta shouted, activating his quirk. I barely have time to sleep, let alone look after a bunch of entitled brats. I'm not a teacher in dash. Uncle Sho, Izuku quietly interrupted him, making Sho flinch and deactivate his quirk before looking down at his disappointed-looking nephew. Does that mean you won't help me? Sho's eyebrows scrunched in confusion. Why do you want my help specifically, kid? My quirk doesn't even work on you. 'Cause you're so cool, Izuku said with stars in his eyes. You're not a hero for money or fame. You're a hero 'cause you want to help people, and that's the coolest thing. You're like the underground version of All Might. Besides, it's not just my quirk I want help with. If I'm going to be a better hero than All Might, I need to learn a lot more than how to punch things. While Aizawa winced at being compared to All Might, he was impressed his nephew already knew he'd need more skills than just using his quirk to hit things really, really hard. Also, he couldn't say no to those eyes, no matter how slightly bloodshot they looked. Fine, Aizawa sighed in defeat. I'll talk to Nizu on Monday, but no promises I'll take the Joe dash. Once again, he was cut off by his nephew hugging him, though this time much more carefully. As he hugged the ball of sunshine, he heard clicks and looked to see his friends and sister-in-law taking pictures to his annoyance. Before he could do more than glare at them, Izuku looked up at him. "Oh, can you also help train Kaken? His quirk makes him make explosions from his hands." "It's nice of you to ask despite knowing I can't say no to you." Aizawa deadpanned, making everyone laugh, and Aizawa's lips curled into a tired smile behind his scarf. Chapter 3. A Meeting of Mentors. Summary. Aizawa has a meeting with Nizu, the soon-to-be principal of UA and current 1A homeroom teacher, and the current principal and former 1A homeroom teacher, who was to him what Gran Torino was to All Might. This'll be fun. Chapter text. What the hell am I doing here? Shoyuta thought, shuffling down the hallway of his alma mater to the principal's office. He wasn't a teacher and had never considered becoming one. But damn it, his nephew's eyes were his biggest weakness, with cats and good coffee following closely behind. Izuku and his friend both had strong, dangerous quirks and needed a safe place to practice and experiment with them. With the perk of family members of UA staff having access to the facilities after hours and on weekends, it was too good an offer to not at least consider. He'd meet with Nizu, ask about requirements and perks of the job, and if he didn't like what the rat offered, he'd leave. Simple as that. When he arrived at the door, he drew his arm back to knock, only for the door to swing open on its own. Despite what Nizu will tell people, Aizawa definitely did not jump in surprise at that. However, his eyes widened upon seeing not one, but two people waiting for him behind a large, mahogany desk. The first was the soon-to-be principal and current 1A homeroom teacher, Nizu, who had on his usual smile. "Hello, Aizawa," the unknown mammal cheerfully greeted. "Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog?" "The answer is, I'm the principal, or I will be, starting next year." The second, who was giving him a fanged smirk, was a tall, green man with large, pointy ears and a white turban covering his antennae. He was wearing a dark purple suit and red tie as well as a white cape with large shoulder pads. This was Ma Piccolo II, aka the Dragon Warrior, Big Green, and the current principal. However, he was also Shuta's former homeroom teacher and mentor. Sho gulped and bowed, uttering a sensei in greeting. The large man let out a chuckle. "Long time no see, Scruffy." Aizawa quietly groaned at the old nickname. He was thinking about dressing up a little for the interview, but ultimately decided his hero costume was good enough. At least it was clean. He then put on a mask of indifference and took the seat in front of the two. "Nizu didn't mention you'd be joining us, Ma-sensei," Aizawa said, narrowing his eyes at said rodent, who wasn't fazed in the slightest. Piccolo scoffed. "You didn't think I'd make sure the rat's replacement was up to snuff? Didn't I teach you anything, Scruffy?" Shota could admit, in hindsight, he should have seen this coming. Both teachers loved messing with their students, especially him. This was going to be a long interview. Nizu cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of forms. "In any case, we are here to talk about you possibly joining our staff. You have come highly recommended by Miss Kiyama and Mr. Yamada, as well as myself. You are indeed a dedicated hero and no doubt have much you can teach our students. However, I must say I am surprised you'd be interested in a teaching position." Aizawa sighed. "Honestly, I'm here for my nephew. He and his friend have powerful quirks that'll need to be trained, and they'd benefit more from using your facilities than some random quirk gym." As Nizu typed something on his computer, Ma crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, making the hairs on Shuta's neck rise. "If you're planning on taking advantage of the perks without putting in the work, then you can forget it. Teaching isn't as easy as just telling a bunch of brats what to do before fucking off to go nap. If you want to be a teacher, you'll be expected to give all of your effort into learning to do it right. Got it?" Shuta's mask of indifference slipped, and he found himself frantically nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, Nizu was grinning as he read Izuku Midoriya's file. Insomnia strength was truly an interesting and powerful quirk. He'd need to add him to the list of potential successors he was making for when Yagi decided to reveal the secret of his quirk to him. He then turned back to the slightly sweating Aizawa. "Well, as Ma-sen said, you will need to undergo a series of online classes and teaching seminars as well as gain some experience as a teacher's assistant before being officially hired. Both boys will still have access to Gym Gamma during this process under Cementos' supervision. However, I would like to meet both boys before further discussions of training them. I'm up to date on young Midoriya, But what is his friend's name? Bakugu. Bakugu Katsuki. Aizawa said, not even surprised he knew Izuku was his nephew. Once again, Nizu was typing away, and as Aizawa cleared his dry throat, Nizu slid a cup of tea his way. Here we are. Not the most creative name for a quirk, but certainly powerful. Oh, I can't wait to meet them. Aizawa looked between the two, Ma's arms still crossed, but looking slightly more relaxed. So, do I get the job? Well, that depends, Ma shrugged. Are you willing to put in the effort, or do you plan on napping while others pick up your slack? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. For my nephew, I'd burn my favorite sleeping bag. Ma gave a fanged grin as Nizu clapped excitedly. Excellent. Nizu cheered, passing Aizawa a contract. Here is your contract. I'm sure you will find the terms more than fair. Not only will you have quite a bit of freedom in how you teach, but the salary is more than fair and the job comes with access to on-campus housing. Any questions? Which teacher will I be shadowing? Aizawa asked before sighing, as if it wasn't obvious. Ma smirked. That's right, Scruffy. Next year, I'm back as homeroom teacher. Wonderful. Aizawa deadpanned. One more thing, he said, pulling a notebook out of his scarf. Will you sign this for my nephew? After reading and signing the contract, Piccolo decided to walk Aizawa out, much to the latter's discomfort. So, why are you retiring? Aizawa asked, the silence being too awkward even for him. You've only been principal for 2 years. For one, I'm sick of being forced to wear this damn suit, Ma said, loosening his tie. If you're ever offered a position of power, make sure there isn't a dress code tied to it. Noted. Second, I'm needed in the field. There's a case involving my late father, and I can't properly divide my time between it and my more administrative duties. It wouldn't be fair to the students. Aizawa scoffed. Life's not fair. Better for them to learn that now rather the dash smack. Aizawa was cut off by a slap to the back of his head. Looking up, he saw Piccolo narrowing his eyes down on him, making him feel like a child who needed his mouth washed out with soap. Believe me, plenty of them already know just how unfair life is. As I recall, you were one of them. Would you rather I'd have reminded you of that fact without doing anything to help you overcome that unfairness? At this, Aizawa looked away, embarrassed. Piccolo then sighed and put a hand on his shoulder. Look, kid, you learned and overcame a lot on your own, but some people need a little more help than others to achieve their full potential. As a homeroom teacher, you are your student's third parent, and they need to know they can come to you for help with anything from quirk control to an abusive parent. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, Aizawa nodded, and the two continued their walk to the gate in silence. When they got there, Aizawa paused as if about to say something. Instead, he simply waved goodbye to his mentor before continuing his walk home. Being a teacher was going to be harder than he thought, and he had some habits he'd need to break, but he'd go plus ultra for his nephew's sake. Even if it meant going to therapy. Chapter 4. The Brat Meets the Hobo. Summary. After a shitty week, Bakuga meets Izuku's homeless uncle who's supposedly a hero and teacher at UA. What? Chapter text. Taking out his phone to text Tweedle34E and Tweedledumbus the sad news that he would be moving out, Shoyuta was surprised by the time. Despite how long it felt, the meeting with Nizu and Ma only lasted about an hour. Sho was planning on heading home and catching an afternoon nap when his phone rang. What is it, Inko? Hello to you too, Sho, Inko joked. So, how'd it go? Did you get the job? I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Aizawa sighed. No, I just left. Technically, yes, I got the job. Technically, Inko questioned. I have to attend a bunch of online classes and seminars and spend some time as Ma-sensei's TA before I can become an official teacher. Well, that's to be expected, she mused. They don't just let anyone be a teacher at the most prestigious school in the country without some proper training. Anyway, congratulations. Izuku's going to be thrilled. Speaking of, would you mind picking him up from the playground? No big deal if you can't. Aizawa sighed again. No, I don't mind. It's on the way to my place, anyway. How's he been? Well, aside from looking more like you by the day, he's adjusting well. We haven't had to replace the doorknob since last time, so he's quickly learning restraint. He's also been spending his nights studying, though I think he's starting to show signs of sleep deprivation. However, what I'm most worried about is his relationship with Katsuki. Bakugo? Why, he asked. He knew the brat had a strong quirk and heard he had a temper like his mom, but Izuku shouldn't be affected by it, especially if he's been awake since last week. You see, Katsuki has always been competitive and he hasn't been adjusting well to Izuku having a more heroic quirk than him. He's tried attacking Izuku every morning this week. He seems to have paid attention to what Dr. Tsubasa said about his quirk resetting after he sleeps. Shoyuta scowled. What about the daycare or his parents? Shouldn't they have been notified their son was using his quirk on another child? I tried talking to Mitsuki, but she doesn't see a problem. Izuku hasn't gotten hurt yet, and she thinks it'll be good for Katsuki to learn he can't win everything through force. And the daycare keeps giving him warnings since he's not physically harming Izuku, and they keep labeling his attacks as accidents. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at that. If Bakugo was a little older, he'd understand the school not wanting to jeopardize his chances of getting into a hero school with a record, but this was daycare. The kids didn't have records, and it was illogical to not take this kid's attack seriously. No, something wasn't right. I'll see if I can talk to him after taking Izuku home, Aizawa replied. I have to talk to them both anyway. Nizu agreed to let them both train while I'm a TA, but he wants to meet them first to get a better idea how to train them. Thank you, Sho. Inko sighed in relief. If Shoyuta couldn't scare Katsuki straight, she'd have to step in herself and didn't like that idea. Katsuki shouldn't fear having his teeth pulled out every time he sees her. Katsuki was pissed. Well, more pissed than usual. This past week should have been one of the best of his life, discovering his quirk and establishing himself as the strongest future hero. But no, Deku had to ruin it by forgetting his place. He hated the nerd, but he was also his closest friend, and Katsuki can admit the nerd was smarter than the rest of the extras. They did everything together and shared the dream of becoming heroes together. However, even at such a young age, he knew there could only be one number one hero, which he was sure would be him, while Deku would be the Sir Nightai to his all might. So how the hell did Deku end up with a stronger quirk? What pissed him off more was that unlike his own badass quirk, Deku's had nothing to do with either of his parents' quirks. What made Deku so damn special? Nothing, that's what, and Katsuki wanted to make sure Deku remembered that. He had been paying attention to when Dr. Eggman said Deku's quirk shut off for a half hour after he slept, and even then, it'd take hours for him to get as tough as he was when he tanked Katsuki's first explosion. The next morning, as Deku stupidly walked up to him, Katsuki unleashed an even bigger explosion than the other day right in his face. That'd teach the nerd to underestimate his strength. However, as the smoke cleared, Katsuki's vicious smile turned into a furious scowl as Deku just stared at him confusedly with slightly red eyes. Kaken, what are you doing? Deku asked, as if it wasn't obvious. Katsuki just grunted and stormed away. So, the nerd hadn't slept yet? No matter. He looked even worse, so surely he'd sleep that night, and Katsuki would get him the next day. However, the same thing happened and continued happening every day that week. No matter how big the explosion, no matter what angle he took, Katsuki couldn't damage Deku, and the nerd wouldn't fight back, like he was beneath him. And then, as if all this wasn't bad enough, he had the nerve to ask if he needed help after slipping on that stupid fucking log like he was some fucking weakling. How fucking dare he? Now, here Deku was again, getting in his way of teaching another useless extra lesson. Fingers and Wings had run away when the nerd showed up, but no matter. He didn't need any help from those cowards. Kaken, what are you doing? Izuku drawled, sounding tired with his lids half open. Even though he looked like he was about to pass out due to exhaustion, Izuku stood firmly between Katsuki and a boy crying on the ground. Back off, Deku, Katsuki scowled, explosions popping in his palms. That stupid extra needs to be reminded of his place. At this, Deku lazily blinked. Oh, and where's that, Kaken? The same place you should be, you worthless Deku, Katsuki shouted as he launched himself at Izuku. However, his vicious smile disappeared as suddenly as his explosions, and something wrapped itself around him. As Katsuki struggled against his bindings, He turned to curse out the villain who did this, but suddenly froze. He looked up to see a man dressed in black glaring down at him with glowing red eyes and saw the man's hair dancing like black flames. "What?" the man growled as he yanked the boy to eye level. "Did you just call my nephew?" Katsuki's jaw dropped. Shota's unblinking glare shifted to Izuku, who was waving at him, and another kid who was on the ground and looking at him nervously. "Hey, Uncle Sho," Izuku slurred, still waving. Damn, Inko wasn't kidding, he thought. Aizawa blinked and looked at the other kid, who flinched. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his hero license. "You okay, kid?" he asked, showing his ID while still keeping Katsuki wrapped up tightly. The child quickly nodded and ran away after thanking Izuku. Hearing Izuku's name seemed to snap Bakugo out of his daze. What the fuck, Deku? Since when do you have a villain for an uncle?" he yelled, trying to blow his way out of the scarf, but soon stopped once Aizawa activated his quirk again and showed Katsuki his hero license. "I'm not a villain, you little delinquent. I'm a pro-hero," he said. Katsuki stared in disbelief at the license before narrowing his eyes back to Aizawa. "Never heard of you, Eraserhead," Katsuki said, skeptically. "That's the point of being an underground hero," Aizawa replied, putting his license away. "Come on, Izuku. I'm taking you boys home." "K," Izuku replied, shuffling over as Aizawa started walking, releasing Bakugo and roughly dropping him. Bakugo got up and glared at them both before following. "By the way, Izuku, Nizu liked your notes," Aizawa said, pulling the notebook out. That woke Izuku up. As he went to grab the notebook, Aizawa pulled it out of reach. "I'll only give you this back if you promise to sleep tonight," he said. Before Izuku could argue, he continued, "I know you've been up for the past week, and it's catching up with you. Your slurred speech is a clear sign of sleep deprivation." Izuku pouted but agreed. "I wanted to see how long I see and go." "We'll have plenty of time to experiment as you grow," Sho said. Once Shoyuta gave him back his notebook, Izuku flipped through it to Nizu's page and beamed at the autograph, but his eyes widened as he continued until he got to Ma-sensei's page. "You even got to meet Big Green?" Izuku excitedly asked as Bakugo continued stamping behind them. Aizawa nodded. "He was my sensei at UA. I'm going to be his assistant while I'm earning my teacher's license," he said, smirking when he heard both boys exclaim in surprise. While Izuku was happy at the news, Bakugo refused to believe it. "Bullshit," Katsuki yelled and stopped in his tracks. "I can buy you being a nobody hero, but no way would anyone hire your homeless ass as a teacher, let alone All Might School. I share an apartment with 2 other heroes, and All Might doesn't own UA," Aizawa deadpanned. Katsuki was starting to turn red with a mixture of rage and embarrassment while Izuku held back his laughter. As they continued walking, Izuku started asking him questions about UA and what Nizu and Big Green were like until they got to Izuku's apartment. As Katsuki started stomping home on his own, Shota wrapped his binding cloth around his arm. "Wait here," he said, Katsuki glaring at him. When Sho didn't react, Katsuki folded his arms and sat on the steps of the complex with a scowl. Sho then walked Izuku up to his mother and explained their deal and how he'd tell her more about his arrangement with Nizu after getting Katsuki home. The walk to the Bakugus was less pleasant without his nephew. Katsuki seemed to be stomping as fast as he could to try losing the hero, but was grabbed by that damn scarf every time he tried taking a detour. "Damn it, knock it off, hobo," Katsuki finally snapped. "I know my own way home." "Yeah, so do I," Aizawa said. "But I wanted to have a talk before we got there." "TT, what could you possibly want to talk to me about?" "Well, for starters, how about telling me why you've been trying to hurt my nephew since your quirks came in?" Shoyuta said, noticing the boy's fists clench. "None of your business," Katsuki tried, but Aizawa wasn't impressed by the answer. "Actually, it is. As a hero, it's my job to keep an eye out for any possible villainous behavior." "I ain't a fucking villain," Katsuki snarled, turning to face Shota with explosions lacing his palms. "Really?" Aizawa asked, narrowing his eyes. "So, you weren't using your quirk to attack someone unprovoked? Because that's what villains do." Sho eyed the explosions. "They also use their quirks in public without a permit." Katsuki's eyes widened before narrowing and clenching his fists to turn off the explosions. He was looking down on me. Katsuki snarled. How so? By rubbing his quirk in my face. Katsuki snapped. It's not fair. I was supposed to be the next All Might, not him. I've always been stronger, faster, and smarter than everyone else, and Deku ruined everything. I just wanted things to go back to normal by reminding him of his place. Aizawa's first instinct was to bluntly state life isn't fair and tell the boy to get over himself, but stopped himself. He could see angry tears forming in the corner of Bakugu's eyes as he glared at the ground and sighed. He had to remember this kid was the same age as his nephew. He needed guidance, and Aizawa needed to practice giving it. He kneeled in front of him. Look, kid, I get being frustrated by things not going your way, believe me, but that doesn't give you the right to attack other people, Aizawa said, trying to think of an example that the brat would listen to. Well, he respects All Might, so let's work that angle. You don't see All Might picking fights with Endeavor or any other hero trying their best to be the next #1, do you? Katsuki angrily wiped his eyes before reluctantly shaking his head. Being strong is only part of why All Might is the #1 hero, Aizawa continued, getting a confused look from the brat. I may not be his biggest fan, but I do respect him and get his appeal. Unlike Endeavor, All Might is kind, photogenic, and always puts others' needs above his own. Hell, his debut was a rescue mission, not some big villain fight. If you don't want to become the Endeavor to Izuku's All Might, you need to get a handle on that anger and remember that real heroes do more than just beat up villains. Understand? After a long pause, Katsuki gave a grunt, and the two continued walking at a much more even pace, Katsuki obviously stewing over what was said. When they got to the Bakugas, Sho was relieved to see Masaru instead of his more bombastic wife. Hello, Aizawa, Masaru greeted with a bow. Inko told me you'd be coming. She said something about training Katsuki. Aizawa nodded and followed the father and son to the living room. I'm going to be working at UA, and Nizu wanted to meet both boys to get a better idea how to go about that. Both Bakugu's eyes widened. Wow, thank you, Aizawa. I'll let Mitsuki know as soon as she gets home. She has a shoot today, you see. Of course, Shota said, pulling out the card with Nezu's number. You can call this number to schedule the meeting. However, I was wondering if I could talk to you alone. Of course, Masaru said, looking down at his son who just huffed before going upstairs to his room. Once he heard the door loudly shut, Sho sighed. I think it'd be best for UA's counselor, Hound Dog, to speak to Katsuki, too, he said. When I went to pick up Izuku, I saw him and 2 others picking on another boy before Izuku stepped between them. I had a talk with him, but I'd still like a professional to help him with his anger. Also, I'm no expert, but he seems to be developing both a superiority and inferiority complex. Bracing himself for the response, Sho was surprised when Masaru sighed and nodded. I agree, he said. Look, I know Mitsuki doesn't see the problem, but I'm worried about the lack of consequences from his daycare leading him to believe he can get away with using his quirk on others so long as someone covers for him. I don't want my son to become a bully with a hero license. I'll let my wife know this is non-negotiable. Aizawa sighed in relief. Good. I'll let Nizu know and talk to Hound Dog about both boys so Katsuki doesn't feel singled out. Masaru bowed again and thanked Aizawa for looking out for his son. As he left through the front gate, Aizawa looked up to see Katsuki looking down at him from his window. As he waved goodbye, Katsuki gave a one-fingered salute back. Sho smirked and began walking back home, 2 words popping into his head that perfectly described the Bakuga brat. Problem child. Chapter 5. First time at UA. Summary. The boys spend the day at UA and perform a few tests. Chapter text. Damn it, Deku, will you knock it off? Katsuki murmured as both boys followed Aizawa through the front gate of UA. It had been another week since Aizawa had his meeting with Ma-sensei and Nizu, and it was time for the boys to meet the rat. Inko had just dropped them both off, and Izuku, whose eyes seemed to have permanently developed dark circles under them no matter how much sleep he got, was bouncing with excitement. Sorry, Kaken, but I can't help it, Izuku said. We're at UA, the greatest hero school in the world. The same place All Might went. And we're about to meet Nizu, a real pro hero. How are you not excited? Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just cause I'm not bouncing around like a goddamn lunatic doesn't mean I'm not excited. You're acting like you haven't already met 2 other pros. Yeah, but Nizu is so cool, Izuka said as Katsuki rolled his eyes. Every hero is cool to you, Deku, Katsuki said. Yeah, but Nizu is especially cool. He's the only quirked animal with a hero license. Not to mention his quirk makes him one of the smartest beings in the country. Aizawa just shook his head as Izuku continued listing off facts about his future boss, while he could practically hear Katsuki's teeth grinding in annoyance. The brat was already making progress since their talk. He was surprised when Inko told him Katsuki had ceased his morning attacks and actually apologized, in his own way, to Izuku. Still, he thinks Hound Dog will be able to make sure he doesn't regress. Once they entered the main building, Izuku stopped talking and both boys' eyes widened in wonder. This was UA High, the same hero school All Might went to, the hero school they would eventually go to as students. As both boys stood gaping in awe in the doorway, Aizawa snapped his fingers to get their attention. Hey, you're letting the cold air out, Aizawa tiredly said. Come on, Nizu isn't someone you want to keep waiting. As the boys caught up to him, Aizawa prepared himself mentally for his own meeting. While the boys were with Nizu and Hound Dog, he'd be going over his duties as a TA with Ma-sensei, and he had a feeling Ma wouldn't let him doze off. Once they were at the door to the principal's office, Aizawa looked back at the boys. Either of you want to do the honors, he asked, to which Izuku began jumping up and down with his hand in the air. But Katsuki pushed past him and was about to knock when, as expected, the door suddenly opened. Both boys jumped and fell backward at that. But Katsuki was the first to recover and scowled up at Aizawa, who was smirking. As both boys' eyes wandered around the office, Izuku's eyes widened as they landed on the smiling creature behind the desk. Nizu. Izuku excitedly pointed, making the rat laugh. Yes, it is I, Nizu. Am I a mouse? A bear? Or maybe a dog? Izuku's brows furrowed, and he started mumbling. Technically, you're a chimera, but share many traits with animals from the mustelid family, including weasels, ferrets, and stoats, as well as otters, which would explain your tail and paws. Aizawa shuddered as Nizu's eyes and smile widened. Very good, Mr. Midoriya, Nizu cheered, cutting off Izuku's mumbling. I am indeed a mustelid chimera. How did you guess? Katsuki rolled his eyes as his friend suddenly clammed up. He's a huge nerd and likes spending his sleepless nights learning useless shit, Katsuki said, getting a glare from Aizawa and a chuckle from Nizu. Well, I must say I'm impressed. Now, Aizawa, why don't you take young Mr. Bakugu to Hound Dog and we'll switch in about, let's say, an hour, Nizu said, to which Aizawa nodded and led a grumpy-looking Katsuki out of the room. Once the door closed, Izuku looked back at Nizu, who suddenly had a tray with a teapot and 2 cups and a plate of cookies on his desk. No need to be nervous, Mr. Midoriya, Nizu said, hopping down from his chair and carrying the tray to a small table between the 2 black couches in the middle of the room. Please, join me for some tea. Izuku gulped and nervously walked over to the opposite couch. He knew it was, as his uncle would say, illogical to be afraid of Nizu, but Izuku was never good with social interactions, and there was something intimidating about the creature that Izuku couldn't quite describe. Would you like some sugar or cream? Nizu asked as he began to pour them each a cup. Izuku shook his head. And no thank you, sir, Izuku managed to say as he picked up his cup with a shaky hand. I wouldn't be able to taste it anyway. Nizu gasped and gave a small bow, surprising Izuku and almost making him spill his tea. My apologies, young man. I'm so used to conducting business in this way that aspect of your quirk completely slipped my mind. Would you perhaps like something different to drink? It's fine, sir, Izuku stuttered, taking a sip of the piping hot beverage without blowing. And my mom is still getting used to that part of my Q-quirk, too. He then eyed the plate of cookies. But, could I please have some sea cookies to take home? Of course, my boy, Nizu chuckled, pulling out his phone. I'll text Lunch Rush to box up another batch for you. Lunch Rush made these? Izuku asked, eyes wide at the cookies like they were more valuable than gold. Of course, he handles all the meals at UA. As Izuku drooled at the idea of tasting lunch rushes Katsudan, Nizu placed a box next to the tray. Izuku looked inside to see some papers, as well as what looked like puzzles and blocks of various shapes and sizes. I was hoping to get to know you a little better by playing a few games. Would that be all right? Nizu asked kindly. Izuku nodded excitedly. Wonderful, Nizu smiled. We'll begin with a worksheet. Since you are still learning to read and write, I'll ask you the questions, and you answer them as best you can. Sound fun? With another nod, Nizu began testing Izuku and was not disappointed with the results. Meanwhile, with Hound Dog. This is bullshit, Katsuki murmured, arms crossed with a scowl on his face. He'd been sitting there for almost 10 minutes, and the mutt hasn't asked him a single question yet. Not that Katsuki would have answered, but still. You're telling me, Hound Dog huffed while writing something down. I've got 500,000 other things I'd rather be doing on my day off than helping a 4-year-old brat with anger issues. I don't have any issues, Katsuki yelled, explosions popping in his hands. Hound Dog smirked under his muzzle. Yeah, sure. He nodded, writing something else down as Katsuki continued scowling. I don't need your help, Katsuki growled as he balled his fists to cut off the explosions. I'm not a villain, and I don't need fixing. Of course you're not a villain, Hound Dog shrugged. And I'm not trying to fix you, whatever the hell that means. I just want to know more about you. Now, do you want to get started, or are we just going to sit here in awkward silence for the next 50 minutes? After a few moments, Katsuki huffed and sat back down. Let's get this over with, mutt, Katsuki grumbled. All right then, Hound Dog grinned. Let's start with your relationship with Midoriya. While Nizu was giggling to himself as Izuku solved another puzzle in record time and Hound Dog was being treated to a rant about how basic kindness equated to looking down on someone, Aizawa was reading the files of this upcoming school year's Class 1A. As he started to doze off while reading about a boy with a spider mutation, a coffee mug slamming on the table in front of him woke him up. He looked up to see Ma offering him a cup, which he gratefully took. How's it coming, Scruffy? Ma asked as Aizawa gulped down his coffee. 8 down, 12 to go, Aizawa answered, pinching his eyes. I get the need to know about their quirks, but why do we need to read the whole file? If anything, some of these comments from past teachers can end up creating a bias. Wouldn't it be more logical to go in without any previous knowledge skewing our views? The way Ma looked at him, Aizawa felt like he just said something incredibly stupid. I can't tell whether you actually believe that, or if you're just trying to be lazy, Ma said, narrowing his eyes at a suddenly sweating Aizawa. By your logic, I would have just assumed you were a lazy punk who stayed up all night playing video games rather than a hard worker with insomnia. No, you need to know more about your students than just their quirks. That'll just lead to you forming biases of your own before even getting to know them. Before Aizawa could question what he meant, Ma continued. Medical history, learning disabilities, quirk triggers, all necessary. As for the teacher's comments, you're right that we should take them all with a grain of salt. Take the kid you're reading about, Yamashiro Takuya. Several of his teachers paint him as a class clown who they believe shouldn't be a hero, while his grades and behavior during the practical exam paints a very different picture. Aizawa agreed the student he had been reading about didn't match the student he observed the other day. He was allowed to watch the heroics practical exam and was impressed by Yamashiro. He clearly had a good handle on his quirk and scored several rescue points at the cost of hero points. Hell, he even got permission to use some support equipment he made that let him shoot web-like metal wiring from all 6 of his wrists like that old Marvel hero. The kid was a genius, but his teachers seemed against him. Was it because he was a mutant? Before you ask, Nizu's looking into his junior high, Ma said, smiling as he sipped his coffee. Aizawa shuddered and continued reading. Later, as Ma was going over how to prepare lesson plans, a timer on Aizawa's phone went off, and he sighed in relief. Welp, that's 2 hours, Aizawa said, stretching as he stood up. Time for the real tests. You coming? Ma shrugged. Why not? I've got nothing better to do. I'll get the old lady, and we'll meet you there. This was the best day of Izuku's life. He was at UA with his best friend, he got to play games with Nizu, he talked to Hound Dog and got his autograph, and now he and Kakin were wearing official UA gym uniforms and following his uncle outside for a surprise. Even Kakin looked excited. "So, where are you taking us, Ho?" Mr. Aizawa, Katsuki asked, remembering what Hound Dog said about earning respect by showing it. "You can call me Hobo if you want, kid," Aizawa shrugged. "It honestly doesn't matter to me. But to answer your question, we're going to UA's PE grounds for a series of tests." Both boys' eyes widened at that as they realized what kinds of tests they could be. While Bakugu's smile grew feral, Izuku started bouncing excitedly again. Outside a brown building, Big Green was standing with his eyes closed and arms crossed in his hero costume. His white turban and cape over a purple gi with a blue sash and round belt buckle with the kanji for demon on it and brown shoes. In front of him was a small, old lady wearing a white coat and leaning on a cane that looked like a comically large syringe. As the three boys approached, the one with messy green hair and freckles excitedly pointed at Ma. "Ah, it's Big Green," he excitedly shouted, making Ma's closed eyes tighten slightly at the volume. Sometimes he wished his hearing wasn't so good. "And your recovery girl," Izuku excitedly said, pointing at the old lady who was now chuckling. "I wasn't expecting someone so young to recognize me," she said as the boy ran up to her with a pen and notebook. As she signed his book and was giggling at the drawing of herself, Bakugu was looking up in awe at Big Green. All Might may have been Deku and his favorite hero, but they both agreed Big Green deserved to be the #2 hero more than Endeavor. He and All Might have teamed up multiple times and even took down Big Green's villain father, the Green Demon, together. However, for reasons Katsuki couldn't understand, Big Green has said multiple times that he doesn't care about the rankings and refused to take part in the system, threatening to quit if they tried giving him a spot higher than 200. Kami, he was so cool, and Katsuki found himself flinching as Ma's eyes shot open, looking down at him intensely. Aizawa cleared his throat, getting both boys' attention. He was now holding a ball with a strange metal band around it. "As I said, we'll be performing a series of physical tests, but you'll be using your quirks," Aizawa said. "Normally, these tests are introduced in middle school, and you'd perform them without using your quirks. However, I believe this is the best way to gauge not only the strength of your quirks, but your creativity and how you use them." Aizawa tossed the ball to Katsuki and pointed to a patch of dirt with a white circle and lines drawn in it. "Bakugu, go stand in that circle and see if you can use your quirk to throw the ball." Katsuki nodded and headed over to the circle, already knowing how he was going to launch the ball into space. He then drew back his arm and, from the bottom of his heart, yelled "Die," as he threw the ball with the biggest explosion he could muster. As the ball disappeared into the distance, he looked over at the adults and Deku. The hobo was on his phone, Deku was staring in awe, Big Green was pulling his fingers out of his ears with narrowed eyes, and the old lady was nodding in approval. Hearing a beep, Aizawa nodded at his phone. 98.7 meters. "Not bad, kid," Aizawa said. Katsuki's chest puffed up with pride as he made his way back over to the group. However, his good mood soured as Deku started patronizing him. "Wow, Kakin, that was so cool. Your quirk is so amazing. Did you make your palm extra sweaty for that explosion? Can you control how much sweat you can create? Ooh, what if you stored some of it for later and dash?" "All right, Izuku, it's your turn," the hobo cut Deku off. "How long have you been awake again?" "Huh? Oh, Izuku said, looking down at his hands as he started counting on his fingers. "Since 8 o'clock yesterday," he said, recovery girl gasping. The hobo then typed something into his phone. "We should probably order you a watch that keeps track of how long you've been awake," he said, handing Deku another ball. "All right, kid, same deal. Don't hold back." Izuku excitedly nodded and ran to the circle. He then took a pitcher's stance like he'd seen on TV and yelled "smash" as he threw the ball, making a small boom as it was thrown. "What is it with these damn kids and shouting everything?" Ma wondered, rubbing one of his ears. As Izuku waited for his uncle to announce his score, he looked over at Kakin with an excited grin. However, his smile faded as he noticed Bakugu's scowl. He must have noticed it was taking longer for his throw to be calculated than Kakin's. Just then, the familiar beep chimed, and Aizawa nodded. 249.8 meters. he tiredly said, shrugging. It's a start. What? Katsuki angrily questioned. No way. I want to do over. No, Aizawa answered dryly, walking away to a track with a robot on a tripod towards the end of it. As the others followed him, Izuku looked back to see Katsuki taking a few deep breaths before catching up to them. He also thought he heard the blonde muttering something, but decided not to bring attention to it. Up next, the 50-meter dash, Aizawa tiredly announced. As both boys took their places, Katsuki was looking smug as he positioned his arms behind himself, and Aizawa and Ma shared a look. It's a good thing RG is here, Aizawa thought, knowing how badly such an idea can go on a first try. Yup, this was going to be painful. As the robot gave the signal, Bakugo activated his quirk to propel himself forward. However, this did not work the way he thought it would. While he had a good start, he hadn't considered how to properly balance himself to stay in the air, and quickly lost control as he started firing explosions of various sizes and twisting and turning until he crashed and found himself tumbling over the finish line 1 second ahead of Izuku. H-ha. BB, you Deku W. Katsuki tried to gloat from his place on the ground, but found it difficult as he was trying to deal with the pain of a case of full-body road rash. He heard a tongue clicking and looked up to see Recovery Girl shaking her head in exasperation. That kind of trick will take you years to master, young man, she said, bending down. Consider yourself lucky you didn't break your neck. She then planted a kiss on his forehead. Hey, what the he dash? Katsuki started to protest, but stopped as he found the pain suddenly fading and the scrapes and cuts disappearing. In less than 5 seconds, he was completely healed and Deku was running over to check on him. Now, I don't want you trying that move again until you learn some proper control, and when you do, I want to be present. Understand? She asked, cane raised threateningly. At his reluctant nod, she handed the boy a few gummy bears. As she walked away, Deku approached with a worried look. Hey, are you okay, Kakin? He asked, holding out a hand to help him up. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the offered hand. His first instinct was to swat it away and yell at Deku for thinking he was weak. However, he remembered what the mutt said after telling him about the log incident and how he took the gesture the wrong way. He sighed and took the nerd's hand. Yeah, I'm fine, Katsuki said as he munched on the gummies. Thanks. He instantly regretted that last part as he saw Deku's big, tired eyes fill with tears and a crooked smile plastered on his dumb face. He rolled his eyes. Come on, you crybaby. I've got more tests to kick your butt in, Katsuki said with a challenging smile and his hand up for a high five. Deku wiped his eyes and tried returning his smile as both boys clapped their hands together with an explosion and followed the adults as they went inside the building for the next test. Thankfully, the rest of the tests proceeded without further injury. While Izuku managed to beat Katsuki in the grip strength test, pull-ups, and sit-ups, Katsuki was successful in using his quirk to clear the sandbox in the standard long jump and beat Izuku in repeated sidesteps. All that was left was an endurance run. Unfortunately, neither boy wanted to admit defeat and kept pushing themselves to the point Aizawa had to call Midnight to use her quirk. Hey, boys, does the air smell funny to you? She said as the boys ran by her with her quirk active. Katsuki had the desired effect and passed out on the spot. However, Izuku just kept running as he waved at Midnight to the hero's confusion. Izuku, stop, Aizawa said, and Izuku stumbled to a stop, panting heavily. As Midnight approached with more skin showing and her quirk on full blast, they were stunned as Midnight's quirk still had no effect on him. Once the gas had fully dissipated, Aizawa scooped Bakugo up and everyone went to the infirmary. Well, it seems we found another aspect to Izuku's quirk, Aizawa sighed. The adults had gathered in a conference room with Nizu while Midnight was entertaining the children in the teacher's lounge. Indeed, Recovery Girl nodded. My best guess would be due to his quirk shutting down his nerves. His neurotransmitters and ion channel proteins seem to be unalterable, making him immune to anesthesia and other knockout agents, and though I was unable to get a blood sample, we can assume his immune system has made it all but impossible for him to get sick. Honestly, we're lucky he wants to be a hero. In time, I honestly believe even All Might won't be able to hold a candle to him. Nizu hummed at that. We should probably keep that little tidbit out of his file. We don't want the wrong people taking an interest in him so soon. Now, I think we should discuss the boys' training. Hound Dog has agreed to continue working with Bakugo, and he will most definitely need help with his quirk. I'll help the brat with his quirk, Piccolo said from his corner of the room. He has potential, and between me and Inui, we'll make sure he doesn't become the next Endeavor. One flaming asshole is already one too many. Excellent, Nizu said. And while Aizawa continues both boys' physical training, I'd like to take young Izuku under my wing. While both boys scored quite highly in the intelligence tests, Izuku's score was nearly off the charts. I believe he would greatly benefit from my teachings. While Aizawa was uneasy about Nizu poisoning his sweet nephew's mind, he agreed to the plan. After physical training with him, Bakugo would train his quirk with Ma-sensei, and Izuku would have lessons with Nizu. And that's how it was for 4 years, until Aizawa found a personal student of his own soon after the Aldera investigation. Chapter 6. Something's Up with Aldera. Summary. Izuku, now 8 years old, may not be able to smell anything, but he can tell something stinks about his school. Chapter text. Sitting at his desk surrounded by mostly All Might-related hero merch, an 8-year-old Izuku was muttering to himself while sketching the third-eyed hero, Triclops, in a notebook titled Hero Analysis for the Future, number 4. He had spent the night going over a few videos Nizu sent him, listing the mistakes the heroes made and suggesting how they could have better utilized their quirks or countered the villains. While some might think it strange for someone so young to spend his sleepless nights doing research, Izuku was always a strange kid. Though he denied it for so long, he'd always been a quirk nerd, and for the past 4 years, Nizu had helped him refine his analysis hobby into a skill that even impressed his dad, a professional quirk analyst. He was adding the finishing details to a piece of support equipment that could theoretically help focus Triclops' psychic abilities when an alarm went off. Izuku looked over at his electric present mic alarm clock and sighed as he stretched and shuffled over to the nightstand by his bed to turn it off and get ready for school. As he looked in the bathroom mirror, the heavy-lidded bloodshot eyes that stared back were not those of an 8-year-old child. Honestly, he felt like he hadn't been a child since before he got his quirk. He'd developed the routine of staying awake for the whole school week and resting on Sunday after getting home from UA. While he didn't need all the strength he gathered over the week during physical training, Uncle Sho wanted him to practice restraint while fighting others. At first, he was excited to finally start really experimenting and pushing the limits of his quirk. Unfortunately, to say such a schedule left Izuku feeling numb would be an understatement. Thanks to the side effect of his quirk, he couldn't enjoy most of the simple things he used to take for granted, like the smell and taste of his mom's cooking or the cooling feeling of a dip in the pool or a nice summer breeze. He wasn't devoid of all emotion, still giddy at the mention of a new quirk or meeting a hero, but he was certainly not the ball of energy that he was when he was 4. He was much more reserved, and his uncle had compared his disposition to that of a teenager, which his mom agreed with. She had tried to talk him into a more reasonable schedule, but despite how red and dark-lidded his eyes now were, she still couldn't say no to them. As he was brushing his teeth, Izuku noticed a couple of his hairs had started to turn white. Despite knowing his mom would eventually notice during his monthly haircut, he tried burying them in the wild, untamable forest on his head. Unfortunately, this resulted in uncovering more, and he groaned at the thick streak of white hair near his right temple. Mom's gonna freak, he thought. Morning, Izuku, Inko cheerfully said, finishing pouring his breakfast shake into the bottle as she heard him sit at the table. Since he couldn't taste her food anymore, Inko had asked Recovery Girl what people with the same quirk drawback ate, and was given a few recipes that provided the recommended daily amount of nutrients for each meal. As she turned around, she nearly dropped the shake in surprise as she noticed the white streak in her baby's fluffy curls. Izuku, what happened to your beautiful hair? I don't know, Mom, he said, shrugging as he casually shook his breakfast. I just noticed it this morning. Might just be another mutation due to my quirk. Or it's the result of the stress of staying awake for weeks on end, Inko said, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes. Well, that's certainly a possibility, he said, nervously gulping his breakfast. Inko sighed as she kneeled down to look him in the eye. Honey, are you sure you're okay? You know Uncle Sho could adjust your schedule if a week is too long. Yeah, Mom. Izuku tiredly smiled at his mom. I'm fine, really. After a few seconds, Inko relented and let Izuku finish his breakfast as she used her quirk to grab ingredients for her own meal. After breakfast, Izuku changed into his school uniform and waved goodbye to his mom as he grabbed his lunch shake to meet Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki downstairs. As soon as Katsuki saw Izuku's hair, he burst out laughing. Auntie Mitsuki wasn't much better. Damn, Izuku, you look like a mad scientist, she joked. Gee, thanks, Auntie, Izuku deadpanned. Just saying, you might want to ask your mom to start cutting that untamable mop a little shorter. Speaking of untamable, is your scruffy uncle still single? Katsuki tooted at this. Damn it, hag. Quit asking about Hobo-sensei's love life, he said. Under his breath, he grunted, it's not like he'd be interested in an old hag like you anyway. Relax, brat. I'm just asking for a friend, she said, suddenly sporting a mischievous smile. You know I love your dad's cute, but too much to leave it. She laughed as Katsuki yelled in disgust. Uncle Sho thinks a relationship is illogical for a hero to have, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. He was sure his uncle was just afraid of commitment. Great, Mitsuki smiled. Emi still has a chance, and you're sure he's not in a relationship with Hisashi or Namiri, right? Now, it was Izuku's turn to gag in disgust while Mitsuki reveled in the boy's anguish. Uncle Zashi was like Uncle Sho's annoying little brother while Auntie Nim was a big sister to both of them. No way would he be dating either of them. Thankfully, the teasing didn't last much longer as they were soon at Aldera Primary School. Thank Kami, Katsuki said, quickly unbuckling his seatbelt. Later, hag. Thanks for the ride, Auntie, Izuku said with a tired smile and wave. Have a good day, brats. Your dad'll pick you up later, Katsuki. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Katsuki and Izuku joined the group of extras waiting for them. While he'd been working hard over the years to get a handle on his temper, these extras always brought out the worst in him. Over the years, he'd learned the difference between real friends and extras only interested in him for his power. Real friends cared about you and weren't afraid to call you out on your shit when you deserved it. Unlike Deku, who he considered his only real friend, these extras were a bunch of suck-ups, feeding his ego with hollow praise to try to stay on his and Deku's good side. Ironically, while Deku seemed to just ignore them, this only pissed him off even more. Hey, Bakugu, how do you think you did on that math quiz? I bet you and Midoriya got that bonus question, huh? Of course they did. Man, I wish I was half as smart as you guys. It's only natural for the two students with the strongest quirks to be at the top of the class. My dad says dash. Midoriya, your hair looks so cool. Yeah, I'm gonna ask my mom to get my hair done like that. Move it, you extras, Katsuki yelled. We gotta get to class. As the group entered the school, Izuku was confused by what one of the extras had said. Why would having a strong quirk naturally mean they'd be smarter? He and Kaken just worked and studied harder than their peers, that's all. It had nothing to do with their quirks, right? Before today, Izuku hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings during school hours. He was content to just listen to his teacher, do his work, and go home with as little social interaction as possible. Now that he was paying more attention, though, he didn't like what he was noticing. Come on, Deku, Aldera's not that bad, Katsuki said as they were walking through the woods behind the Bakuga's house. Sure, it's a crap hole, but it can't be any worse than most other public schools, right? Kaken, normal public schools shouldn't let kids get away with half the shit I've seen. It hasn't even been a full week, and I've already observed enough to know this isn't just a case of simple teacher negligence, Izuku said, pulling his hands out of his pockets to start listing the day's incidents on his fingers. First, Freaky Fingers used his quirk to poke and annoy the girl next to him, and she gets in trouble for disturbing class when she grabs his finger and he screams like she broke it. Then, that kid at lunch with the fish mutation was clearly pushed by the guy with a metal jaw laughing at him, but the victim was reprimanded for dropping his lunch and warned about being clumsy. The creep who can yank out his eyeballs and his long-nosed buddy have been harassing a girl who can turn her hands into tentacles all week, but when she tried to report them, she was told it was just boys being boys. Izuku stopped walking and looked at Katsuki, eyes narrowed in disgust and fists clenched. Then, there's the shit boulders for brains said near the end of class today, about his dad believing the quirkless have no place in today's society. Sensei just smiled and nodded to himself as he read his book, like he was satisfied to hear his student spouting blatantly quirkist bullshit. Izuku then gave a tired sigh and shook his head. And I'm not even going to attempt to list all the examples of blatant illegal quirk use the teachers let us get away with. I'm telling you, Kaken, something's up with Aldera. After a moment, Kaken sighed. Damn it, you might be right. Remember those two jerks I fought last year? I didn't even get detention for that. So what's the plan? You gonna tell Hobo Sensei and the rat? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. I want to get some evidence first. He then donned a creepy grin that was very reminiscent of his uncle's. Want to help the principal tie his own noose. Suppressing a shudder, Katsuki gave a feral grin of his own. Hell, yeah, nerd, he yelled as they shared an explosive high five. Let's take these fuckers down. The next day, Katsuki stormed past all the extras, shoving them aside and knocking eyeballs to the ground. While he did this, Izuku made sure his phone was hidden as he recorded the teachers turning a blind eye to his friend's antics. They were going to see how bad Katsuki would have to get sent to the principal's office. While in class, he slammed his hands on Finger's desk while using his quirk to get him to stop bugging that girl. This resulted in Fingers finally being told off by the teacher, but Bakugu remained untouched. Next, Bakugu used his quirk to launch Metal Mouth's tray into his face. Again, no consequences despite the teachers seeing it. He even started a food fight that another kid whose quirk was having 3 faces got blamed for. Back in class, Bakugu went on a rant about how the strong should rule over the weak and how might makes right. While this was going on, the camera was focused on their sensei, who was nodding along and even complimenting Katsuki before saying they needed to get back to the math lesson. Katsuki was finally sent to the principal when he told Sensei to eat shit and howl at the moon. As he got up, Izuku slipped him his phone. Mr. Bakugu, please have a seat, the principal said in an oily voice. Bakugu stomped over with a scowl on his face. He honestly thought he'd never make it here with how every teacher acted like he was a model student all day instead of the brat he would have been if Hobo Sensei and the mutt hadn't set him straight. He slouched down into the seat opposite the balding man, who had on a fake smile. I don't get why I'm here, Bakugu scoffed. I was just doing what Sensei said. And what was that? The principal asked, slightly confused. The strong need to show the weak their place. I'm the future #1 hero, so why should he tell me what to do? The principal nodded in understanding. Ah, yes, I understand your confusion. You see, Bakugu, we here at Aldera believe you students should learn the importance of strength amongst yourselves. After all, the strength of one's quirk defines their place in modern society. While it's all right to remind your peers of their place every now and again, we educators already know our place, serving the strong. We all know you and Midoriya are destined for greatness, and we want to do our best to help you get there. Do you understand me, son? Bakugu gave a fake smile of his own. Oh yes, sir. I understand perfectly. Yeah, that place is fucked up, Bakugu said to Izuku as they made their way to UA after school. While they could have waited until Sunday to share their findings with their mentors, they both agreed the sooner they were done with Aldera, the better. Shoyuta would like to think he's pretty much figured this teaching thing out. Sure, he wasn't perfect, but he's definitely better than when he started. While he had learned a lot from Ma-sensei, he had his own ideas on how he wanted to run his class. Admittedly, he may have been a little too tough on his first solo class, but heroics was a tough job, and he believed these kids needed to take it seriously from the start or find a different career. He wasn't actually planning on permanently expelling anyone on the first day, and he was honestly impressed with how hard they worked to prove themselves during his QAT. However, Nizu wanted a second opinion on his methods and called Hound Dog in to explain why it was a bad idea to hold the threat of expulsion over the heads of a bunch of over-emotional teenagers who should trust him more than fear him. It was during this talk that Aizawa snapped back at the hunting dog hero and revealed why he believed he needed to be so hard on these kids and was ordered into trauma counseling if he wanted to keep his job. While reluctant at first, He had to admit that it helped him gain some closure on Oboro's death, and he was even starting to sleep better after only a few sessions. He still didn't coddle his students and threw them a few logical ruses now and again to keep them on their toes. But he was now more focused on helping these kids the best he can rather than obsessing over their potential deaths if they didn't know everything on their first day. Currently, he was in the teacher's lounge trying to nap in a corner before his patrol when he was woken up by Hizashi loudly greeting his two problem children in training. "Hey, lil listeners. What a nice surprise," Hizashi excitedly yelled as went to ruffle both boys' hair as Snipe and Cementos also got up to greet them. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" Cementos politely asked. Even though he couldn't see them, Sho knew Izuku was turning red at the sudden attention from the other teachers. Despite how reserved Izuku had become, he was still a child with social anxiety and a great admiration for heroes. "We need to talk to Hobo-sensei and the rat," Bakugo said. "Well, our resident bum is snuggled up in his usual spot," Snipe said, pointing his thumb at the now groaning Aizawa. Present Mike then looked down at his watch. "And Nizu should be popping up in 3, 2, 1 dash." "Hello, boys," Nizu cheered, popping up from behind a couch. "While I would normally ask what you think I am, you both know I'm the principal." Both boys rolled their eyes at the eccentric mammal as Aizawa tiredly shed his sleeping bag and tucked it away, knowing he wouldn't be finishing that nap. As the others left to give the four some privacy, Nizu and Aizawa pulled up chairs opposite the green couch the boys were sitting on. "Now, what seems to be troubling you two?" Nizu asked. "Our school is fucked up. That's what's troubling us." Bakugo scoffed as Izuku handed Nizu his phone. "Me and the nerds started noticing some of the shit they were letting some of the extras get away with, so Deku wanted to see what they'd do if one of their top students tried some of that shit. Took me all day to get sent to the principal's office." As the two pros were watching the videos Izuku took, Nizu's constant smile morphed into a frown, and Aizawa had adopted a scowl that made Endeavor's worst look like All Might's grin. After finishing the video of Bakugo's meeting with the principal, Nizu was completely silent while Aizawa was practically snarling with each breath he took. As Aizawa opened his mouth to speak, Nizu held up a finger to silence him as he took a long sip of tea he hadn't had just a second ago. After a moment, Nizu adopted a smile he saved for when he was planning something especially nasty for his enemies. This made both boys and Aizawa shudder. "Thank you for bringing this to our attention, boys," Aizawa finally said. "We'll look into this further and let your parents know you'll no longer be attending Aldera. However, in the future, please come to us with these kinds of concerns instead of conducting your own illegal investigation." "Told you, nerd," Bakugo said under his breath as Izuku looked away while rubbing the back of his head. As both boys left, Nizu hopped on Aizawa's shoulder as he headed for the Weasel's office. There was so much to do, calls to make, evidence to gather, warrants to acquire, potentially an entire school district to burn down. No, Aizawa would definitely not be getting back to his nap anytime soon. Chapter 7. New School, New Extras. Summary. On their first day at Nabu Primary School, Izuku and Katsuki befriend a tired-eyed boy with purple hair. Did Izuku have a cousin? Chapter text. Katsuki was tugging at his tie with a scowl. Aldera may have been a villain-run shithole, but at least he didn't have to wear a shitty uniform. It didn't take long for the Aldera investigation to bear fruit. The multiple examples of blatant illegal quirk use and bullying caught on security footage were just the tip of the iceberg. As the deeper they searched, the more examples of academic sabotage they found. While comparing students' test scores, Nizu noticed the odd pattern of points being docked from those with weak quirks despite getting the same amount of answers right as, if not more than, those with strong quirks. While they had gathered more than enough evidence to get the district shut down, it was soon discovered that several members of staff had connections to the Meta Liberation Army, a long-thought dead quirk supremacist group. This led to more investigations and arrests in other districts designated as possible indoctrination zones. As the principal of the primary school Midoriya and Bakugo had attended was being led out of the school in handcuffs, a green glow appeared inside his mouth, and he suddenly cried out in pain as it felt like all of his teeth were being forcibly yanked. The man had to later have all of his teeth removed due to the damage resulting in several infections. Now, Katsuki and Izuku were about to start their first day at Nabu Primary School, where it turned out Ma-sensei's nephew would be their teacher. While Nizu would have enjoyed taking over their education, Aizawa had put his foot down on the matter and argued they needed social interactions with those their own age. Their parents agreed, and while Nabu was a bit further out of the way than they would have liked, it was the closest school with a reputation for zero tolerance. As they were being escorted to their class by the principal, Katsuki looked over at Izuku. Deku had taken the hag's advice and had asked his mom to cut his hair a bit shorter so it was slightly more manageable. The sides were buzzed shorter than the still curly but combed back locks on top, with the white streak still prominent. Even though his friend had tried to put on his usual stoic expression, he could tell Deku was crazy nervous given how much he was muttering and how big his eyes were. Guy could probably take a point-blank Detroit smash from All Might, but social anxiety was still his greatest weakness. "Relax, Deku. You're acting more jittery than that time we tried coffee," Katsuki muttered, making Izuku jump slightly, and his face turned red. "I know. Kakin, sorry," Izuku muttered. "It's just, well, this is the first day to want to make a good impression, but what a forno class matessere just like Halder Santhi and Lysaur Quirk Sandil with each other's backs, but twanting stoba different and dash." Izuku's muttering was cut off when Kakin grabbed the back of his jacket to stop him from bumping into their principal as she stopped outside their new classroom. She knocked on the door, and at the come in, the principal ushered both boys inside. As the boys entered, their attention was immediately drawn to the tall man who can only be Ma-sensei's nephew. He was wearing brown slacks, a white dress shirt, and red tie. Like his uncle, he had large, pointed ears and antennae but was a lighter shade of green, had larger, kinder eyes, and his build was smaller and leaner. He gave the two a kind smile. "Oh, welcome. My name is Muri Dend, and I'll be your sensei. Everyone, these are your new classmates, Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. Please, introduce yourselves, your quirks, and tell us a little something about yourselves," he said. Both boys bowed to Muri, saying, "I'll be in your care," before turning to the class. Bakugo decided to go first since Deku was still calming himself down. "I'm Bakugo Katsuki," he said, holding up a hand and letting a few small explosions pop off. He smirked at the sounds of interest. "My quirk is called Explosion. Basically, I sweat something like nitroglycerin and can ignite it in my palms." He then puffed up his chest, put his hands on his hips, and gave his best heroic smile, and proudly exclaimed, "And I'm going to be the #1 hero." After a moment of silence, Katsuki's smile turned into an annoyed scowl at the lack of reaction. Izuku gulped before stepping forward. "I am Midoriya Izuku," he said, in a much quieter voice. "My quirk is called Insomniac Strength. I get stronger the longer I'm awake. I like analyzing quirks, and I also want to become a hero." "All right, two future heroes," Mori-sensei said with a smile. "I can't wait to see you both debut. Now, please take your seats behind Shinszo Hitoshi." Both boys' eyes widened as they spotted the purple-haired boy who must have been Shinszo. "I think we just found Hobo-sensei's secret love child," Katsuki muttered, getting a light elbow to the ribs from Deku as they walked to their seats. Shinszo was never very social. He tried making friends once or twice, but nobody shared enough of his interests, like talking about his cats or talking about his cats. Then, his quirk manifested, and while some of his classmates were starting to avoid him more, others kept bringing up how scary it would be if he was a villain. Even if they didn't mean anything by it, it still got on his nerves after a while, so he mostly kept to himself. It also didn't help his attitude that his quirk caused him insomnia. Then, those two new kids showed up. When they introduced themselves, he thought the blonde was full of himself, but he felt like he could get along with the brunette. There was something about the look in his tired eyes that he could relate to. However, he wasn't sure why both their eyes widened at him as they found their seats behind him. When they were given time to talk amongst themselves, a few others decided to introduce themselves to the two newcomers. While Blondie seemed to be enjoying the attention, Greenie looked like he was on the verge of a panic attack. Weird. You'd think someone with a strength-enhancing quirk would be all about being compared to All Might. "Oh, Cammy, was that quirkist?" He was even more surprised when the two of them decided to join him for lunch rather than any of the other cliques that were interested in them. "Mind if we join you?" asked the brunette. Shinszo just shrugged and continued to eat his rice as the blonde opened his bento and started digging into what might be the spiciest curry in the world. Just the smell was enough to clear Shinszo's sinuses. Turning away, he looked to see what the other kid had and was surprised to see him flipping through a notebook while absent-mindedly shaking a large, All Might-themed bottle. "Did you forget your lunch? Midoriya, right?" Shinszo asked. The blonde, Bakugo, answered for him. "Nah, that bottle is his lunch. He mostly eats shakes or some other bland shit for some occasional solids." "Oh," Shinszo said, looking back at the slightly red kid. "Some sort of special Quirk diet or something?" Midoriya gave a SOSO motion with his hand as he took a swig of his shake. "It's more a matter of convenience rather than necessity. See, my Quirk doesn't just enhance my strength, but also numbs my senses of smell, taste, and touch, and I only regain them for a half hour after sleeping. It'd be illogical for my mom to make meals for me I couldn't even taste." Shinszo's eyes widened. "Wow, that kinda sucks." Before Shinszo could apologize for his bluntness, Izuku gave a sad chuckle. "That's one way of putting it. Imagine having a quirk that could theoretically make you stronger than All Might, but robs you of the simple comfort of your mom's hugs or dash. The feeling of a cat's soft fur on your fingers when you give them head scratchums," Shinszo continued, a haunted look in his eyes. He didn't see Izuku and Katsuki share a look before both boys shrugged, and Izuku continued. "I can also stay awake for days before suffering from sleep deprivation. So, now that you know my quirk and you've already seen what Kakens can do, what's yours, Shinszo?" Izuku asked, not noticing the slight flinch the boy gave as he flipped to a clean page in his notebook. It's called brainwashing," Shinszo said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "If I talk to someone and they answer me, I can take control of them." While he had been expecting one or both of them to either comment on how scary his quirk was or quietly find another table, he was again surprised by the blonde's simple reply of "huh, neat," before going back to his lunch. Midoriya, meanwhile, suddenly looked a lot more awake as he looked at him with wide, curious eyes. "Wow, what a cool quirk," he exclaimed, quickly writing something down. "It'd be perfect for crowd control and hostage situations. How long does it last? How difficult is it to break out of? How many people can you control at once? What are the limitations of your commands? Would a grunt be enough for you to take control, or do you need someone to respond with words? Does it work on animals? Oh, does it work on someone with a quirk that turns them into an animal like Cow Lady or Dino Changer? Have you ever tried Dash?" Shinszo just looked on in awe while Katsuki chuckled to himself. "Oi, Deku. One question at a time, nerd. Cottonhead can't keep up," he said, Shinszo giving him an odd expression at the nickname. "Sorry, Shinszo," Izuku said, blushing. "Like I said this morning, I like analyzing quirks. But don't you guys think my quirk is kinda villainous?" Both boys shared a confused look. "Dude, Endeavor's quirk is called Hellflame, and he's the #2 hero," Katsuki deadpanned. "There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, Cottonhead. If anything, it's the name that sounds villainous, and if you're so worried about it, change the name to something like Hypno Voice or something." "Yeah, the way you described your quirk doesn't really sound like brainwashing," said Izuku, starting to sketch Shinszo, who suddenly had a slight smile. "Either way, it'd still be a useful quirk for hero work." Shinszo frowned. "But don't you need a flashy quirk to be a hero?" "Only if you're aiming for the top like us," Bakugo said, shrugging. "There's tons of heroes who don't have flashy quirks who still make it, like Manuel. You could also go underground, like Hobo Sensei." Shinszo cocked an eyebrow at this as Izuku rolled his eyes. "He's talking about my uncle. He's an underground hero, and they aren't as involved in the media side of the industry. Basically, they operate like real-life versions of Batman or Daredevil." This was something Shinszo wasn't aware of. Maybe he could be a hero. He then gave Midoriya a serious look. "Before I answer any of your questions, I have two for you. First, why are you guys interested in befriending me?" Katsuki shrugged. "Honestly, you didn't try sucking up to us like the other extras, and I respect that. I had more than enough of that shit at Aldera." "Well, That explains the late transfer, thought Shinszo. I just thought you might like some company, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. After a pause, Shinszo nodded. Second, and this is very, very important, he said, glaring at both of them. Do you guys like cats? After school, as everyone was saying their goodbyes and splitting off into groups, Shinszo waved goodbye to his two new friends as he got in his mom's car. Who were those two you were talking to, Cotton Ball? His mom asked. I don't think I've seen them before. Just a couple new kids, Shinszo said. They're kinda weird, but alright. We ate lunch together, and they said they like cats. His mom's eyes widened a little behind the sunglasses she had to wear to help negate her quirk. Really? Well, I'm glad you're making friends, Toshi. We'll have to invite them over sometime. At a red light, Shinszo's mom looked to see him thinking about something. Something wrong, sweetie? She asked. Do you, Mom? Do you think I can be a hero? She was slightly surprised by the question. While it wasn't uncommon for children his age to want to be heroes, Hitoshi never seemed particularly interested after he got his quirk. Before she could answer, Hitoshi continued. It's just, Midoriya, the kid with green hair, started asking me all these questions about my quirk, and he was listing off all these different scenarios where it would be useful for a hero. He also told me about underground heroes and how they don't need flashy quirks, and it just got me thinking that maybe my dream wasn't impossible. She smiled at that. I'm going to be honest with you, baby. Hero work is a dangerous job, especially underground work. If that's what you want to do, you're going to have to work hard and train more than just your quirk. Can you do that, Toshi? Hitoshi nodded, a determined look on his face. Then, yes, I do think you can be a hero, she said, pretending not to notice him wiping the tears from his eyes. Later that night, Hitoshi called the number Midoriya gave him and asked if it would be possible to meet his uncle. He was told to meet them at UA on Sunday and got his parents' permission before going to bed, an excited grin on his face. Chapter 8, Shinszo's Chance. Summary. Reluctantly, Aizawa agrees to meet Shinszo and the tests begin. Chapter text. Damn, you're big. Kitten eyes, Izuku, Aizawa thought, snuggled up in his sleeping bag and waiting for his nephew and his friend to arrive with a new problem child. While he was glad Izuku and Katsuki had already made a new friend, he didn't appreciate them offering his services without asking him first. Since he started teaching, he'd had to adjust his patrol hours and wasn't looking forward to possibly adjusting his schedule further. Still, this Shinszo kid's quirk sounded interesting, so he'd agreed to at least give him a chance. If Sho thought he'd be a waste of time, Izuku agreed to not bug him about his decision afterwards. He decided to first test the kid on his situational awareness by seeing how long it took for him to notice him lying near the gym mats. He soon heard voices and positioned himself, so he was just visible enough to give the kid a chance to spot the yellow sleeping bag. When he heard the doors open, he started his stopwatch. And this is the PE building, Izuku explained, him and Bakugo leading Shinszo inside. This is where Uncle Sho said he wanted to meet us. Hobo-sensei probably wants to run you through some tests, Bakugo said, smirking as he and Deku noticed the end of a familiar sleeping bag. Meanwhile, Shinszo was looking around the facility in awe. The cynical part of Shinszo's brain had tried telling him not to trust these two. They were from Aldera and had the kind of quirks the staff would have fawned over. No way would a couple of lucky, entitled brats want to genuinely befriend him, let alone help him become a hero. Thankfully, he didn't listen to that part of his brain. Despite the short amount of time they'd known each other, the three boys had become quite close. While he still thought Bakugo was a bit too full of himself and could do without the nicknames, Midoriya was a good counter to the loud blonde, and for all of Bakugo's faults, he was a loyal friend. When a couple of their classmates had invited the two new kids to join them for lunch instead of having to sit with the creepy kid, Midoriya had to hold the blonde back from literally exploding at them. When asked why he did that, especially since it ended with him getting a warning and promises of detention the next time he used his quirk on school grounds, Bakugo just scoffed, saying nobody insults his friends but him. Now, he was at UA to meet a real pro hero about possibly training him. While he didn't know much about Izuku's uncle, not even his hero name or quirk, they had warned him he was a strict teacher and had only reluctantly agreed to meet him. Well, Shinszo would just have to go plus ultra and show this guy he wasn't a waste of time. Looking around the facility, he couldn't believe the amount of equipment available. From the different machines to the various weights to the giant yellow slug to the what? As he cautiously approached the strange creature, he failed to hear his two friends' attempts at muffling their snickers. When he went to poke it, Shinszo jumped and fell backward as it turned to reveal a tired, scruffy face sucking on a jelly pouch. He blushed as Izuku and Katsuki burst into laughter, and the scruffy man slowly unzipped his sleeping bag. 3 minutes, 17 seconds, Aizawa tiredly said, standing up and looking down at the boy, unimpressed. It took you far too long to notice me. Also, if you notice something you think looks out of place, your first instinct should be to alert someone, not poke it. Shinszo gulped. While he wasn't sure what to expect from the man, he had to admit Bakuga's nickname for him was pretty fitting. You too, Aizawa said, getting both boys' attention as they calmed down. We'll be skipping our normal morning exercises. Nizu and Ma-sensei are waiting for you. After an explosive high five, both boys left. However, while Bakuga left through the door they'd all entered through, Midoriya opened a secret hatch on the floor and chuckled as he dropped down into it. As Shinszo openly shuddered, Aizawa suppressed his own. Aizawa cleared his throat, once again getting Shinszo's attention. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, and I'm going to be running you through a series of physical tests, Aizawa explained, tossing a ball in one hand. You will complete these to the best of your abilities, and if I feel like you're not taking these tests seriously, I will call your mother to pick you up. Like you. My quirk is non-combative, so I had to train myself physically and mentally to help even the playing field. My training is difficult, and I refuse to waste my time on someone who thinks they can coast by on good enough. Do I make myself clear? After another gulp, Shinszo looked up into Aizawa's eyes and gave a resolute nod. Yes, sir, he said. Good, Aizawa said, tossing the ball to Shinszo, who fumbled to catch it. Follow me. As he led the boy outside to the pitcher's circle, Aizawa hid a small smile behind his scarf. There was a hunger behind the kid's tired eyes that reminded him of his own when he had approached Ma-sensei about helping him get into the hero course. The main difference between the two was Shinszo wasn't waiting to fail some biased exam to get help achieving his dream. In Gym Gamma, Big Green was watching as Bakuga used his quirk to dodge and shut down multiple spherical drones shooting concussive blasts. He'd spent years perfecting his control over the size and power of his explosions until he was able to rocket himself around the gym with relative ease. After hitting the off switch on the last drone, Katsuki did an explosive backflip, panting once he landed. Take 5, Brad, Ma said, tossing Bakuga a water bottle and towel. As Katsuki was gulping down his water, one of the drones activated again and tried shooting him from behind. However, Bakuga dodged and let out a loud die as he destroyed it. You do remember the parameters of the exercise, right? Ma asked, smirking as Bakuga sulked. Turn off the fucking drones without destroying them, Katsuki grumbled through clenched teeth. But that one shouldn't count. You said we were done. I said to take 5, Ma shrugged. You're the one who assumed I meant minutes. Bakuga sputtered before huffing in defeat and grabbing a broom. He should know by now not to let his guard down around Ma-sensei. You know, you should really work on a different battle cry, Ma said as Katsuki cleaned up his mess. What the fuck's wrong with my battle cry? Katsuki asked, sounding genuinely confused. Kid, if you're serious about becoming the next All Might, you should know a big part of the ranking system comes down to popularity. You really think parents are going to want their kids looking up to someone who yells die and cusses between every other sentence? Damn it, I hate when you're right. Katsuki sighed as he dumped the remains of the drone in the scrap bin. So, what the foo? I mean, what do you suggest I do? Ma-sensei shrugged. For the swearing, just substitute it with other words. As for the battle cry, just try yelling whatever words come to mind. There's a big, blue idiot in America that goes around yelling spoon, and his fans love it. Scrunching up his face, Katsuki finished his water. He then threw the empty bottle into the air. Whamadoodle, he cried as he used his quirk to destroy the bottle. We'll work on it, Piccolo said dryly. He then cracked his knuckles and got into a battle stance. Now, let's see how well you've been working on your hand-to-hand. This is quite wonderful, Midoriya-kun, Nizu said, admiring the entry on Shinszo. I can't wait to see you boys testing some of these ideas. Also, I see your lessons with Kiyama-san are certainly paying off. Thank you, sir, Izuku said, taking a sip of his hot water. Putting the notebook aside, Nizu hit a button and his desk opened to reveal a square board with a grid pattern and small, round stones on either side, green for Izuku and white for Nizu. So, do you think Aizawa-kun will accept your new friend? Nizu asked, not even looking down as the clacking sound of stones hitting the wooden board in quick succession echoed throughout the office. No doubt about it, Izuku said, looking intensely at the board as the clacking was starting to slow down. They're kindred spirits. Besides, even if Uncle Sho turns him down, Kaken and I will still help him. I would expect nothing less from you too, Nizu chuckled. Also, I win. Nizu started laughing as Izuku banged his head against the desk in defeat. Don't fret, my boy, Nizu chirped as he reset the board. You are greatly improving. I almost had to try that time. Izuku just sighed as the sound of stones clacking once again filled the office. After several more games, Izuku was released and given the names of 5 new heroes to analyze. As he was looking over their profiles, he took the familiar path to the nurse's office. Meeting up with Kaken after Recovery Girl was done healing him and lecturing Big Green about pushing the 8-year-old too hard, they both started walking. So, what did you break this time? Izuku smirked without taking his eyes off the notebook he was scribbling in. I didn't break anything, Deku, Katsuki huffed. At Izuku's incredulous look, he explained further. Okay, I destroyed one drone, but I didn't break any bones. During sparring with Green Sensei, I did a backflip, landed wrong and twisted my fraggin' ankle. Fraggin'? Izuku questioned with a raised eyebrow. I'm trying to break the fraggin' habit, Katsuki said, turning his head to hide his blush. Anyway, we should go check on Cottonhead. Hobo Sensei's gotta be done with his hazing by now, right? Shinszo was on his back, panting heavily after finishing the run. He had done it. Every test Aizawa gave him, he gave his all. But was it enough? Well, unsurprisingly, your results were either average or below, Aizawa drawled, making Shinszo's heart sink. I'll work with Recovery Girl on an exercise and meal plan for our next session. I'll also have to talk to Izuku and my brother about how best to train your quirk. That made Shinszo shoot up to sitting position. Why you mean dash? Shinszo asked. The only way I would have rejected you was if you slacked off or gave up, Aizawa said, offering Shinszo a water bottle which he gratefully accepted and started chugging. You've got a tough road ahead of you, especially if you're planning on going underground, but you don't have zero potential. See you next week, kid. Shinszo watched as Aizawa walked away and couldn't believe it. He was really going to be trained by a hero. He then collapsed back to the ground with a smile. Not long after, Bakugo and Midoriya were looking down at him. You okay, Cottonhead? Katsuki asked, offering him a hand which he happily took. Yeah, just exhausted, Shinszo explained, getting to his feet, shakily. You good to walk on your own, Hichan? Midoriya asked, looking concerned as his friend looked a little unsteady. Yeah, I dash. Wait, Hichan? Hitoshi questioned. Izuku blushed and looked back down at his notebook. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend Dash, Midoriya tried, but Hitoshi cut him off with a chuckle. It's fine, Midoriya. I like it, Shinszo said with a small smile as Izuku beamed at him. Come on, Deku, Katsuki said, rolling his eyes. Let's get Cottonhead to the old lady. If we're lucky, he's suffered from heat stroke. I'm sorry, how is that lucky? Shinszo asked, eyebrows raised. Midoriya chuckled. Because, Hichan, there's nothing more amusing than watching a small, old lady chewing out a professional hero over reckless teaching, while hitting them with her cane. As the 3 boys walked back to the school, Aizawa was watching them from one of the windows and sighed. What a tiresome trio, he thought with a sad smile as he remembered another trio of friends. It was hard to ignore the parallels, the loud blonde, the insomniac loner, and the optimistic glue that held them together. Before he could start worrying about them suffering the same loss their group did, his phone vibrated. Zashi, drinks tonight at the lair with Nem. You in? Me, will Emmy be there? Zashi, I neither confirm nor deny. Aizawa rolled his eyes. This wasn't the first time his friends tried to set him up with joke. It's not like she was serious about wanting to go out or marry him, right? Oh, what the hell? Me. Tell Joke she gets one chance. Zashi. WHA? Aizawa smiled. Maybe a relationship wouldn't be the most illogical thing in the world. Chapter 9. Monster in the Woods. Summary. The boys decide to go camping and notice a few dead animals along the way. Probably just a cat, right? Chapter text. Shinszo was not having fun. He was tired, sweaty, covered in bug bites that spray did nothing, and his back and feet were killing him. Who the hell would do this for fun? Oi, hurry up, cotton head. Yeah, hitch on. We want to set up camp before lunch. Oh, right, Shinszo thought. My two crazy friends. This was supposed to be his first official week of training, but Aizawa-sensei had to cancel due to a mission. He was told to try being more physical outside of training, and that's why he accepted his friend's invitation to go camping. He'd never gone camping before, but since it's just the woods behind Bakugu's house, he'd be close enough to civilization if he decided to chicken out. Unfortunately, Shinszo underestimated how much land the Bakugas owned. As it turns out, the fashion industry pays very well, and they'd been walking for close to an hour to get to their perfect spot, as Katsuki and Izuku called it. When he asked how their parents were okay with a bunch of 8-year-olds camping on their own so far away, they reminded him that quirk use was legal on private property and their parents trusted they could handle themselves. I don't get why I have to carry so much, Shinszo panted. While Midoriya's pack was the largest, Bakugu's was half the size Shinszo's was. "'Cause you're the one who needs the exercise, String Bean," Bakugu said. "Not my name," Shinszo weakly grumbled. He then lost his footing and fell forwards, his pack pinning him down. Midoriya ran over to help while Bakugu was busy laughing his ass off. "You okay, Hitchan?" Midoriya asked. "Peachy keen," Shinszo grunted into the dirt. After Izuku lifted the pack off his back like it weighed nothing, Shinszo lifted his head and tumbled backward when he saw what he almost landed on. "Oh, relax, cotton head," Bakugu said. "It's just a dead squirrel." "That's the 5th one this week," Midoriya said, helping Shinszo up and brushing him off. "I'm starting to think this isn't one of your neighbor's cats. Kakin, think we should set a trap?" "I don't think it's a cat at all, guys," Shinszo said, cautiously observing the carcass. "Huh? How the foo-frag can you tell?" "Do you have any idea how many presents I've gotten over the years from my cats?" Shinszo asked in a deadpan. "In my experience, cats don't cut their prey down the middle like that." Looking closer, the two others saw what Shinszo meant. It looked like someone sliced the squirrel open with a knife. Not wanting to think about this, Shinszo shook his head. "Whatever, it's probably just some other animal." He then turned to Izuku. "Hey, Greenie." "Yeah, dash." Izuku's eyes suddenly glazed over, and his face turned blank. "Carry me in my pack," Shinszo ordered. As Midoriya obediently complied, Katsuki looked on with an unimpressed expression. At first, Deku had to beg Cotton Head to use his quirk on him. Now, he was more than willing to put Deku under any chance he got. "What?" Shinszo questioned innocently as Midoriya held him in a princess carry. "You said we can use our quirks, right? Besides, this is good practice for both of us." Shaking his head, Bakugu just continued walking while Shinszo ordered Midoriya to follow. However, Katsuki couldn't get the idea that someone was killing animals behind his house out of his head. He'd definitely have to tell the old man and the hag about this. "Phew, that was exhausting," Shinszo said, wiping the sweat from his brow after releasing Izuku, who sputtered. "Wah, yo be you. I was doing all the work," Midoriya indignantly exclaimed. "Yeah, and fighting my quirk the whole time," Shinszo said, rubbing his temples. "Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to dash? Where did you get that notebook?" "It's best to just assume he has one on him at all times," Katsuki said, unloading Izuku's pack and beginning to set up the tent. As Izuku went into mutter mode and started writing about the experience, Shinszo was looking around the area. He had to admit, this was the perfect spot. Not too much or too little sunlight, a fire pit that seemed to get regular use, and a stream not too far away. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. 30 minutes later. I regret everything, Shinszo thought after being judo thrown for the 5th time. While Izuku was getting firewood, Katsuki offered to show him some moves. You're getting better, Cotton Head, Katsuki said, offering a hand up. Your hip check was almost fast enough to counter me. Come on, one more time before the nerd gets back. Sighing, Shinszo got into the stance Katsuki taught him. However, before either of them could make a move, Izuku came back dragging a large log. Shinszo then dropped his guard only to be once again flipped by Katsuki. I hate you so much, Shinszo deadpanned, glaring up as Katsuki smirked down at him. Rolling his eyes at his friends, Izuku added the log to the pile he'd been gathering and walked over to help Shinszo up. Hey, I'm just trying to prepare you for when you start your training with Hobo-sensei in earnest, Katsuki said. Believe me, you don't want to be caught off guard by any of his logical ruses. Though, I'm starting to get why he and Green-sensei like pulling them so often. Green-sensei, Shinszo wondered to himself before shrugging and following Katsuki over to the pile to help pick out some kindling for a fire while Izuku broke apart the larger logs with his bare hands. After using a series of smaller explosions to light the fire, Katsuki dug into the cooler and pulled out a package of hot dogs. I'm gonna go get us some water, Izuku said, grabbing a large filtration tank and heading for the stream as his friends started cooking their hot dogs. Sometimes he was glad he couldn't taste anything. However, he knew he'd be back to missing it later tonight when his friends were making s'mores. As he was filling up the tank, he considered taking a nap later since the point of this trip was to help Shinszo be more active while allowing him and Kaken to relax. However, he jumped when he heard a loud, squeaky noise. Running across the river to investigate, he soon found a dead rabbit bleeding out the neck. Upon further inspection of the fresh wound, Izuku was sure it was caused by a blade. Not spotting any sign of the culprit, he cautiously returned to collecting his water while contemplating his next move. However, had he looked up, he would have noticed a girl with shoulder-length blonde hair and yellow, cat-like eyes looking down at him from near the top of a tree, admiring his pretty, red shoes. They could be so much cuter, she thought with a hungry, fanged smile as she rubbed her bloody box cutter with her thumb. Later that night, long after the boys had extinguished the fire, she found herself sneaking into their camp. She knew they'd punish her if they saw she wasn't in her room, let alone if they found out what she'd been doing in these woods every day after school. Despite the risk, she just couldn't stop thinking about those shoes and had to make them cuter. The kid would probably end up thanking her and be her friend. As she heard them snoring, she slowly unzipped the tent. However, once it was unzipped enough to peek inside, she was blinded by a flashlight, and the snoring abruptly stopped. Jumping back and brandishing the box cutter, she tried to blink the spots from her eyes. You got 5 seconds to tell us why you tried to stab us in our sleep, said a tired voice. However, instead of answering, she leapt in the voice's general direction and began slashing at the air with her weapon. While she was fast, her arm was eventually grabbed, wrist twisted to make her drop her weapon, and she found herself being thrown and pinned onto the ground. She tried to escape, squirming and thrashing, but to no avail. Nice job, Cotton Head, another voice said, clearly proud. She looked up to see her new friend standing with a blonde kid and craned her neck back to see the purple-haired kid that was pinning her down. The green-haired kid crouched down. Who are you? He asked. And why the hell are you killing animals in my backyard? The blonde angrily asked. I needed somewhere far away to feed without them finding out, the girl said, still struggling and ignoring the first question. I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone owned these woods. Please, I wasn't going to hurt you. I just wanted to surprise you by making your shoes cuter. Please, let me go. She had to get free. They couldn't find out she was here. They couldn't find out she wasn't normal. The 3 boys shared a look. Who is them, and why would they be upset about you eating? Izuku asked, having a feeling he knew the answer. She frantically shook her head, tears in her eyes. She couldn't tell them. They wouldn't believe her. They'd tell them, and she'd be punished and her head wouldn't stop hurting, and... Hey, Izuku quietly said, making her look up at him. He was looking at her with a kind, understanding smile. It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. Is it because of your quirk? After a few seconds, she nodded. I need blood, she said guiltily. And your parents won't let you have any. The guy on top of her asked. She shook her head. It's not normal to want blood. But if I don't get any, my head starts to hurt and then I hear things and think about things I don't wanna and dash suddenly. Her mind fogged over and the purple-haired guy was off her back. Sleep, his tired voice echoed in her head. And just like that, she was asleep. All right, she's pretty cute, Sho admitted as he stroked the fluffy white fur of the albino skunk curled up in his lap. See? I told you you'd love Blossom, Ms. Joke said as she played with another skunk on the floor of the cafe. While a late-night skunk cafe wouldn't have been Sho's first choice for their second official date, he could see why this place was Emmy's favorite animal cafe. It was a nice place to relax before his mission tomorrow. Unfortunately, it seemed he was enjoying himself a bit too much for the universe's liking because his phone started ringing. Checking the ID, he groaned at seeing Bakugu's name. Knowing the brat had a sleep schedule he rigidly abided by, he knew this couldn't be good. Bakugu, dash. Yeah, you told me you were going. Wait, how many dead animals? That last part made Emmy look up from the round belly she was rubbing. Wait, you all knew it was a knife wound, but didn't think to. He then sighed at whatever the person on the other end said and began rubbing his eyes. Okay, fine. What happened next? Wait, Shinszo did. Really? And you're sure it was all on private land? Okay, where are you now? Your place? And she's still asleep. Okay, call the police and ask for a man named Tsukachi. Tell them Eraser's calling in a favor and to contact me. All right, bye. Running a hand down his face and tiredly sighing, Sho gave Blossom a few final pats before pushing her off his lap, much to her displeasure. Sorry, Em, but I gotta go, Sho said, grabbing his jacket. Everything okay? Emmy asked, getting up while the skunk she had been playing with was trying to get her attention again. Just my nephew and his friends making my life harder, Sho sighed, heading for the door. Mind if I tag along? Emmy asked, to which Sho shrugged. If you can keep up, he smirked, jumping and using his scarf to grab onto a nearby fire escape to help fling himself to the top of the building. Grinning, Emmy ripped off the bottom half of her dress to reveal the baggy shorts of her hero costume. She then tapped her heels together twice to reveal the hidden springs in her boots and bounced in place to gain some momentum before launching herself after her man. Toga Himiko, Tsukachi said, handing a file to Aizawa. They were at a hospital, waiting outside Toga's room for her to wake up on her own. 10 years old, an only child to a well-respected family. Officially, her quirk is classified as a minor cat mutation. While the doctors say she shows some signs of minor malnutrition, there's no mention anywhere about any special dietary requirements. So, either she's lying, Aizawa started, flipping through the file, or her parents are. Emmy finished, a scowl on her face that Sho thought looked out of place. It could also be psychological, Tsukachi shrugged. Using a quirk as an excuse for violent urges isn't uncommon. Sho sighed. Well, we won't know for sure until the kid wakes up. Did the boys' statements clear? Yep, they're all in the clear, Tsukachi nodded. Shinszo used his quirk with prior permission from the Bakugas, and the other two backed up the story that he only used it to calm Toga down. However, you should probably have a talk with them about handling these kinds of situations on their own. What's the point? Sho scoffed. They didn't listen after they blew the whistle on Aldera, and Shinszo's already starting to pick up their bad habits. Emmy choked on her coffee. Tea they helped take down Aldera. Bakugu and Izuku did, yes, Sho said, smirking into his scarf. Didn't I mention that? As she pouted, Sho continued talking to the detective. So, where are the boys? The cafeteria, Tsukachi said, pointing a thumb down the hall. The Shinzos took their son home already, but Izuku and Katsuki are waiting for you with the Bakugas and Midoriya-san. Nodding, Aizawa left, followed by Joke as Tsukachi went back into Toga's room to wait for her to wake. Ooh, already introducing me to your family, Emmy teased. How sudden. Don't you think we ought to slow down a bit? Says the girl who asked me to marry her the day we met. Sho scoffed. Besides, my nephew's been dying to meet you. He has a few questions about your quirk. Fanboy, huh? Joke beamed. Can't wait to meet him. Oh, you poor fool, Aizawa thought. Tsukachi looked up from his paperwork when he heard the shuffling of hospital sheets. Toga was starting to wake up, and while he'd normally have to wait for her parents to question her, the boy's statements about her behavior gave him reasonable suspicion about the girl's living situation. He inched his chair closer to her bed and got out his notebook and pen. Hello, Miss Toga, Tsukachi said softly as her eyes fluttered open. How are you feeling? Huh? Who are where dash? She groggily began but stopped as she started to realize this wasn't her bedroom. Her eyes suddenly widened in panic as she tightly gripped her sheets, and Tsukachi put up his hands in a placating manner. It's all right, he said. You're okay. Nobody's going to hurt you. My name is Detective Tsukachi, and I just want to ask you some questions about tonight, okay? Toga timidly nodded, eyes narrowed as she examined her sheets. Before we begin, I'm legally required to inform you that my quirk is called lie detector, meaning I can tell when someone's lying. This made her eyes shoot up. Why, you mean? As long as I tell you the truth, you'll believe me, she asked, almost desperately. As long as it's the truth, he nodded with a friendly smile. He saw the girl start to tear up and handed her a tissue. Let's begin with an easy question. Tsukachi started, readying his pen. What is your quirk? Himiko looked away. And my parents said to say I have a cat mutation, she timidly said, pointing to her eyes. True. Odd phrasing, Tsukachi thought, writing it down. And is that all your quirk is? The eyes and fangs. Why, yes. Lie. Tsukachi slightly twitched at that and looked up at her. She was watching him intensely, likely testing to see if his quirk really could pick up lies. Why did your parents want you to lie about your quirk? He asked and noticed the girl's eyes widened. She then looked down guiltily. Because my quirk makes me a monster, she said, once again tearing up and scowling. My parents wanted a normal child with a normal quirk. True. Does your real quirk involve consuming blood? Tsukachi asked as he handed the girl another few tissues. She nodded. When I drink someone's blood, I can become them. I found out about it when my cousin got a pee paper cut. It just looked so pretty and yummy, and before I could stop myself, I was sucking on his finger until someone had to pull me off. I noticed my hands looked different and ran to a mirror to see his face melting off of me. Melting. When my quirk wears off, the skin, clothes, everything that made me look like someone else turns into gray sludge. It's kinda gross and so not cute. True. The boy said you told them you needed blood or you suffer from headaches, correct? Yes. True. Do your parents know this? Himiko scoffed. They wouldn't believe me. Some quack told them it was just psychological, and they couldn't take me to a quirk specialist because that would reveal my real quirk. True. Tsukachi was gripping his notebook a little tighter. Did these people really value their reputation as a normal family over their daughter's mental and physical health? This poor girl and the rest of society was lucky the boys encountered her before she had a complete mental breakdown. Please don't make me go back with them, she said, almost pleadingly. Miss Toga, Himiko, I can assure you that I will do my best to make sure you will never have to live with the Togas ever again, Tsukachi reassured her, to which she smiled hopefully. After a few more questions, Tsukachi left the room to let Himiko get back to sleep. He was ready to start a report on the Togas and call a quirk specialist when his phone rang. Detective Tsukachi, he answered. Detective, the Togas are here, the voice on the other line said. You said not to let them see their daughter until you spoke to them. Thank you, Sansa. I'll be right there, he said. After everything Himiko told him, he was going to make sure he kept his promise. Chapter 10. A series of illogical events. Summary. Aizawa makes a series of irrational, life-changing choices. Miss Himiko, there's a couple visitors here to see you. Would it be all right for them to speak to you? The nurse asked. After the girl sitting crisscross on her bed watching cartoons and happily sucking on a blood bag nodded, a shaggy-looking man in black with his long hair tied back in a ponytail and a smiling lady with seafoam green hair entered the room. It's been a little over a week since she was admitted and Himiko was feeling and looking so much better. The hospital's Quirk counselor had confirmed her need for blood wasn't merely psychological and that it didn't have to be human, though she needed less if it was. She had also asked the staff and any visitors to call her by her given name since cutting ties with the Togas. "Hello, to, Himiko," the shaggy man with the scarf said. "My name is Aizawa Shoyuta and this is Fukakato Emi, aka the Smile Hero, Ms. Joke." "How you doing, kiddo?" Fukakato asked, sitting at the foot of the bed and smiling. "Keeping a positive attitude?" After a brief pause, Himiko snorted at the bad pun while Sho groaned. "Really, Emi?" "Oh, lighten up, Sho," Emi said, nudging him with her elbow and winking at the girl. "No need to be negative." "Ugh," Sho moaned, pinching the bridge of his nose as Emi burst into laughter and Himiko started giggling. But seriously, how are you, kid?" Emi asked, wiping a tear from her eye. "Doing fine, I guess," Himiko shrugged with a small smile. "The court counselor here is nice, and I haven't had a headache since I started getting regular blood bags." "Yeah, Sho's the same way with his jelly pouches," Emi joked. "Anyway," Sho said, ignoring the comment, "we're here to talk to you about your upcoming living situation after you testify against the Togas." Suddenly, Himiko looked a little more glum. "The lady from the CGC said I'd have to go into the foster system. Honestly, I don't care where I end up as long as I'm far away from the Togas." Placing a hand on Himiko's, Ms. Joke looked at her with a sympathetic smile. "How about living with us?" "Oh, really?" Himiko asked, eyes wide. But why?" "Why not?" Emi casually shrugged. "All UA teachers are licensed to foster, we have plenty of space, and I'm an adventurous foodie, so it'll be fun trying different blood-based dishes. Besides, I know firsthand how shady some foster homes can be behind closed doors." Sho raised an eyebrow at that, but Himiko tearfully jumped into Emi's arms before he could comment. Thank you, Fukakato-san," Himiko said, face buried in Emi's now wet shoulder. "Call me Emi," Emi said, her own eyes starting to water. "I didn't know you were a foster child," said Aizawa from the passenger seat of Emi's Volkswagen Beetle, nicknamed the Jokeswagon. "Yeah, my birth mom was young when she had me, and the bastard who knocked her up refused to take responsibility," Emi said. "Sorry," Sho said, looking away and rubbing the back of his neck. Emi just shrugged. Don't be. My experience wasn't nearly as bad as some of the stories my foster siblings told me. My parents adopted me when I was a little younger than Himiko, and I never blamed my mom for giving me up. I even met her a couple years ago, and we've kept in touch. So what about you?" "What about me?" Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. "I mean, what was your family situation growing up? I met your curious, mumbly nephew, but you never told me whether you were related to Greenie through his mom or dad." "I'm Izuku's uncle through my workaholic older half-brother, Hisashi," Sho sighed. "And, no, I don't mean present Mike. They just have similar names." At Emi's motioning for him to continue, Sho just shrugged. "There's not much of a story there. Hisashi's dad and our mom divorced when he was about 9, and she soon after met and married my dad and had me within the year. He wasn't the worst big brother in the world, but we still got on each other's nerves. Imagine sharing a room with someone who mutters in their sleep." "Was Hisashi like Izuku as a kid?" Emi asked, to which Shota scoffed. "You kidding? The only difference between the two is Hisashi was never interested in being a hero. Dragon breath isn't quite as strong as it sounds, and he'd always complain about getting a dry throat whenever he used it. No, while Izuku's planning on using his analysis to help him become the #1 hero, Hisashi devoted all his time and effort to becoming the world's #1 quirk analyst. He even figured out the reason my hair floats while my quirk's activated is so it doesn't obscure my vision." "So that's why it does that," Emi exclaimed, smacking the steering wheel and making Sho jump. She sheepishly apologized at his glare, and it wasn't long before they were at Emi's place near Ketsubutsu. "Are you still sure about this?" Emi asked as she and Sho started loading the boxes from her apartment into the truck provided by UA. "Don't get me wrong, I'm still all for working at UA and fostering Himiko together, but the suggestion coming from you was just so surprising. Hell, Just about everything you've done since we became official has gone against all logic. Your first love. Sho sighed as he retied his hair back. First, thanks in part to my therapist, I've recently come to the realization that living life as logically as I had been wasn't really living much. It's not the kind of life Oboro would have wanted for me. Second, we may not have been officially dating for very long, but we've known each other long enough that I think we both know we're in this for the long haul. And third, he got down on one knee and pulled a small, black box out of his pocket, opening it to reveal a ring that resembled two cats holding a diamond, stunning Emmy. Against all logic, I love you, bad jokes and all. Fukakato Emmy, will you marry me? After what seemed like an eternity, Emmy burst into laughter and tears, tackling Shota to the ground and kissing him while shouting yes, over and over again. And Sho laughed with her, not knowing whether it was because of her quirk or if he was just that happy and certainly not caring. Congratulations, buddy, Hisashi screamed. Even with his quirk cancelled, his squeal of joy was loud enough to shake every window on UA's campus. As he was being squeezed by Zashi in a constrictor-like hug, and Emmy was giddily showing off her ring to Namuri and the rest of staff, Sho was cursing the weasel. He should have known Nizu wouldn't keep his mouth shut. This meeting was supposed to be to introduce Emmy to the staff as the future second-year hero informatics teacher, but the weasel decided to start off the meeting by congratulating them on their engagement and fostering of Himiko. Never thought I'd see the day, Snipe commented, ectoplasm and Cementos nodding in agreement. Zashi, Sho tried. Can't breath. Ahem. Nizu cleared his throat, making Mike drop a gasping Aizawa. Now that congratulations are out of the way, let's discuss Miss Fukakado's duties as Miss Ito's Ta while she finishes her final year with us. Rubbing his ribs, Sho took his seat next to Emmy. As Nizu began the meeting in earnest, Emmy placed her hand on his, and in response to her kind smile, he gave her a tired one of his own. Despite the rational, logical part of his brain arguing against his recent decisions, he was glad he decided to ignore it for a change. For the first time since Oboro's death, Sho was honestly, truly happy. Chapter 11. Surprise. Summary. Aizawa and Joke take Himiko home, and their co-workers throw them a little party before Aizawa goes on patrol. Chapter text. After the camping fiasco, the boys' parents agreed it would be for the best if they spent their rest days at each other's houses for the foreseeable future. Today, they were relaxing at Shinszo's. As it turned out, Hitoshi had other interests outside of cats, and the boys were reading some of his pre-Quirk American comics. Dude, I can't believe your parents let you read some of these, Izuku said, admiring Shinszo's bookshelf. I mean, my mom would kill me if she caught me reading something like Punisher Max. Hitoshi shrugged while sitting on his bed and stroking the purple Cornish Rex napping next to him. My parents trust me, and blood and gore just doesn't freak me out. You can partly thank Beerus the Destroyer here for that. You have no idea how long it took for him to stop drawing blood when me or my parents went to pet him. Speaking of blood, Hobo-sensei and Clown-sensei are bringing the bloodsucker home today, right? Katsuki asked without looking up from the Immortal Hulk TPB he was reading. I don't think she'd appreciate being called a bloodsucker, Kakin, Izuku dryly said, trying to decide between a Batman or Superman trait. Fine. Are they bringing home Fangs today? Katsuki corrected, rolling his eyes. Yeah, they were supposed to bring her home yesterday, but Uncle Sho said one more night at the hospital would be for the best after her meltdown in the courtroom, Izuku said with a sour expression. I still can't believe her parents were bad enough to trigger a panic attack at the sight of them. I still can't believe Aizawa-sensei and Ms. Joke are a thing, let alone going to be raising a kid together, Hitoshi said, not pausing his petting of Beerus as he continued reading an old issue of Radiant Black with one hand. I was more surprised he was the one who asked her to marry him, Izuku said. Anyway, Uncle Sho said he wanted us to wait till tomorrow to officially introduce us, so she can spend today settling in. I'm also not allowed to ask her about her quirk yet, so I'm counting on you guys to stop me from going into a mutter storm. Like either of us have any chance of stopping you from doing anything, Shinszo muttered under his breath. Makes sense, I guess. Katsuki shrugged from his spot on the floor. I mean, we all saw her freaking out about her quirk while Baggy Eyes was pinning her to the ground. Do I prefer baggy eyes to cotton head? Shinszo wondered to himself until he heard a crash. The fuck? Katsuki exclaimed. Damn it. Kampa, that better not have been the treat jar again. Shinszo tiredly muttered to himself as he got up to check on the noise. As the now awake Beerus glared at the two remaining boys like he would destroy them if they approached, Izuku looked up from his Batman to smirk at Katsuki. That's another 10, Kaken. Damn it. Katsuki grumbled, getting into position. He was regretting telling his friends about his challenge to do 10 push-ups for every swear. Just as he was finishing his set, Shinszo came back carrying another purple Cornish Rex, though this one was rather overweight. Either of you guys want a cat with an eating disorder? Shinszo dryly joked, plopping Kampa down on the bed and sitting between his two cats before they could do more than make annoyed noises at each other. Himiko still couldn't believe this was her life now. After almost 6 years of trying to suppress her urges to avoid upsetting her parents, the Togas, it was so surreal to not only be allowed to drink blood, but even encouraged to. Now, she was gulping down blood bags like Aizawa gulped down those gross jelly pouches. You okay back there, kiddo? Emmy asked from the driver's seat of her totally cute Jokeswagon. Why yeah, Himiko responded, pausing her chewing on the ear of the green bunny stress toy she was given so she would stop making her bottom lip and cheek bleed. Just, a little anxious. That's only logical, Sho said with a nod, eyes closed and arms crossed. Your life has changed so much in such a short amount of time. I'd be more surprised if you weren't a little anxious. This past week has been like a dream, Himiko said, before shuddering slightly. Except for yesterday. I just keep feeling like I'll eventually wake up locked in that room with an aching head. Don't worry, kiddo, Emmy said, confidently as she tightly gripped the wheel. I promise, yesterday was the last time you'll ever have to see the Togas. I hope so, Himiko said quietly as she continued to absent-mindedly gnaw on the ear. Tell you what, how about we spend tonight getting you comfortable and we can have a girls' day out tomorrow to buy some decorations for your room, Emmy proposed, to which Himiko excitedly nodded and grinned, fangs on full display. Sho smiled to himself. A relaxing night before his patrol sounded nice. Meanwhile, at the on-campus residence of Aizawa Shota and Fukakato Emmy. Artiste, is the banner finished? Mike called out. Finished and handing up, Blondie, UA's visual art teacher declared with a thumbs up. Looking up at her work, Mike grinned and returned the thumbs up. Perfect. Now, all we need is Lunch Rush to bring the dash. Behind you. Huh, Lunch Rush said, carrying a large pot and being followed by several robots carrying different dishes. 2 minutes, 17 seconds, Yamada. Nizu cheerfully announced from the couch, where he was tracking the Jokeswagon on his phone and petting a one-eyed, white kitten with a scar like his own named Nettie. I think we're all set, Zashi, Midnight said as she and an out-of-costume 13 finished tying balloons to a banister. Mike grinned and clapped his hands. Places, people. Let's give this kid a plus ultra UA welcome. Yeah. God damn it, Hizashi, Sho muttered under his breath as they exited the car. Standing outside his and Emmy's new house and grinning like idiots was almost the entire staff of UA in civilian clothes. Welcome home, Himiko, everyone shouted, matching the large, colorfully animated banner hanging above them. I thought you told them no surprise parties, Emmy whispered a little nervously as Himiko's grip on her hand tightened. I did, Sho said, glaring at Hizashi and Namuri. Meanwhile, Himiko was eyeing the approaching blonde and Violet with caution. Emmy, who are these people? Himiko whispered, moving a little closer to her guardian. These are some of our co-workers, Emmy calmly explained. We were planning on introducing you to them after you were finished settling in, Aizawa said, still glaring but now activating his quirk, but it appears our irrational friends had other plans. WL, you never said no parties, Mike said, rubbing the back of his neck, sheepishly. Just no surprise parties. How is this not a surprise party? We didn't all yell surprise? Come on, Sho, Midnight said, smiling kindly at Himiko. You can't blame us for being excited to meet such a cutie. That made Himiko blush. You really think I'm cute? She asked, smiling hopefully. Of course we do, Lil listener, Hizashi chimed in. Especially that beautiful smile. Now come on. Lunch Rush has been dying to meet you. After all, it's not every day he gets to experiment with blood-based dishes, Namiri said with a wink. Seeing the girl sniff the air and begin to drool, Emmy chuckled and gave her a nudge towards the two heroes. Go ahead, sweetie, Emmy said. Show, and I will be right behind you. Grinning even wider, Himiko excitedly took Namiri and Hizashi's hands, and the two led her inside to introduce the girl to their friends. As the couple started emptying the car, a red convertible pulled up and a large man with gray hair and prominent bottom canines hopped out of the driver's seat. Sorry I'm late, Vlad King apologized, holding up a bandaged palm. Had an emergency while walking Java. You two need any help? No, but thanks, Can, Emmy said, she and Sho holding up two bags and the green rabbit Himiko had dropped in her excitement. Himi didn't really have a lot she wanted to bring. Poor kid, Ken said, shaking his head and walking with the couple. It never ceases to amaze me how closed-minded some people could still be in a world of quirks. And just so you know, I was against the party but was outvoted. Didn't stop you from showing up, Aizawa said, to which Vlad chuckled guiltily. Well, Lunch Rush asked for a few of my mom's old recipes, he said. She had similar dietary requirements to Himiko that I fortunately didn't inherit, but I still miss those dishes from time to time. Her Taiwanese blood cakes were out of this world. I'll take your word for it, Sho said dryly. Oh, no you don't, Emmy immediately said, playfully bumping up against him. We made a promise to support her, and if I gotta eat bloody pancakes to do that, so do you. Blood platter, Vlad dreamily said, licking his lips. Smothered in homemade lingonberry jam and served with venison, the perfect way to start the day. Okay, I might not be that daring, Emmy nervously chuckled while Sho rolled his eyes. Inside, while the less adventurous staff members were enjoying the more traditional dishes Lunch Rush brought, others like Hound Dog and Snipe were enjoying the various blood sausages, while Himiko was happily slurping a bowl of soup. This duck blood soup is super yummy, Mr. Lunch Rush, Himiko exclaimed, licking her lips. I still think I like that Teatkin stuff more, though. Glad you like it, Lunch Rush said with a smile in his voice, next offering her what looked like fried bars on sticks. My favorite part about working at UA is catering to all the different needs of the students, and it's been a while since we had anyone with your unique requirements. Here, try a blood cake next. We'll take 3, a gruff voice said. Himiko turned around to see Emmy and Sho approaching with a big guy in a red t-shirt. She was about to tell them how good the food was when she suddenly froze at the strong scent of fresh blood coming from the big guy. Passing 2 blood cakes to his co-workers, who still looked apprehensive, Vlad King was about to take a bite when he noticed Himiko staring up at him. He gave her a friendly smile and kneeled down in front of her. Hello, little Himiko, he said, not bothered by her staring at his bottom canines and scarred cheek. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. My name is Kensekijiro, a.k.a. the Blood Hero, Vlad King. Be Blood Hero? Himiko questioned in awe. Yup, Ken smirked, opening the bandage on his palm. The cut opened and Himiko watched in fascination as blood started rising out of it like the goo in a lava lamp, hardening and taking different shapes before returning to liquid and back into his palm. I can control my blood to make different shapes and weapons to capture villains. Pointing to what looked like a port in his neck, he continued. I normally have support equipment that I plug into here to access my blood, so I don't have to constantly cut myself. Pretty cool, huh? Himiko nodded excitedly. That's super cool. Are you an underground hero like Shota? Nope, Vlad said, puffing out his chest. I'm proud to be ranked the 166th hero in Japan. Himiko's jaw dropped. But that's so high. Don't people think your quirk is kinda, gross or creepy? Some do, yeah, Vlad shrugged. And that's probably one of the reasons I'm not higher ranked. However, the people I save with my quirk rarely care, and that's what being a hero is all about. It's a person's actions that make them a hero or villain, not their quirk. Do you think I could be a limelight hero? Himiko nervously asked. And my quirk is dash. I know what your quirk is, Vlad kindly said, ruffling her hair. and I think it can help you be an incredible hero, limelight or underground. Suddenly, Himiko found herself tearing up and Ken pulled her into a hug. While Emmy looked on with a smile, Sho finished his blood cake and threw away the stick. I'll have another, Sho said to Lunch Rush. Well, that was fun, huh? Emmy said, starting the dishwasher. It could have been worse, Sho said, walking out of their bedroom with his hair tied back and in full costume minus the boots. He gave Emmy a kiss on the cheek before heading over to Himiko, who was in her pink pajamas and nodding off on the couch in front of the TV with Nettie purring on her lap. Come on, kid, he said, picking her up while Emmy grabbed the now mewing kitten and her stress toy. Time for bed. Emmy followed as Sho carried the girl to her still barren room and she helped tuck her in. After she got comfortable, Nettie jumped up and curled up next to her. Sleep sweet, kiddo, Emmy said, kissing her on the forehead. Sleep sweet, mama. Himiko yawned and began to doze off, hugging her green rabbit. Good night, daddy. After closing the door, Emmy jumped into Sho's arms and started quietly bawling her eyes out. SSH Sho. E and I happily sobbed. SH she called Emmy. SH she called UUUS dash. Yeah, I heard, Sho said, smiling and rubbing soothing circles into her back as his fiancé absolutely drenched his shoulder. I wonder if she's somehow related to Inko. After changing his shirt, Eraserhead began his patrol. So far, it was a slow night. An electronics store robbery, 3 muggings, 2 bar fights, 2 home invasions, and a few everyday cases of dumb kids trying to get away with illegally using their quirks. He let them off with a warning. He was halfway through his route when he spotted a familiar white cape billowing in the wind at the edge of a roof. Sensei, Eraserhead greeted as he landed on the roof and approached his old teacher. Scruffy, Big Green returned without looking at his old student. Something I can help you with? Shouldn't that be my line? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. After all, this is my patrol route. Fair enough, Big Green shrugged, gesturing to the old building he was watching. Got a tip on a local gang selling trigger, and I'm waiting for their boss, Krogara, to return. Figured I'd do you a favor and take him down for you. Aizawa scoffed. I think I can handle a few gutter punks. Be my guest, Big Green smirked, nodding at the large, snapping turtle mutant walking into the building with a briefcase. Did I forget to mention they're all mutant types? Aizawa smirked back and adjusted his goggles. Like you taught me all those years ago, no hero is a one-trick pony. Eraserhead then jumped and used his scarf to swing across the street and sneak in through an open window while Piccolo continued watching and listening. He heard Eraserhead quietly choke someone out, then saw the building's lights go out. Soon enough, there were gunshots, glass shattering, and shouts of pain. He then heard a distinct PSSH sound and a roar before he saw his student being violently thrown through a window. Not even a second later, the leader of the gang burst out of the building, larger and using flames shooting out of where his arms and legs were to fly. Krogara, the villain roared into the sky, flames shooting out of his mouth. You need some help? Now, Big Green called down. Maybe a little, Aizawa groaned as he narrowly avoided the giant flaming shell. Leaping down, Big Green landed an axe kick on the villain's head. Though seemingly unaffected, this did get Krogara's attention and allowed Eraserhead to gain some distance to use his quirk. The flames suddenly died, and Krogara came crashing down. While the monster was confused, Big Green charged in and began delivering powerful energy strikes to his plastron while avoiding Krogara's claws swiping at him. When Aizawa had to blink, he wrapped his scarf around the villain's beak to avoid him using his fire breath, and with Big Green's help, the two pulled and slammed his head into the pavement. After repeating this process a few more times, they finally succeeded in knocking the villain out and watched him shrink as the trigger wore off. Thanks, Aizawa said, readying his hair back. If you want to thank me, feel free to handle the paperwork, Green said, walking away as they both heard sirens approaching. See you tomorrow, kid. And by the way, congrats on your engagement and the kid. I expect a good seat at the wedding. Aizawa watched as his mentor stretched one of his arms to the top of a building and swung around a corner. He's so cool, Sho couldn't help muttering to himself. Chapter 12. Emi and Himi's boring day. Summary. After an uneventful girls' day out, Himiko meets the problem children. Chapter text. I like food cause it is yum my. I will put it in my tum my, Emi hummed to herself. She had just finished setting the table and had begun plating her family's breakfast when she heard Himiko walking behind her. Good morning, sweetie, Emi cheerily called as Himiko made her way to the table. How'd you sleep? All right, Himiko yawned, hair a mess and Nettie in her arms. Emi wasn't sure whether she was lying or not, given what Hound Dog told her about night terrors. What's for breakfast? It's called a full English, Emi explained, setting the plate down in front of her before opening a can of wet food for Nettie. Bacon, sausage, scrambled eggs, grilled tomatoes and mushrooms, baked beans, toast, black pudding, aka breakfast blood sausage courtesy of Lunch Rush, and a tall, cold glass of orange juice mixed with pig's blood to wash it all down. Himiko had put Nettie down and was practically drooling, trying to decide what to eat first when she suddenly covered her nose. Emi realized why when the front door opened. Morning, Sho tiredly greeted as he kicked off his boots. What smells so good? You. Definitely not you, hon, Emi said, joining their daughter and pinching her nose shut. Sho sighed. I had to chase a villain through the sewers, he explained, putting his capture scarf in a special washer by the door. He tried to kiss his fiancée on his way to the coffee machine, but Emi blocked him by making an X with her arms. Nope. No kisses or coffee until after your shower, mister, Emi commanded with Himiko rapidly nodding in agreement. Can I drink my coffee in the shower? Sho half-heartedly asked, trying to mimic Izuku's kitten eyes. He got his answer when Emi's eyes narrowed and she stamped her foot while pointing towards the bathroom. He then shuffled past her, shoulders slumped and head hung in defeat. And don't forget to empty your utility belt before throwing that uniform into the incinerator, Emi called back, putting on a rubber glove before picking up his boots and throwing them into the metal trash can with a fire symbol on it. After closing the lid, a red light on the can turned on, and within seconds, the boots were nothing but ash and the light turned green. This and that special washer for his scarf were the best requests to Higuri I ever made, Emi said, smiling as she sat down to eat across from Himiko. Hey, Emo, Emi dash, Himiko started, but was interrupted by Emi. You know, you can call me and show mom and dad if you want, Emi said, smiling at the now blushing girl. It's totally fine if you don't want to, but we won't mind if you do. All right, Mom, Himiko said. When we go out today, can we get a Vlad King poster? Of course we can, Emi said. I know just the store, and I bet Ken would even be willing to sign it for you. You really liked him, huh? What did you think of the rest of our friends? Well, Himiko started, taking another bite of her black pudding as she considered her answer. They're all okay. I liked Kiyama and Tsukuru and thought Nizu was funny and kinda cute, but Yamato was kinda loud. Inui was nice, but Ken's definitely the coolest. He doesn't care what people think of him or his quirk. I wish I was like that. We'll work on your confidence with Inui, Emi said. Now eat up. We've got a big day ahead of us and a UA credit card to max out. Not long after both girls were finished eating, Aizawa came out of his bedroom wearing pink sweatpants and a ratty black shirt with the faded words, "My Hero Costume," written on it, and carrying a disposable bag. There was a time I could have been covered in week-old fish guts, and I'd still have to beat her back with a stick, he grumbled to himself as he dropped the bag containing his old uniform into the incinerator. Oh yeah, I remember that mission, Emi said, kissing him and handing him his plate while he poured his coffee. That was one of your first assignments while interning under His Purple Highness, right? That restaurant was a front for that villain with a shrinking quirk. What was his name? Captain Pipsqueak, Sho said after taking a gulp of coffee. And it wasn't a front. The restaurant was a legitimate attempt at trying to retire from villainy. Too bad chum isn't considered an FDA-approved ingredient for those without special quirk needs. Yeah, you'd think someone who claimed to have gone to college would know something like that, Emi chuckled. Anyway, Himi, why don't you go take a shower, and then we can get going. Okay, Mom, Himiko said, skipping to the bathroom as Nettie followed. Mom, huh? Sho smirked behind his mug at Emi getting misty-eyed. Shut up and eat your bloody breakfast, Sho, she said, wiping her eyes with a crooked smile. Damn it, why can't I get them right? Himiko grumbled in front of the mirror as she undid her hair for the 10th time. This used to be so damn easy before Dash. You alright? Sho asked, making Himiko jump. She turned to see the underground hero leaning lazily against her door frame. Can you get Mom, please? She sighed, brushing out the knots. I need some help with my hair. I actually know a bit more about styling hair than Emmy, you know? Sho said, pointing to his own pulled back hair as he approached. What are you going for? I was trying to make my hair look like it did before the Togas told me I was too old for the style, Himiko admitted. Two messy buns with two bangs framing your face, right? Sho asked as he began fanning out her hair with his hands, shocking the girl. I remember seeing some pictures of you when you were younger. He then grabbed two clumps of hair and with a quick turn of his wrists, had flawlessly recreated her old, cute hairstyle. Himiko was speechless. Is that okay? Sho asked, a little nervous at her lack of reaction. Suddenly, Himiko jumped out of her chair and pulled him into a tight hug. It's perfect, she said, grinning up at him. Thanks, Sho. Call me Dad, Sho said, smiling as he returned the hug and patted her head. Now, come on. Your mother's waiting for you, and I need some sleep before the problem children arrive. After the two girls said their goodbyes, Sho collapsed onto the couch and Nettie jumped onto his back. Just like your namesake, you're a pain in the back, Nettie, Sho thought, wincing as Nettie dug his claws into his back, trying to get comfortable. Mom, who are the problem children? Himiko asked. Is Daddy in a band or something? Emmy couldn't help snorting. No, sweetie, they're a group of kids Sho trains on Sundays, she explained. He calls them problem children because they have a habit of sticking their noses into situations that usually end with him talking to the police. Are they UA students? No, they're about your age. One of them is actually Sho's nephew and the other two are his friends. If we get home early enough, I'll introduce you. Do you think they'll like me? Himiko asked, nervously fiddling with her new chew toy. I mean my Quirk's Dash. BUP, BUP, BUP. Emmy interrupted, wagging a finger at her behind her seat. None of that. These boys don't judge anyone based on their quirk. Sho's nephew loves all quirks, and I'm sure he'll be positively giddy to learn all about yours. Himiko smiled before going back to chewing on her toy. By the way, did Nizu mention his plans for your education? Yeah, he said something about wanting to tutor me for the rest of the school year before returning to regular school a grade behind next year, Himiko said. I think I'd like that. The headaches made it hard for me to concentrate, and I could use some help catching up. Good, Emmy said as she parked. Welp, here we are. Stan's place. Himiko questioned, reading the sign above the large, red and blue building. The best place to get hero merch, Emmy explained with a grin. If we can't find any Vlad King merch here, we won't be able to find any anywhere. I even found a replica capture scarf and goggles for Eraserhead cosplays, and you know how much your dad values his privacy. When they entered, Himiko's eyes widened. The store was 2 floors of everything hero-related, from several toy aisles to shirt racks littered throughout the first floor to a wall of autographed photos of varying prices. She even saw a life-sized midnight mannequin next to a purple curtain with the words "Adult Hero Fans Only" above it. Hi, welcome to Stan's place. A white-haired woman with green skin cheerily greeted with a wink and her hand in an OK sign. My name is Chilai Nana. Anything I can help you find? Hi, Chilai, Emmy greeted back. We're looking for some Vlad King merch, specifically posters. And some cute shirts, please, Himiko added. Chilai then took out a small notebook and as her eyes glowed, she wrote the name of the hero in it, and then removed the page and gave it to Himiko. As soon as Himiko touched it, she saw several sections of the store start glowing green. Anything you see glowing is a product related to Vlad King, Chilai explained. My quirk allows me to locate certain objects related to whoever I write down, and I can pass on that ability to others for a limited amount of time. Come find me if you still need help when the effect wears off. Thanks, Chilai, Emmy said as Himiko ran to a toy aisle. Grabbing a cart before following, she soon found Himiko with her arms already full of Vlad King figures, including the McFarlane Toys Gold Label Blood Golem variant figure, as well as a Vlad King plush and keychain. I was mostly joking about maxing out that card, right, sweetie? Emmy nervously questioned. However, at Himiko's disappointed look, she sighed. Okay, how about you put one figure back and pick out one more plush before we check out the clothes? Ugh, fine. Himiko relented, choosing to put back the cheapest of the figures and exchange it for a Hound Dog plush. Soon enough, the cart was full of Vlad King shirts, figures, posters, and even a comforter bedspread set, as well as a few other hero products like a present mic alarm clock and Midnight brand pajamas, as well as various stickers and pins. As the two were finishing up, a van with a blue, red, and yellow triangle painted on the side crashed through the front door. 3 men with wolf mutations then jumped out of it. Listen up, you hero-worshipping dogs. We are the Trio de Dangers, and this is a robbery, the large, blue-furred one called out, brandishing a gun as the red and yellow ones ran in different directions. As the leaders started barking out orders, Emmy and Himiko ducked inside a round shirt rack. What are we gonna do, Mom? Himiko nervously asked. You are gonna stay here, where it's safe, Emmy said as she pulled her brass-knuckled gloves out of her purse and gave Himiko a confident grin. Mama's gotta go kick some ass. And while my brothers are completing their collections, you're gonna dash. Bergamo, the leader, continued barking at Chilai before he suddenly started laughing. He was suddenly laughing so hard, he dropped his gun and was struggling to remain on his feet. Basil. The yellow brother paused his shopping spree, arms full of expensive merch as he stared down from the second floor at their brother having a fit. Huh? What's wrong with Bergamo, Lavender? The red-furred brother asked. I dunno, Lavender said, looking around until he spotted a woman with seafoam green hair running up to and knocking out Bergamo with one punch before cuffing him. There, it's Ms. Joke, he called, dropping his loot to blow his toxic breath on his palms before jumping down to engage the hero. Watching as Joke effortlessly dodged Lavender's poison punches while giving him a few quick jabs of her own and activating her quirk, Basil decided it might be in his and his brother's best interests to take a hostage. Luckily, he spotted a blonde girl poking her head out of a shirt rack to watch the fight. Grinning, Basil used his strong legs to jump down and sneak up behind her. However, before he could grab her, he felt a knife cut his cheek, and before he could make a sound, his whole body suddenly went stiff. Himiko jumped at the noise of a body hitting the ground. Turning and peeking through the other shirts, she saw the red brother on the floor with a tall man with long black hair, wearing an All Might cap, standing over him, and smiling while he licked a knife with his long, bumpy tongue. He then slammed his boot down on the red brother's head, knocking him out. He looked ready to stab the villain when he seemed to spot Himiko watching. The man gave her a tight smile and put a finger to his lips before pocketing his knife and silently making his escape. Soon enough, Lavender had joined his brother on the ground, cuffed, knocked out, and waiting for the police. Emmy was about to go search for the third brother when Himiko came running up to her. Himiko, I told you to dash. I know, Himiko interrupted, panting. But the red one tried sneaking up behind me, but some other guy knocked him out before running away and dash. All right, calm down, Himi, Emmy said, placing her hands on her shoulders. Now, are you sure he's knocked out? Himiko nodded. All right, I'm gonna go grab him. Chilai, can you watch Himiko for me? Yes, ma'am, Chilai answered, cheeks turning a darker shade of green. And, can I have your autograph? When you get back, I mean. Ms. Joke gave her a grin and a thumbs up before heading to the shirt rack Himiko had been hiding behind. Dude, your mom is so cool, Chilai said to Himiko, who nodded proudly. She's the coolest, Himiko agreed, with a wide, fanged grin. Joke was dragging Basil over when the police finally arrived. After giving their statements and posing for a couple pictures, the manager of Stan's place tried to give them a 50% discount on their order, but Emmy, knowing he wouldn't let them pay full price, talked him down to a 10% discount instead. Well, that was fun, huh? Emmy joked when they got to their car. So, do you want to keep shopping, or? I think I'm ready to go home, Himiko said, a little tired due to the adrenaline wearing off. Nodding in understanding, Emmy started the jokes wagon. Was that your first villain attack? She asked. Yeah, Himiko nodded. The Togas never really took me anywhere they didn't have to. Do you want me to call Inui or maybe someone outside of UA? No, I think I'm good waiting to talk to him on Monday, Himiko said, smiling. Actually, I've made up my mind about something. Oh, Emmy asked. And what's that? I want to be a hero like you, Mom. And like Vlad King, right? Emmy asked, feeling a sense of pride in her daughter. Of course, Himi said. I want to be a kick-ass limelight hero who's proud of who she is and can inspire others like her. Well, if you're serious, you should know Sho's gonna want you to join his problem children for training, and he won't go easy on you. Think you can handle it? Hell yeah. Himiko cheered, raising a fist with a big, pointy grin. Let Daddy do his worst. You're gonna regret saying that, Emmy thought with a grin. Begin, Aizawa called out. At Aizawa's signal, Katsuki threw his signature right hook that Hitoshi had finally learned to block. However, he wasn't ready for the knee Katsuki delivered into his stomach. Falling backward, Hitoshi rolled to avoid Katsuki's axe kick and was soon back up. Quickly getting back into his stance, Hitoshi and Katsuki continued trading blows until Hitoshi tried a kick of his own. Unfortunately, Katsuki caught it and soon had Hitoshi in a wrestling cradle, forcing him to tap out. All right, that's enough, Aizawa said as Katsuki helped Hitoshi up. Shinszo, good effort, but your kicks need some work. That's going to be our main focus today. Bakugu, nice takedown, but you need to break that habit of opening with a right hook. Overall, you both did good, but have plenty to work on. Take 5 before going off for your solo lessons. Thank you, Sensei. Both boys panted and bowed as Izuku walked over carrying towels and water bottles. As the 3 boys sat down, Emmy kicked the PE door in. Hiya, boys, she happily greeted. Hey, Fukakato-sensei/Clown Sensei. Hitoshi and Katsuki tiredly answered as Izuku got up to hug his future aunt. Aizawa, however, sighed and crossed his arms. All right, what happened? He asked. What happened? Emmy innocently repeated as she hugged Izuku. Why? Whatever would make you think something's happened? Show you to darling. For starters, you're wearing your hero gloves, which appear to have a few specks of dried blue dash, Izuku pointed out before Emmy slapped a gloved hand over his mouth. As she began to awkwardly giggle while Sho just looked at her with a raised eyebrow, there was a loud gasp, making everyone turn to the door where Himiko was gawking at them. Why you guys are the problem children? Himi questioned, shakily pointing at them in disbelief. I hate that name, Katsuki muttered before taking another drink. Welcome to my friendship with you, Shinszo dryly said under his breath as he got back up and reached for something in his backpack. Izuku, meanwhile, was so excited to officially meet the girl that he completely forgot what his uncle had said about questioning her and had on an excited grin as he made a beeline to her. Hello minimize midderetu it's nice to final amidi wick no dicknickly al reedy met but tweeden trialija tachinsido talk speaking gof which doi mind if I ask you a few questions sabudi our khh. Izuku jumped nearly 10 feet in the air as he was interrupted in his ramblings by an air horn in his ear. What the hell hitch on? Izuku asked after crashing back down and glaring at the boy holding the air horn. You told us to make sure you didn't go into one of your mumble storms, Hitoshi shrugged. Had to do something to get your attention. Looking back at Himiko, Izuku winced at how uncomfortable she looked. Sorry, Izuku apologized, bowing low. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and it's nice to finally meet you, Himiko. Shinszo Hitoshi. Shinszo waved with a slight bow and pointed a thumb at Bakugu as he joined them. And this happy little firecracker is Bakugu Katsuki. Sup, Fangs, he nodded. After an awkward pause, Shinszo spoke up. I'm sorry if I hurt you when IOLF. Himiko suddenly surprised all 3 boys by pulling them into a tight hug. Thank you, she whispered, letting them go and bowing deeply, tears hitting the floor. I'm sorry for attacking you guys, but I'm glad it happened. Don't worry about it, a blushing Midoriya said as he looked at a similarly red and nodding Hitoshi in the middle and a shrugging Katsuki on the left. Yeah, it's not your fault the Togas were Quirkist bastiches. Aizawa then cleared his throat. As glad as I am that you four have finally met. You can talk more later, Himiko. The boys need to get back to training, he said. About that, Himiko said, nervously approaching Aizawa. Do you think I can join them? Why? You looking to become a hero like me? Sho smirked, but then felt a sting of disappointment and a bit of confusion when Himiko shook her head with an excited grin. Nope. I want to be a hero like Mom and Vlad King, she excitedly declared. I want to help people like me see that they're not defined by their quirk. Sho sighed, but hid a small, proud smile behind his capture scarf. While he thought her quirk was better suited to underground work like his and Shinszo's, he couldn't help but admire her determination. You do realize I won't go easy on you just because you're my daughter, right? Bring it on, old man, Himiko cried. That's my girl, Emi yelled, wiping a tear from her eye. All right, Aizawa nodded before turning to his fiancée. Do you think you handle her physical? I need to help Shinszo with his kicks. Can do, hun. Emi grinned with a wink and a thumbs up. Come on, kiddo. Let's get you a gym uniform. As Himiko excitedly followed her mom, Bakugo and a slightly disappointed Midoriya left for their own lessons while Shinszo prepared himself for his own one-on-one lesson with Aizawa. Now then, Aizawa began, bringing over a standing punching bag. Let's start with a front kick. It is time, Kaizon thought to himself as he zipped up his black and red jumpsuit. Today was a sign, divine providence. Had I not gone to that den of fake-worshipping garbage to find that rare all-might pin, that poor girl would have suffered a terrible fate. He then put on a flak jacket with 6 foldable knives on the front. After 10 years of honing my skills, destiny has called to me, telling me the time is right to begin my crusade. This society needs someone willing to do what needs to be done, to do what even All Might cannot. Finally, he donned a V-shaped half-red, half-black mask and strapped a katana to his back. It is time for Stendhal to make his debut, he declared, grinning wildly under his mask. Chapter 13, The Big Day. Summary. The day Ms. Joke has been waiting for since she met the shaggy intern next door. Chapter text. While tying his hair back as neatly as he could, Shoyuta pondered how he got here. He had spent most of his adult life trying to avoid relationships that weren't strictly professional. Oboro's death had hit him hard, and he sought to avoid repeating that pain by keeping his friend group small and at a distance, and focusing all of his time and energy on hero work. It seemed logical at the time. Then, his nephew got his quirk and his whole world changed. If not for Izuku, he'd have never joined UA or been forced into therapy. If not for Izuku, he'd never have realized just how illogical he had been living for so long. If not for Izuku, he wouldn't be here today, trying to figure out his bow tie and thinking about how lucky he was to be marrying the most wonderful woman he'd ever met. He was brought out of his musings by a knock at the door. Come in. When Sho turned around, he was greeted by the wobbly smile of his beanpole of a brother. Like his son, Hisashi had diamond freckles on his cheeks, and his hair was even more wild and shaggy than Izuku's used to be. However, unlike Izuku, he was rather skinny and almost sickly looking. The irises of his round, tired eyes were black and beady, and his once solid black hair was beginning to pepper. Shoyuta remembered how surprised he was last night to see Hisashi joining Zashi, Inui, Kan, and Snipe in kidnapping him for his bachelor party. After all, being I-Island's top quirk analyst meant having little time for family. Though, in Hisashi's defense, the man wasn't willfully neglectful of his wife and son. He called them regularly and constantly reminded them they could call him anytime they needed. He blamed his excitement at being offered the contract by David Shield himself for not realizing until after he signed it that it was a 13-year exclusivity contract. Thankfully, Inko was a kind, understanding woman. Hisashi's childlike energy and impulsiveness was one of the reasons why she loved him and was content to remain in Japan and wait out the contract with their son. Izuku was also fine with the arrangement, so long as Hisashi continued to bring him autographs of international heroes whenever he did visit. May I? Hisashi asked, attempting to help with the tie only to have his hands smacked by Sho. No, I've seen what you've done to normal ties. Hehe, fair, Hisashi said, sweat dropping and rubbing the backs of his hands. There was another knock at the door, and this time, it was Inko in her emerald green bridesmaid dress. She rolled her eyes at seeing the state of Sho's tie. Honestly, Hisashi, what is it with the men in your family and ties? She sighed, using her quirk on Sho's mess of a tie and forcing him to lean forward so she could fix it. I have a theory that one of our ancestors was hit with some hereditary anti-tie quirk at the Dukyu, Hisashi joked, popping a throat lozenge. For the record, I know how to tie a normal tie, Sho said dryly. Of course you do, sweetie, Inko said, rather patronizingly in Sho's opinion. When she was done, Sho looked himself up and down in the mirror before turning to his brother and sister-in-law. How do I look? He asked, not really caring about their answers. You clean up nice, little bro, Hisashi complimented with a thumbs up. You really should have let me cut your hair, Inko said, sighing dramatically. At least you had the decency to tie it back properly and shave. Welp, we better get going. Actually, can you give us a minute, hun? Hisashi asked, leaning down to kiss her. All right, but make it fast, you two, Inko said, leaving the room. Once she was gone, Hisashi shuffled a little in place. Look, Sho, I dash. Thank you, Shoyuta interrupted. What? Hisashi asked, dumbfounded. For having Izuku. If not for him, none of this would be happening. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Hisashi couldn't stop himself from awkwardly chuckling. Damn, he said to himself, rubbing the back of his neck. And here I am trying to thank you for being a better father to him than I'd ever been. Please, Sho scoffed. He's done far more for me than either of us have or will ever be able to do for him. Still, thanks for being there for him and Inko when I couldn't, Hisashi smiled. Don't mention it, Sho smiled back, patting his shoulder and leading them towards the door. Now come on. Like Inko said, we need to get going and we don't want to make her angry. I happen to like having all my teeth. Thank you. As the processional began and Sho followed Emi's adoptive and birth mothers to his place at the altar, he observed everyone gathered. While he would have been fine just buying a marriage license at a courthouse, he and Emi agreed on a small ceremony with only their closest friends and family. He of course recognized his fellow heroes and teachers out of costume, but couldn't quite place Tsukuru's +1. The tall blonde definitely looked familiar, specifically the big, yellow eyes and wide smile, but Sho just couldn't place a name to the face. Shrugging, Sho continued, nodding at Shinszo, whose hair was combed back, sitting with his parents and did a double take at seeing Bakugu sulking next to his father. His hair looked like it had a ridiculous amount of product in it and was combed to the side. It took all of Sho's self-control to stop himself from laughing at the annoyed look the boy gave him. Taking his place, Sho saw his parents sitting to the left. His and Hisashi's mom was dabbing her eyes and his dad, who was a stoic salaryman, was smiling and gave his son an approving nod. He then watched as he was joined by his groomsmen and Emi's bridesmaids. Hisashi, his best man, walked with Namuri, Emi's maid of honor, Hisashi with Inko, and Kan with Bakugo Mitsuki. Next, Izuku, the ring bearer, was followed by Fukakato Himiko, his daughter and flower girl. While 10 years old was pushing it for a flower girl, Himiko didn't care and he was proud to see her so happy. She's really come a long way in the past few months, and her seafoam green hair with 2 black buns really suited her. Finally, it was Emi's turn, and Sho couldn't quite keep the smile off his face as she was being escorted down the aisle by her father. Fukakato Mushi was a large man with a pillbug mutation, and while he would normally cut an intimidating figure, he was at this moment curling in on himself, antennae drooping and twitching as well as his mustache as he was trying his best not to turn into a blubbering mess. Finally, upon lifting Emi's veil and seeing his daughter's wide, excited smile, the man broke down, hugging his daughter tightly as he began bawling his eyes out like a Midoriya. As his wife gave him a handkerchief and rubbed calming circles into his back, the man did his best to compose himself before giving Sho a trembling smile and a thumbs up, which Sho returned. As the small woman led her husband back to their seats next to Emi's birth mother, Nizu popped up on a podium. As it turned out, the weasel was a court-ordained minister. Who knew? Hello, everyone, Nizu cheerily greeted. While I would normally ask what you think I am, that does not matter. All that matters is that I am happy to officiate the marriage of Fukakato Emi and Aizawa Shoyuta. Now, while I would be delighted to share with you my own philosophical beliefs and thoughts on the abstract concepts of love and marriage, I sadly promised Aizawa I'd stick to the script, as it were. After giving everyone a chance to laugh and Sho to roll his eyes, Nizu continued. Aizawa Shoyuta, do you take Fukakato Emi to be your lawfully wedded wife? Will you honor and cherish her, love, trust, and commit to her, through joy and pain, sickness and health, and whatever life may throw at you both, until death do you part? I do, Sho said. And do you, Fukakato Emi, take Aizawa Shoyuta to be your lawfully wedded husband? Will you honor and cherish him, love, trust, and commit to him, through joy and pain, sickness and health, and whatever life may throw at you both, until death do you part? You bet your furry, but I do, boss, Emi said. Now, the bride and groom shall exchange their vows. Sho cleared his throat and looked Emi in her eyes. Emi, when I first met you, I thought you were the most annoying and illogical person I've ever met. Well, second only to Zashi. He paused as everyone chuckled, apart from Hizashi, who was making a face and clutching his chest in mock hurt. I'd never been a social person, so to say I was uncomfortable when the hero intern next door asked me to marry her before even telling me her name would be a gross understatement. The worst part was that no matter how blunt or rude I was, you just wouldn't take a hint and leave me alone. In fact, it only seemed to make you more determined. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his feet as he continued. Then, something happened. My friend, Shirakumo Oboro, was killed by a falling building during our work study, and I didn't handle it well. He felt Hizashi squeeze his shoulder. I retreated into myself, deciding that the most logical thing to do was to dedicate myself to my work. I thought the best way to avoid reliving that pain was to keep my relationships professional and my friends and family at a distance. He looked up at a wet-eyed Emi and smiled. Thankfully, neither you, nor my friends, gave up on me. You always held out hope that one day I'd realize how illogical I was living and give you a chance. Give us a chance. It took me a while, years, in fact, but when I was finally ready to start moving on with my life, I decided that maybe a romantic relationship wasn't as illogical as I always believed. I decided to finally call your bluff, and I'm glad I did. Sho then took one of the rings and slid it onto Emi's finger. With this ring, I thee wed and promise that no matter what life throws at us, to always have your back, in the field and in life. I promise to always come home to you and our daughter. And, most of all, I promise that no matter how many bad jokes you tell, I will always love you. After wiping the tears from her eyes with an already drenched handkerchief Inko had passed to her, Emi began reading her vows. Shoyuta, the first time I saw you, I thought two things. First, this guy could use a few laughs in his life. And second, this guy looks like he'd be fun to tease. And, wouldn't you know it, I was right. The face you made when I first asked you to marry me was priceless. You were just too perfect a straight man to not have fun with. Realization seemed to dawn in Shuta's eyes, but Emi continued. You also had a drive and dedication to helping people that I couldn't help but admire, and, soon enough, I started to genuinely fall for you. I became a hero because I wanted to help make people smile, including my fellow heroes. After your friend died, I knew I had to do my best to distract you and make you smile, if only from exasperation. She squeezed Sho's hands, rubbing a thumb on them. I never gave up hope because I knew, despite all of your logical arguments to the contrary, that you enjoyed our banter. I could tell you were developing feelings for me over the years, but were too afraid to act on them. I knew I just had to wait until you either realized the truth or someone finally called you on your so-called logic and forced your ass into therapy. She waved and called out to one of the guests. By the way, thanks, Inui. Hound Dog chuckled awkwardly and waved her off from his seat as the crowd laughed. After giving everyone a chance to compose themselves, Emi picked up the remaining ring and slid it on his Shuta's finger. With this ring, I thee wed. I promise to always be there for you, as your wife and as a fellow hero. Even when you're at your lowest, I will be there to pull you back up. And, most importantly, I promise our life together will be one of constant laughter. Sho rolled his eyes, but smiled at that last part. Nizu then clapped his paws together with a large, genuine smile. Now that vows and rings have been exchanged, by the power vested in me by the Shizuoka Prefecture, I am happy to pronounce you husband and wife. You may key dash. Nizu hadn't finished the last word before Shoyuta had pulled Emi into a long, passionate kiss, taking her by surprise as everyone clapped and cheered. Wow, Emi said with a wobbly smile, blushing as Sho looked at her with a shit-eating grin and led her down the aisle and out to the jokes wagon. It took a while, but after finally fitting all of Emi's dress in it, they led everyone back to UA for the reception and the beginning of the rest of their life together. Chapter 14. Izuku meets his hero, sorta. Summary. After getting attacked by a villain made of sludge, Izuku waits for an ambulance with a skeletal blonde in baggy clothes. Chapter text. Oh, lighten up, Kaken, Deku said, lightly elbowing his moping friend on their way to lunch. It's only a centimeter. Quit being irrational. Whoever said a lack of sleep stunts your growth was irrational, Katsuki grumbled, tightly gripping his bento with a sour expression. Seriously, how was he the shortest out of the three of them? He always went to bed at 8 o'clock sharp while Baggy Eyes spent his nights watching cat videos, and the nerd spent days awake researching which heroes preferred boxers over briefs. Hey, don't blame yourself, Cat, Shinszo shrugged. It's not like you could train or study to not be so short. Not helping, Hichan, Izuku muttered as Kaken's bento cracked in his grip. Not trying to, little green, Hitoshi smirked. Hey, you've only got 4 centimeters over me, and I'm in the middle of a growth spurt. And I still won't be the shortest by the end of it, Shinszo smiled as he ducked Katsuki's swipe at him. What's the number for taking a swing at me again, Cat? 15 if it hits, 20 if you duck, Baggy Eyes, Katsuki growled as he slammed his cracked bento on their table and took off their school uniform jacket and tie. At least I'm the most muscular looking, Katsuki thought to himself as he got down on the floor and began his sit-ups. Hey, guys, Himiko cheerily greeted as she broke off from the rest of her class and skipped over to their table. Hey, Himikin, Izuku greeted while Shinszo lazily waved his chopsticks as he chewed. She paused mid-skip and looked down, raising a brow at the blonde muttering death threats while doing sit-ups. Swing and a miss? Swing and a miss, Hitoshi and Izuku answered in unison. What brought it on this time? Himiko asked as she sat down. The nurse measured and weighed our class, and Kaken was not happy to learn I'm now a centimeter taller than him. Hichan decided to poke the Pomeranian, Izuku answered, thumbing Hitoshi before taking a bite of his plain chicken and rice. As Katsuki got up and began aggressively eating his lunch, Himiko pushed a container towards him. Don't worry, little Kohai. Here, have some of my mom's famous happy plums, Himiko said, patronizingly. First, I am not your Kohai, bunhead. Katsuki almost growled. You may be older, but we're all in the same grade. Second, I'm still taller than you. Third, he paused before scowling and grabbing the container. Did Clown-sensei remember the sour cream? Smiling, Himiko slid the packet over to him. After emptying its contents, Katsuki took a bite and suddenly had a dreamy expression on his face as he chewed the baked fruit. So, did Mori-sensei hand out those high school applications to your class, too? Himiko asked as she dipped her cat head-shaped onigiri in a cup of blood. Yup, and ours are already filled out. Izuku nodded as all 3 boys held up their applications. While Shinszo had a few different high schools filled out just in case, all 3 had UA High School Hero Course as their top choice. Just gotta hand them in to sensei, Shinszo said. Oh, Ketsubutsu's a good second choice, Himiko said after reading Shinszo's sheet. Mom's still friendly with some of the staff, and she said Gunhead's a great teacher. Hey, none of us are going to Ketsubutsu or SHI Ketsu or any other second-rate hero school, Katsuki stated as he slammed the empty container down. You extras know it's UA or bust. Hey, I'm just being logical, Shinszo said, hands up defensively. UA teachers can't sponsor students for the recommendation exam, and everything I've read about UA's Heroics Practical says it involves fighting robots. So, just fill out the paperwork for support items, Himiko shrugged. That's what I'm doing for my knives, and I'm sure they'll let you bring a bow staff or a sledgehammer or something. Or you can do what Uncle Sho did and go into Gen Ed until you can show off at the sports festival, Izuku chimed in. Once again, Bakugo slammed his fist down. He's not going anywhere near the Gen Ed course, Deku, cause he's gonna ace the fraggin' heroics exam, Katsuki said, eyes narrowed at Shinszo. You're stronger than you think you are, baggy eyes, so quit doubting yourself. Izuku smiled and held out his fist over the table. With her signature fanged grin, Himiko soon joined him, followed by Katsuki with a small determined smile. Finally, after rolling his eyes, Shinszo added his own. Yeah, go Team UA or whatever, he said with a lazy smirk. All right, class, I'm assigning pages 28 through 35 for tonight, and don't forget, those high school applications are due before the end of the month, Mori-sensei announced after the final bell. As Izuku was putting his books away, two of his classmates approached him. Hey, Midoriya, did you finish those notes on our quirks? The one with black, spiky hair asked. Flipping through his notebook, Izuku tore out a few pages and handed them to his classmates. Here you go, guys. Hope this helps you get into a hero course, he said. You guys know where you want to go? Shinszo asked. Yeah, we're aiming for Seijin, the other boy who had a head that looked like an orange said as he paid Midoriya. Whoa, I never would have thought to use hair gel like that, the black-haired boy said, staring at his page in awe. Yeah, and look what he came up with for my toenails, the orange boy said, pointing at one particularly gross yet brilliant idea Izuku was quite proud of. Oh, gnarly, the other boy said, shoving his friend towards the door. Let's go before I puke. Thanks for the help and future nightmares, Midoriya. Anytime, fellas, Izuku said as he pocketed his pay. I still can't believe it took you so long to realize you could get paid for your analysis, Katsuki said. Hey, I need the money for that all-might belt buckle I saw at Stan's place. Izuku shrugged, getting up and checking his phone. Himi says to go home without her. She's going to karaoke with her friends, but says we can join if we dashed. Nope. Hell no. Yeah, same. Izuku nodded, texting his cousin back as all three boys approached Mori-sensei's desk. Something I can help you boys with? Sensei kindly asked, looking up from his phone. Just handing in our applications, Sensei, Izuku said. Mori-sensei looked surprised. Already, he asked, flipping through the applications. We know what we want, Sensei. Katsuki nodded with a smirk and his arms crossed. Very well, Mori smiled. I'll take care of these. If what even half of what my uncle has said about your training is true, I have no doubt you'll all make it into UA and make marvelous heroes. Thank you, Sensei, the three boys said, bowing. So, you guys want to do anything? Shinszo asked as they boarded their train. Nah, I'm planning on walking around the shopping district near my house, see if I can find a gift for my folks' anniversary, Katsuki said. I'm feeling a little pinned up, so I'm going to get off at the next stop and free run the rest of the way home, Izuku said while reading about a fight this morning between Kimui Woods and a villain with a giganification quirk. Shrugging, Shinszo put on a pair of headphones with cat ears on each of the ear cups and closed his eyes as he leaned against a pole for support. At the next stop, Izuku waved goodbye to his two friends and began jogging until he spotted a fire escape. He then took off his uniform jacket, tie and dress shirt, storing them in his backpack. Now wearing a tank top that showed off his lean yet muscular arms, he sped up and jumped, shimmying up the wall to reach the ladder. Grabbing it, he pulled himself up and onto the landing and began climbing up the levels until he reached the roof. Izuku walked to the edge of the building to gauge the distance he'd have to jump to reach the next one. Taking a few steps back, he popped in his earbuds and hit shuffle on his kick-ass music playlist, smiling as Kickstart My Heart played as he started his running leap to the next building. He continued leaping and flipping from building to building until he came to a jump that he couldn't make without using his quirk. Opting to be safe rather than sorry, Izuku climbed down and continued on his way home on the ground. After a while, he looked up from his phone and noticed he was passing by what used to be Aldera Middle School, where he and Kaken would have been had the quirkist bastards succeeded in corrupting them. They wanted the future heroes that came from their schools to be thugs with licenses to discriminate and use their quirks to assert their will on others. Thankfully, they had people like his Uncle Sho and Ma-sensei and Principal Nizu to keep them on the right path. And, of course, they had All Might as the gold standard for the kind of hero they wanted to be. With his earbuds still in and playing Real American, Izuku didn't hear a manhole cover shake as he let out a triumphant laugh like All Might's while walking through a tunnel. However, he did notice the shadow looming over him and quickly dodged as something green narrowly missed him. He quickly turned around to see a villain that appeared to be made out of some kind of green slime or sludge leering over him. "Damn, you're quick," the villain said as multiple tentacles of slime lashed out and Izuku did his best to dodge and stay out of reach. Unfortunately, he soon lost his footing and was caught by a wave of slime crashing down on him. "Come on, kid, don't be difficult. It'll all be over in less than a minute," the villain said, trying to pry open Izuku's mouth as the teen continued to struggle. He then growled, "Fine. The mouth is quicker, but I can get in through your nose just fine." Izuku's eyes widened in horror and disgust as slime shot up his nose and began flooding his insides. The villain was saying something, but Izuku wasn't listening as he kept struggling. He always knew that, even at his strongest and most invulnerable, he still had a major weakness. He still needed air. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get a grasp on the liquid villain to pull him out. As the world started to go black from lack of oxygen, Izuku saw the villain's cruel eyes widen in horror before turning around. "There's no need to fear," a booming voice called out. "Why? Because I am here. Texas Smosh." Suddenly, the villain was dispersed in a burst of pressurized air, and as Izuku passed out, the last thing he saw was a large silhouette that resembled All Might, was Izuku's last thought before the world went dark. All Might sighed in relief. The boy may have passed out again after coughing up all that sludge, but he was breathing. Thank Cammy for CPR. All Might was about to call an ambulance when he noticed some of the sludge that made up the villain was beginning to move. Quickly, he scooped up as much as he could, including his eyes, and stored it in an empty soda bottle. With the villain safely tucked in his pocket, and after double-checking the boy was still out and no one else was watching, All Might disappeared in a puff of smoke and Yagi Tashinori began violently coughing. "No point wasting what little time I have left," he thought as he wiped the blood from his lips and pulled out his phone to call that ambulance. After giving the address of the tunnel they were in, Yagi noticed a backpack and thought he'd pull out the kid's notebook and give him an autograph. It's the least he could do after putting him in danger. He cocked an eyebrow at what was written on the cover. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 20. After jotting his signature across 2 empty pages, Yagi decided to skim through the rest of the book and was amazed at the detail in the drawings as well as the notes themselves. This kid could probably give Nizu a run for his money. Hearing the boy start to cough again, Yagi put the notebook away and went over to check on him. "Easy, kid," Yagi said, rubbing and patting his back as he sat up and coughed up some more sludge. "You'll be all right. Think you got it all out now?" "I think so," Izuku shakily nodded as he gagged at the taste. "Wait, taste? How long was he out?" "A little over 15 minutes, I'd say," the skeletal man who was comforting him said. He really needed to work on his muttering habit. "I'm sorry, mister." "Yagi," the man greeted. "Yagi Tashinori. I saw what happened, and I told All Might I'd wait with you for the ambulance dash." "AL All Might?" the boy shouted, tired eyes now wide and teary. "I was saved by All Might. The #1 hero in all of Japan saved me. And I passed out, without even getting an autograph." Quite an emotional child, Yagi thought, sweat dropping as the tunnel began to flood. I think I saw All Might sign your notebook," Yagi said, pointing towards the yellow backpack. Suddenly, the tears ceased and the boy was digging in his backpack until he found his notebook and flipped until he came across the 2-page signature. "All Might's autograph," he whispered in awe, looking like he was holding some form of holy text, then hugged the book to his chest and began rambling over it, becoming a sacred treasure and family heirloom. He was brought out of his reverie by the sound of Yagi's chuckling. "You seem to be quite the fanboy, young Dash." Midoriya Izuku, sir, Izuku said, blushing. And how can I not be? He's the greatest hero in all of Japan, if not the world, and one of my 3 biggest inspirations. One of 3? Yagi questioned, a small sigh of relief escaping him as he sat down against the tunnel wall. May I ask who the other 2 are? Well, one of them is the Dragon Warrior, Big Green, Izuku said, putting the notebook away and picking up his backpack to take a seat next to the man. Me and my friends have always admired him and his determination to use his amazing quirk for good despite who his father was. Yagi nodded. That was one of the things he'd always admired about his old friend as well. It's one of the reasons why he brought him into his inner circle to help take down AFO and also let in on the secret of Ofa, despite Mirai's objections. And the other? At this, Izuku rubbed the back of his head. How much should he reveal about his uncle to this stranger? My uncle. He had a small smile on his face. He's an underground hero, and he's done a lot to help train me and my friends. People don't give undergrounders enough credit, in my opinion. Although, I suppose that's how they prefer it, Yagi chuckled. So, I take it you're planning on going pro, too, young Midoriya? That's always been the plan, Izuku said with a tired smile. My friend and I made a promise to become the strongest heroes. With my strength quirk, I could probably become the next All Might. You don't sound too sure at the moment, Yagi observed. Well, I have recently been having my doubts, Izuku said, suddenly waving his hands in front of himself. Don't get me wrong, I still want to be a hero. I don't think I want to be the next All Might, the next symbol of peace. I just want to help people by being the best hero I can be. There's nothing wrong with that, young Midoriya, Yagi said, a tired sigh escaping him. The symbol of peace is a large and heavy responsibility. To be honest, I've recently started to feel like All Might may have made a mistake in becoming the sole pillar propping up Japanese society. Instead of shouldering all of society's burdens for so long, he should have helped create multiple pillars to eventually help each other support the weight once he was no longer able to. After all, despite what everyone thinks, he's still human. Yagi then smiled at Izuku. Honestly, the hero you want to be sounds like the kind of hero the world needs more of, and I look forward to seeing what you and your friends will do, young Midoriya. Izuku couldn't help smiling at this. However, their talk was cut short by the sound of an ambulance. Welp, Yagi said, grunting as he got up and dusted off his baggy clothes before offering a hand to Izuku. Looks like my job is done. Nice talking to you, young Midoriya. You too, Mr. Yagi, Izuku said, waving as he walked toward the ambulance. See you around. Oh, and cool belt buckle. As soon as Midoriya began talking to the EMTs, Yagi started walking away, and as soon as he was around the corner, he turned back into All Might. Time to get you to the police, he thought, patting his pocket before leaping into the air. Unfortunately, the bottle wasn't as secure as All Might thought, and he didn't notice it fall out of his pocket halfway to the Mizudafu Police Department. Chapter 15, Cat and the Mutt. Summary. Katsuki has a talk with Hound Dog about nearly suffocating to death, while a bunch of so-called heroes stood around with their thumbs up their asses. Chapter text. Come in. Inui called out to the knock at his door. Looking up from his computer, he was surprised to see Bakugu looking a bit more subdued than usual, head hanging as he entered. Bakugu. Hey, Mud, Bakugu tiredly said as he took a seat on the couch, finally looking up at the counselor with bloodshot eyes. Mind if we talk? I had a rough night. Sure, but, Inui said, checking the time. Shouldn't you be in school? Katsuki scoffed. My folks called the school and told them I'd be out the rest of the week. That's the minimum amount of time for someone to recover from a villain attack. Inui's eyes widened. So, the sludge villain yesterday dash. Yeah, Katsuki said, lying down on the couch. That was me, and I was having such a good day before that. Katsuki wasn't having a good time. Nothing was good enough for his parents' 17th anniversary. Sure, the old man was a wimp and the hag was a loudmouth, but they were still his parents, damn it. He had to get them something good. He was ready to call it quits for the day when he heard a commotion coming from a nearby alley. Looking down the alley, he saw 3 boys around his age ganging up on a little girl with large, teary black orbs for eyes and a gaunt face resembling an alien's with no nose, and what little hair she had tied into pigtails. Mutant freak. Makes me sick. Who the hell would let something like that out in broad daylight? Must have escaped from its cage. We'd better make sure it dash. Hey. The 3 boys jumped and turned around to see a blonde boy looking absolutely livid. Wait, but Kugu. One of the boys shouted in surprise as he grew his finger to point at the blonde stalking towards them. Recognition seemed to dawn on the other boys' faces, and the one with rocks on his fist smiled. Hey, long time no see, pal. Want to join us in showing this freak its plagh? Boulders for Brains was cut off by Katsuki punching him in the face, breaking his nose. Yeah, Katsuki recognized these extras from Aldera, and it was obvious they hadn't changed. Guess the damage was already done, or their parents were Quirkists, too. Clutching his nose, the rocky bastard got back up, his one fist coated in rocks as he took a swing at Katsuki. Easily ducking the punch, Katsuki grabbed him by the shoulders and kneed him twice in the stomach before clasping both fists together and bringing them down hard on his hunched form. And that's what I can do without using my fragging quirk, Katsuki said, looking down in disgust as the bastard moaned and struggled to breathe on the dirty alley floor, clutching his gut and bleeding nose. Looking up, he felt a sense of satisfaction as the other 2 jumped at the look in his eyes. Quirk is trash like you makes me sick. Grab your friend and get out of here. Now, he said, using his quirk to emphasize the last word. Fingers grabbed Blouters and dragged him away as fast as he could while the third with long, orange hair just ran. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he turned back to the little girl and adopted a kind smile as he slowly approached her. He hoped all his practice in the mirror had paid off. It's gonna be okay now, he said in a soft, calm voice, kneeling down in front of her and offering a handkerchief. I am here. What's your name? Maggie, she answered in a timid voice as she accepted the hanky and wiped her eyes. That's a very pretty name, Katsuki said. Are you okay, Maggie? What happened? I got separated from my mommy and daddy, the little girl sniffed. I was looking for them one of the boys said he found them. I followed him here and then one of them pushed me in and they started saying mean things to me and then you came and dash. Suddenly the girl jumped forward, tightly hugging Katsuki as she began crying. Thank why you, mister, she said as he rubbed soothing circles into her back. It's no problem, Maggie, he said, picking her up and walking out of the alley. Heroes help people, no matter who they are or what they look like. Now, can you tell me what your mommy and daddy look like or where you saw them last? It didn't take too long to find the kid's parents, Katsuki said, arm over his eyes as he listened to Hound Dog writing something down. I'll admit, part of me was worried they abandoned the kid due to her looks, but one look at their worried faces and relief at getting her back convinced me it really was an honest mistake. And how did it feel to reunite a family? Inui asked. Honestly, Katsuki began, removing his arm as he smiled up at the ceiling. It was the best feeling in the world, even better than taking out my anger on those Quirkist bastiches. Yes, well, while I should be more upset that you beat up that boy, I'll admit I'm impressed you showed enough restraint to not use your quirk. Inui said. So what happened next? Next, Katsuki shuddered slightly and let out a tired sigh as he closed his eyes. Next, things turned to shit. Waving goodbye to the family, Katsuki smiled as he turned to walk home. However, his good mood was interrupted by a bottle falling on his head. Ow. Sanuva dash, he rubbed his head as he heard the bottle smash against the ground. All right, who's the dead bastard who threw that? He yelled, palm sparking. I swear to Kami, I'm gonna dash. Katsuki was interrupted in his angry rant as a wet laugh echoed behind him. Katsuki quickly turned around to see a giant villain made out of green sludge growing out of the remnants of the smashed bottle. Nice quirk you got there, brat, the villain said, a disgusting grin on his face as he seemed to eye Katsuki hungrily. Meanwhile, Izuku was on his way to the shopping district. One of the paramedics had a quirk that drained what little sludge remained from his lungs and was quickly given the all clear to go home. However, he wanted to see if he could run into Kakin to rub his new autograph in his face. Checking his watch, he saw he still had about 7 minutes before his quirk took his senses away again and decided to just enjoy his walk. After all, it wasn't often he got to experience these simple sensations so late in the day. He enjoyed the breeze on his exposed arms as cars passed him by. He took a deep breath through his nose, enjoying the smell of the chicken restaurant he was passing. However, he was thrown off by the smell of smoke and jumped at the sound of multiple explosions. Recognizing the unique smell and sound of those explosions, Izuku followed the smoke he saw looming over a one-way street. Pushing his way through the crowd, Izuku suddenly found himself frozen in shock. He saw the surrounding buildings and street was on fire, and, in the center of it all, the sludge villain from earlier was somehow making explosions like Kakin. How was this possible? Did he somehow escape All Might? How was he? Izuku then gasped in horror at seeing the top half of Bakugu's head poking out of the sludge. Looking into his oldest and closest friend's eyes, he saw something in them he rarely saw from Kakin: fear. Looking around at all the heroes gathered, he noted how, while some were actually helping the situation, like Backdraft and Kamui Woods who were targeting the fires and rescuing civilians, there were many who weren't doing anything, like Death Arms. However, none of them were even trying to free Kakin, who was obviously suffocating. He even heard the muscular hero say something about none of their quirks being a good match. Bullshit. They just didn't want to get their hands dirty. Hang in there, kid, Death Arms said to himself. I'm sure someone will be here any. Ichiwai kid, get back here. Instinctively dodging the massive hand of the hero, Izuku found himself running towards the villain, almost like his body was moving on its own. Damn it, it can't end like this, Katsuki thought, desperately struggling to fight off the oncoming darkness. I can't die yet. I need to become a hero. People need saving. Villains need beating. And I need to finally beat. Wait, Deku. His eyes suddenly widened as he saw the nerd running at him at full speed. What the you again? The villain shouted, trying to hit Izuku with an explosion. As he was dodging, Izuku grabbed his backpack and flung it at the villain's eyes, making him shout in pain as a pin hit its mark. While the villain was distracted, Izuku began clawing away at the sludge near Katsuki's mouth until he was able to cough up enough to take a few breaths. Deku, what are you dash? Later, Deku cut him off as he was digging out one of Kakin's arms. Aim for the eyes. Right. Damn it. That hurt, you little gah. The villain suddenly found himself blinded and in pain once again, this time due to a large explosion in his face. As Deku pulled on one arm, Bakugu used his other arm to blast the sludge away. Soon enough, both boys were free and found themselves tumbling on the ground. However, as Bakugu continued to hack up sludge, the villain, one eye now blackened, was once again angrily towering over them. Before either boy could react, they felt a strong breeze and suddenly found themselves behind the police line. Looking up, they saw the hulking form of All Might smiling down at them. My apologies, boys, the hero said. I didn't notice this villain had slipped away until I was already at the police station. I should really get a new pair of pants. Now, allow this old man to fix his mistake. Suddenly, in a burst of wind, All Might was right in front of the villain, fist cocked back. Damn you, All Might, the villain shouted as it attempted to attack the hero. However, All Might easily dodged and, with a shout of Detroit Smoz, he delivered a mighty punch with enough force to not only disperse the villain, but also put out the fires and even change the weather, making it rain. Both boys just stared in awe as the crowd began to cheer for All Might as he raised his fist in victory. Come on, Kakin, Izuku said, bringing the boy back to reality and offering him a hand and a tired smile. Let's get you checked out. That sludge can really cling to your lungs. Coughing again, Katsuki reluctantly took Deku's hand and allowed him to lead him over to a nearby ambulance. So, then, get this, Katsuki said, sounding annoyed. While I'm being checked over, a bunch of the bastiches who were just standing around the whole time start praising me for my quirk and freeing myself, like the nerd didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Popeye and Woody are trying to tell Deku off for doing their job. Can you believe that shit? Luckily, Deku's no pushover and shut them up by listing off all the different ways they and all the other lazy bastiches could have done to help me, even bringing up a bunch of team-up options. He even said he'd be sure to let the weasel know they could use some remedial lessons and to expect an invitation to UA they couldn't refuse. And did he get in trouble? Inui asked. Nah. Popeye tried to give him a warning, but Deku showed him his Quirk ID, and All Might backed up his story about his Quirk not working at the time, so we both got away scot-free. I see, Inui said. So, did anything else happen? After a brief pause, Katsuki sat up. No, the teen lied. After he was done tearing those fakes a new one, me and Deku went home, and the old man and the hag tackled me into a hug. Thankfully, they backed off when I told them I was still feeling weird about being touched. Of course, Baggy Eyes and Fangs called to make sure I was okay. But, see, the main reason I wanted to see you was, like I said, I didn't sleep well. Katsuki was now hugging himself, rubbing his arms, and looking more vulnerable than Inui had ever seen the hot-headed teen. I was so damn helpless, and every time I try sleeping, I blew up my pillow. I haven't done that since I was 9. I need help, Inui-san. Getting up, Inui made his way over to Katsuki. May I? He asked, hand hovering over his shoulder. At the teen's nod, Inui gave the kid's shoulder a squeeze to help ground him. He then kneeled down to look the traumatized teen in the eyes. Listen to me, Kat. I've known you since you were 4, and I'd like to think I've gotten to know you pretty well. I know you prefer to do things on your own, so to see you ask for help is a big step, and I'm proud of you for taking it. After offering Katsuki some tissues, he went over to his desk and grabbed a card. This is the number for a trauma counselor. I'll always be here to talk, but she has a quirk that I believe will help you and your parents much better than I can. My parents? Katsuki asked, looking at the number on the card. Believe me, kid, I'm sure they need help dealing with this just as much as you do. After thanking Inui for everything, Katsuki left, thinking about what really happened while he and Deku were walking home. I still can't believe All Might let that slimy bastard get away, Katsuki said, breaking the awkward silence. Hey, nobody's perfect, not even the symbol of peace, Izuku shrugged. HHA. Unfortunate, but true, young Midoriya, All Might said as he slid in front of the surprised teens, striking a pose. All Might. Izuku stuttered while Katsuki just stared up at the man in awe. What were you doing here? And how'd you ditch the vultures? Katsuki asked, trying not to sound nervous questioning such a legend. Huh. 'Twas fairly easy, young Bakugu, All Might said, flexing. For I am all am I Blargle. Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, the greatest hero of all time was replaced with a skinny guy in baggy clothes coughing his lungs out, as well as a concerning amount of blood. What the fuck? Katsuki asked, so stunned that he cursed. And Mr. Yagi, Izuku questioned. What the fuck? Katsuki questioned louder. Wait, the hair, the baggy clothes, the eyes. Izuku started mumbling before his eyes suddenly widened comically. What the fuck? You're really All Might? I talked to All Might. I know All Might's real name. What? The fuck? After finishing his coughing fit, Yagi shook his hands in front of himself, frantically. Please, boys, calm down, he said as he spat out a final glob of blood. Look, just allow me to explain. After finding a more secluded spot, Yagi showed the boys his scar and explained his gaunt appearance and time limit were due to an injury he sustained while fighting a powerful villain that cost him his stomach and a lung. The boys just listened in stunned silence. So that's why you waited with me as, Izuku said, gesturing with his hands at All Might's current form. Correct, young Midoriya. So, now that you know this, I have 2 things I need to do, Yagi said, surprising the boys even further by giving them a low bow. First, I'd like to apologize to both of you, especially you, young Bakugu. I was almost late in saving you both, and it was due to my carelessness that allowed the villain to escape. For this, I am truly sorry. Don't worry about it, Katsuki said, still stunned as Deku rapidly nodded. Second, I have a question to ask, Yagi began, looking at Izuku. Young Midoriya, What were you thinking when you ran in to save young Bakugo? To be honest, I really wasn't, Izuku said, looking at his feet. It was almost like dash. Your legs moved on their own? Yagi finished, to which Izuku nodded. I thought so, Yagi said, smiling before his face became serious and he pointed at Izuku, making the boy jump. Midoriya, Izuku, I deem you worthy of inheriting my power. What? Was both boys' response. You see, Yagi began, looking down at his open palm with a steely look in his sunken eyes. My quirk, my true quirk, is called One for All, and it is a stockpiling quirk that has been passed down since the dawn of quirks. As it is passed from user to user, the power grows, ensuring each user will be more powerful than the last. As I've explained, my time as All Might is nearing its end, and I believe I have found the perfect successor in you, young Midoriya. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya stepped forward, bowing. Thank you for the offer, All Might. I'm truly honored, but I must decline. At All Might's look of surprise, Izuku continued. I'm sorry, but I just feel like I don't need your quirk to be the kind of hero I want to be. You should find someone who wants to be more than just a great hero. Instead of the next symbol of peace, you need to find someone willing to inspire and help build up others as a new symbol, one of hope. I suppose that's understandable, All Might sighed. Still, I hope I can count on you boys to keep this a secret. Of course you can, Bakugo said, scowling. While he knew he'd have rejected the offer too, it still hurt a little that he wasn't considered. Besides, who'd believe us? Izuku smirked. Fair enough, All Might said, smiling and waving the two young men goodbye. He was looking forward to seeing them at UA. Hopefully, they'd help him find his true successor there. Letting out a tired sigh, Inui was getting ready to go home when his phone rang. What is it, Principal? He answered. My apologies, Inui-san, but would you please join me in Detention Center Omega? Miss Himiko made a friend yesterday that I believe can be a valuable asset to us if we can help him overcome his troubled mental state, Nizu said. Yeah, I'll meet you there, Inui said, another tired sigh escaping him as he left his office. Any idea what's wrong with him? He appears to suffer from a form of DID. Split personality? That might be a little out of my league, boss. Couldn't you bring him to a professional? Unfortunately, that won't be possible, Nizu answered. You see, we find ourselves in a rather delicate situation as he is a wanted villain dash. And you let him on school grounds? Inui angrily questioned. Trust me, he is not a threat currently and is quite secure. I truly believe he's a good person who's had a rather lousy run of bad luck. All I ask is that you meet him. Ugh, fine, Inui answered as he got in his car. I'll be there in 5 minutes, and if I think he's a threat, I'm dragging him to the cops myself. Excellent, Nizu chirped. See you then. Upon reaching the smaller building they thankfully rarely used, Inui saw the principal standing at the door. Upon entering, he was led through a hallway of one-way mirrors until he came to the last room, which had the mirror wall blacked out. His reflection upsets him, Nizu explained. Looking through the smaller window on the door, he saw someone with a paper bag over their head sitting on a bed and muttering to themselves while smoking. Are you ready? Nizu asked. At Inui's nod, Nizu unlocked the door, making the man inside jump. Geez, rat, are you trying to give me a heart attack? The man said, dramatically gripping his chest before saying in a joyful tone, I'd happily welcome death. Taking a deep breath, Inui entered. Hey, get out of here, Fleabag. I'm allergic to dumbass, the man rudely said before sticking out his hand and speaking in a slightly deeper, friendlier tone. Put her there, new best friend. Name's Bubigawara Jean, but you can call me twice. Oh, this guy was going to be a headache. Chapter 16, Unorthodox Training. Summary. Aizawa decides to switch up the kids' physical training and introduces them to UA's upcoming teaching assistant. Chapter text. 10 months till exams. Either of you guys know why Sensei wanted us to meet at a beach? Hitoshi asked as he walked with his friends. After taking a long sip of his coffee, he continued. Or why we have to be there so early? I might have an idea, Izuku said, scratching his cheek nervously. Have you ever been to Takoba before, Hichan? No, why? Because it's a dump, baggy eyes, Katsuki answered. Don't exaggerate, Hitoshi said, rolling his eyes. It can't be that bad. 5 minutes later. How is it this bad? Hitoshi shouted in disbelief. The beach was literally a dump. Piles, no, mountains of old appliances, furniture, and various other forms of trash dominated the landscape. Hitoshi even thought he spotted a car or two. Told ya, Katsuki shrugged. It started with trash floating in from the sea before me, and Deku were even born, and people just kept adding to it. Still doesn't explain why we're dash. Hitoshi's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Before he could get confirmation of his suspicions, the jokes wagon pulled up. Heya boys, Himiko cheerily greeted. She was wearing a red and white polka dot bikini and carrying a towel and beach umbrella. Who's ready for some food dash? Her cheery mood, as well as her jaw, suddenly dropped upon seeing what was supposed to be a beach. Daddy, Himiko cried while Aizawa gave a shit-eating grin. Sorry, kiddo, Aizawa said, pulling a Vlad King gym bag from the trunk and tossing it to his pouting daughter. You know I can't resist a good logical ruse. Now, get changed, and I'll explain what we'll be doing once my assistant gets here. As Himiko muttered death threats under her breath as she stamped her way towards a changing room, Aizawa handed a bag to each of the boys containing rubber boots, gloves, and overalls of the boys' preferred colors. So, who's this new assistant, Uncle Sho? Izuku asked as he slipped on the green overalls despite not needing any extra protection. Are you going to be getting a TA? Actually, Ma-sensei's getting a TA, but I'm babysitting today, Aizawa said before giving Izuku a pointed look. Before you ask, he's retired and would prefer you not ask about his past as a pro hero. Don't bother the has-been. Got it, Katsuki said, sliding on his orange and black boots. As Himiko approached the small group in her all-pink protective gear over an old put-your-hands-up radio t-shirt, an old, white pickup truck parked near the entrance of the beach. Izuku and Bakugu's eyes widened at the skeletal blonde stepping out of the driver's seat. Everyone, this is Yagi Tashinori, Aizawa announced as Yagi approached with a friendly smile. He will be starting at UA next year as TA for the first-year heroics class. This project was his idea and Nizu and I agreed it would be a good opportunity for him to gain some teaching experience. Thank you, Aizawa, Yagi said. Before he could say any more, his eyes widened as he recognized two of Aizawa's personal students. Why young Midoriya and Bakugu? Yagi questioned, blood flying out his mouth in surprise. All might, Izuku yelled. He then slapped both hands over his mouth. To his left, Kaken slapped his forehead in annoyance. To his right, while Hitoshi looked between him and Yagi with a raised eyebrow, Himiko just stared in morbid fascination as Yagi tried to control the waterfall of blood pouring from his mouth. All the while, Aizawa's eyes narrowed between the three. Yagi, Aizawa said in a calm voice that sent shivers up the old hero's spine. Come with me. Grabbing Yagi's ear, Aizawa pulled him behind a pile of junk. All right, talk. How the hell do you know my nephew and his explosive friend? Wait, young Midoriya is your nephew? Yagi questioned in surprise. I thought for sure the boy in purple was JH. He was interrupted by Aizawa tightening his scarf around Yagi's throat and activating his quirk. Focus, Yagi, Aizawa said in a threatening tone. I met them the other day after I saved them from the sludge villain, Yagi quickly explained after Aizawa loosened the capture scarf. I apologized for my mistakes in handling the villain and then offered young Midoriya one for all. I thought he'd be perfect after learning of how he boldly ran to save his friend without a second thought. However, he declined and we went our separate ways. Aizawa sighed in both exhaustion and a bit of relief. After he and the rest of the staff were introduced to and let in on the time limit secret of All Might, Aizawa and Vlad King had been asked to wait behind. Neither had expected to be let in on the even bigger secret of an ancient, powerful quirk that can be passed on and how the #1 hero, the current holder, asked for their help to find a worthy successor in the first-year hero course. While Vlad was quick to agree, Sho wanted to know more about the history of the quirk. After hearing about the quirk's accidental creation and confirmation that the legendary quirk Boogeyman was real and had been killed by All Might, Aizawa finally agreed to help. He also agreed that a first year going through a quirk awakening would be the best cover story. He had briefly considered suggesting Izuku, but didn't want to put that kind of pressure on his nephew. Okay, Aizawa said, pinching the bridge of his nose and fully releasing Yagi. How do you want to play this? Do you want to tell the truth or just play it off as Izuku recognizing you as All Might's secretary? Are they trustworthy? Yagi asked. At Aizawa's nod, Yagi walked back to the group of teens. While the other 3 teens were just waiting for the adults to return with an explanation, young Midoriya still had his hands clamped over his mouth with a mortified expression on his face. Standing in front of them, Yagi took a deep breath and disappeared in a puff of smoke, replaced by the smiling visage of All Might, causing the purple-haired teen's tired eyes to widen dramatically and the girl's jaw to drop. Finally, young Bakugo shook his head in embarrassment as young Midoriya removed his hands from his mouth and began frantically waving them in front of himself as he began uttering a stream of desperate apologies before being cut off by All Might's mighty laugh. Icha, calm yourself, young Midoriya. All is forgiven. Just dash. In another puff of smoke, Yagi reappeared. Work on not blabbing my hero name when you see me like this in public. When I'm like this, it's Yagi-san or Mr. Yagi, okay? Yes, Yagi-san, all teens said in unison. So, Himiko began, casually raising her hand. Are we allowed to ask questions? 'Cause I got a lot of questions. Well, to answer what I assume is your first, Yagi said, raising his baggy shirt to show off the ugly scar that marred nearly half his torso. I wasn't always like this. It wasn't until a fight 5 years ago that cost me most of my respiratory system and a lung that eventually turned me into the bag of bones you see before you. I can channel my quirk through my body to bulk up as All Might, but there's a time limit that's getting smaller every day. He then gave the kids a serious look. My time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end, and that is why I chose a job at UA. Not only will stepping away from heroics to teach help ease the public into my eventual retirement, but it gives me the chance to pass down what I've learned over the years and help nurture the next generation of heroes. How long have you two known about this? Hitoshi asked, his and Himiko's eyes still wide over the revelations they've just heard. Since he saved us from that sludge bastic the other day, Katsuki said coolly while Izuku frantically nodded. Now, can we please move on? The sooner we start, the sooner we finish cleaning this fragging dump. Of course, young Bakugo, Yagi said with a nod and a smile. Between you 4, I have no doubt you'll have this beach spotless by the time of the entrance exams. That snapped Himiko back to reality. Wait, we're really going to be cleaning this whole beach? Himiko practically whined. I thought it was just going to end up being another logical ruse. Logical ruse, Yagi wondered to himself, not noticing Aizawa hiding a smile behind his scarf. Shaking his head, he turned to face the girl he knew was Aizawa's daughter. Young Aizawa dash. It's Fukakato, Yagi-san. Himiko nervously interrupted. But you can call me Himiko. And our violet friend here is Shinszo Hitoshi. Hey, Shinszo said, nervously waving. Right. Well, young Himiko, while I'm well aware of the training you 4 have gone through since you were children, the reason behind this training is to both strengthen your bodies and to rediscover the roots of heroism, Yagi explained, a bit of pride in his voice. Back before quirks, heroes were those who gave back to their community. By restoring this beach to its former glory, you will also be taking your first steps to becoming like the true heroes of old. Even without being in his hero form, the teens were hanging off Yagi's every word. All right, guys, let's do this, Izuku called out, only to be stopped by Yagi placing a hand on his shoulder. Actually, young Midoriya, your training will be a bit different, Yagi said. Rest assured, you'll be joining your friends later, but for now, I want you to take a nap. This confused Izuku. But then I won't be able to use my quirk. That's the point, Izuku, Aizawa said, creepy grin on full display while holding a green sleeping bag under his arm. The point of your training is to increase your base strength. You'll nap, work for 30 minutes, then repeat. Got it? Yes, sensei, Izuku said, taking the sleeping bag. The rest of you, get to work, Aizawa ordered. Start making piles, appliances in one, furniture in another, and 2 more for miscellaneous trash and recycling. Take the smaller appliances and load them onto Mr. Yagi's truck so he can take them to a recycling center. Yes, sensei, the other 3 called back. As the others got to work, Izuku dozed off. It seemed like he just closed his eyes when he was suddenly woken up by an air horn, causing him to violently thrash around inside his bag while Himiko was rolling on the ground. Thanks for the wake-up, cuz, Izuku said through gritted teeth. Anytime, Izukin, Himiko laughed back. Now, get to work, sleepyhead. Izuku looked up at the truck he'd been sleeping near and saw how it was already nearly full. After setting his watch for 30 minutes, Izuku pulled on his green gloves to get to work. He had a limited amount of time, and he was going to make the most of it. 8 months till exams. These kids sure are hard workers, Yagi said as he and Aizawa watched Izuku and Shinszo try to pull a refrigerator while Himiko and Katsuki pushed. It had only been 2 months, and already these 4 have managed to clear a large portion of the beach. They do have an annoying tendency to go plus ultra, Aizawa said, passing the man a cup of hot water before taking a sip of his coffee. So, how are the classes going? Fine, I guess, Yagi said, rubbing the back of his head. Gotta admit, though, there's more to teaching than I thought. Amen to that, Aizawa said, tapping his cup to Yagi's before they both took a drink and continued watching the kids struggle until Izuku slipped and fell on his face in the sand. All right, time to call it, Aizawa said, nudging Yagi. Go let them know there's nothing wrong with admitting defeat or something like that. Nodding in understanding, Yagi approached the group that was laughing as Izuku continued coughing up sand. 5 months till exams. Komoda, Katsuki shouted as he blew a couch in half. No, his 3 friends said in unison as they picked up the remains. Katsuki was finally starting to enjoy himself. Now that they've cleared most of the small stuff, he was told to use his quirk to destroy some of the bigger stuff. However, there was one thing that kept him from truly enjoying himself. He just couldn't find the right battle cry. Mazas, he shouted as he blasted the fridge they could barely budge all those months ago several meters towards the beach entrance. Nope. Blatherskite. Hot sup. Hey, you stole that from that kung fu movie we watched last week, Bunhead annoyingly pointed out. For months till exams. Hey, Jean. Himiko happily greeted her bag-headed friend as she placed 2 bento boxes with a picture of Lunch Rush, giving a thumbs up on them on the table. After showing signs of improvement, Bubigawara had been moved from the detention center to a less secure private residence near the Aizawas. While Shoyuta was still a little weary of him, Emi and Jean became fast friends. While still restricted from interacting with the students, Himiko was the exception as she would always visit for lunch after cleaning the beach. Hello, Fukakato-san. Jean politely greeted with a stiff bow before switching to a more energetic tone. Hey, Himi. How's it Hanjin, girl? It's going pretty good, she replied, opening her lunch. Today, she was enjoying a pork blood porridge while she brought Jean some sweet and sour pork. We're close to finishing up the beach. Still sounds like a waste of time to me. Good for you kids. You're really making a difference. Thanks, Jean, Himiko smiled. How's therapy with Inui-san going? The mutt don't know nothing about nothing. He's so wise and says I've made a lot of progress. I still feel like I'd tear apart without this stupid bag, though. Oh, by the way, I made something for you. For me? Jean gasped dramatically. But it isn't my birthday. Gimme. I don't need your charity. Himiko giggled as she pulled something blue from her bag. I thought you might like this better than those old paper bags. Underneath his bag, Jin's eyes widened. It was a blue mask that resembled Yue's gym uniform, with the white letters outlined in red. Suddenly, tears had started to ruin his bag. I've never. Why you didn't have to pitch thank you so much, Jean finally uttered as he desperately hugged the mask. For once the other voice seemed to be just as shocked. Can you help me put it on? Please. Sure, Jean, Himiko kindly said. Gently, she peeled the dirty bag off and realized this was the first time she saw his face. He had messy blonde hair and no eyebrows over his tightly shut eyes that were still leaking. However, his most striking feature was the large scar running down the middle of his forehead. She then helped Jean pull the mask down and adjust it. How do I look? Jean nervously asked, eyes still glued shut. See for yourself, Himiko said, pulling a small makeup mirror out of her bag. Finally, Jean opened one of his eyes and soon opened the other. Wow, I'm hideous, he said, before adding with a thumbs up and wink to Himiko. Thank Cammy, this mask does a great job at covering it up. 2 months till exams. Yagi couldn't help gawking. The beach, the whole stinking beach, was clean. Instead of sleeping over at young Midoriya's like they told Aizawa, the 14s had spent last night finishing up the job and then sleeping on the beach. Holy, stinking, super crap, he said, finishing his exclamation as All Might. Looking at the final pile outside the entrance, Aizawa, despite his frustration at them for completing the project without their supervision, couldn't help but smile. As he already knew, these kids were something else. So, got anything else for us to do? Hitoshi lazily asked from his purple sleeping bag, next to a snoring Izuku, while Katsuki and Himiko were already rolling up their orange and red sleeping bags, respectively. Just get this last pile loaded onto Yagi-san's truck, Aizawa said, nudging Izuku awake. Aye, Pops, Himiko energetically said. He seriously had no idea how she was so peppy in the morning. Here, young Shinszo, Yagi said, passing Hitoshi a cup of coffee. You've more than earned this. Thanks, Mr. Yagi, Hitoshi said after taking a large gulp of the holy nectar. I've actually been meaning to talk to you, Yagi said, sitting down next to the young man. Have you found a sponsor for the recommendation exam? Unfortunately, no, Hitoshi sighed. I'm just going to have to fill out the paperwork and see if my tonfa can be considered support equipment. Not necessarily, Yagi said with a smirk. How would you feel about being sponsored by All Might? Yagi couldn't help his snort as young Shinszo spat out the drink he and Aizawa considered as sacred as Nizu considered tea. But you're a UA teacher, Shinszo finally coughed out. Technically, I'll be a TA and won't be until next year, Yagi said. I've already gotten the go-ahead from Nizu. All I need is for you to accept. But why me? Why not offer to sponsor Zuku or Himi or Kat? Because none of them would have accepted. Aizawa told me you weren't as confident in your abilities to take on robots as your friends, and while I think you would do fine, I understand your apprehension and want to do what I can to help you achieve your dream. In a puff of smoke, a grinning All Might offered a still stunned Shinszo a hand up. So what do you say, young Shinszo? Finally, Shinszo took his hand. I gladly accept, sir. Ha ha ha. Excellent, All Might exclaimed before turning back into Yagi. Now, go help your friends load up the truck, and then we'll talk about the study schedule Nizu gave me. After all, the written portion of the recommendation exam is much more difficult than the normal entrance exam and takes place a month before. We've got some serious cramming to do, young Shinszo. Maybe I should just take my chances with the robots, Shinszo thought as he approached his friends. Chapter 17, The Recommendation Exam. Summary. Shinszo takes the recommendation exam and makes a few new friends. He then put his phone away as he took a deep breath. You can do this, Toshi, he said to himself as he stood staring up at UA's front gate. He had walked through it hundreds of times over the years for both his training and just to hang out with his friends at Himiko's house. So why was it suddenly so hard to move? Are you nervous, too? A female voice said from behind him, making him jump. Spinning around in a defensive stance, he quickly dropped it as he saw a beautiful, slightly blushing girl with her black hair and a ponytail. Behind her was an older man wearing a monocle and whose gray hair was slicked back into a low ponytail. The guy dressed and held himself like a stereotypical butler, even wearing white gloves. Apologies, the girl quickly said, bowing. I didn't mean to startle you. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and it's a pleasure to meet you. This is my sponsor, Dornez Walter. A pleasure, young sir, Walter said with an accent and a pleasant tone as he bowed as well. Shinszo Hitoshi bowed back. And it's fine. Like you said, I'm a little nerve dash. Hitoshi was cut off by a loud laugh as All Might, in an ugly, yellow pinstripe suit landed near them. Haha, I am here to escort you to your exams, young Shinszo. Oh, hello there. Shinszo pinched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment while Yaoyorozu just stared at All Might with a shocked expression, and Walter's eyebrows merely raised a bit higher before smiling and approaching the number one hero. "Good morning, sir," Walter said with a bow. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Dornez Walter, and I am the Yaoyorozu's personal butler and bodyguard, as well as a retired hero and sponsor to young Miss Yaoyorozu." "The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Dornez." All Might happily bowed back before putting his thumb and forefinger under his chin, as if studying the man. "Given your accent, I assume you were a European hero, possibly British underground?" "Indeed, sir," Walter said, impressed by the deduction. "Well, shall we escort our young charges to their exams?" "Of course. Come, young Shinszo. Your future awaits." Groaning into his hands as he covered his face in embarrassment, Hitoshi's reluctance to move forward was seemingly forgotten. However, with his eyes covered, he failed to notice the loose piece in the walkway and tripped. As he was preparing himself to tuck and roll to avoid injury, he suddenly felt many thin strings wrapping around himself and was pulled back onto his feet. Opening his eyes, he saw what looked like fishing line wrapped around himself, and following it back to its origin, his eyes widened to find they came from Walter's fingers. "Careful, young man," Walter said, smiling as the wires disappeared. "Are you all right, young Shinszo?" All Might asked as Hitoshi just stared at Walter, who was still smiling kindly. "T the angel of death, Garrote," Hitoshi said in a stunned whisper. He remembered hearing about him from Aizawa and how he was a big inspiration to him, including inspiring his capture weapon. "Impressive," Walter said, a glint in his eye as his kind smile suddenly turned sharp. "I must admit, I'm surprised someone so young is familiar with my former alias, let alone recognized me by my quirk." Suddenly, his features softened and the polite smile was back. "Well, come along, then. We mustn't be late." As both the former and current heroes continued walking and began discussing the differences between Japanese and European hero systems, Yaoyorozu gently nudged a still stunned Shinszo. "Are you all right, Shinszo?" "Huh? Why, yeah," he answered as they both began walking. "Just a little starstruck, I guess. I mean, the guy's a legend in the underground community." "I know the feeling," Yaoyorozu said, face a little red as she looked at All Might. "Given how knowledgeable you are, I take it you're looking to go underground as well. If so, how do you know All Might? If you don't mind me asking, I mean." "Not at all. Honestly, I just got lucky," Hitoshi said, remembering the half-truth cover story he, Aizawa, and Yagi came up with. His secretary was checking on a community project me and my friends took part in, and he recommended me to his boss for a sponsorship. I don't exactly have a combat quirk like my friends, and he thought this exam would give me a better chance of passing the practical portion than the normal one. It's the written portion that's got me worried, though. "I'm sure you'll do fine," she said. Wow, she had a pretty smile. "So, tell me a bit about this project." They continued to talk until coming to the exam room they were both assigned to. "Well, kids, this is where we take our leave," All Might said with his signature smile and thumbs up. "Best of luck to you both. We'll see you again before the practical portion of the exam," Walter said, shooting Yaoyorozu one last smile. "I've no doubt you'll pass with flying colors, Miss Yaoyorozu." "Thank you, Walter," Yaoyorozu said with a blush. "After you," Shinszo said, opening the door. With a grateful smile and nod, she entered with Shinszo following behind. "Good to see the boy knows his manners," Walter commented to himself once the door closed. Looking up at All Might, he continued, "Shall we join our fellow sponsors?" "Apologies, my friend, but I'm afraid I have a rather important meeting with Principal Nizu," All Might said. "Of course," Walter nodded. "I know from experience not to keep my old friend waiting. Well, see you at the practical, Yagi-san." At this, All Might's eyes comically widened, and it took all of his willpower to keep his signature grin and not cough up blood like a geyser. While Walter lightly chuckled to himself on his way to the waiting room, All Might booked it to Nizu's office to wait out the exam and question the principal about what he knew of his new acquaintance. "Kami, my head," Shinszo groaned, rubbing his temples as he exited the locker room wearing a purple tracksuit. "I knew I should have taken my chances with the robots in exchange for the slightly easier written portion." I found it enjoyably challenging, Momo said, surprising Shinszo to see her waiting for him with that cute smile and wearing a red tank top and sweatpants that exposed her flat belly and emphasized her curves. It took every bit of self-control. He had to stop himself from staring. "You definitely get along with my friend," Shinszo joked as they headed to Gym Delta, one of the few areas of UA Shinszo hadn't been allowed in. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a bunch of the applicants and some of their sponsors crowding All Might for pictures and autographs. Endeavor was scowling off to the side with a boy with heterochromia and half red and white hair with a nasty-looking burn scar over his left eye who was staring at All Might. Behind the group, Shinszo saw what looked to be an obstacle course. "Okay, this doesn't seem too bad," Shinszo thought with an analytical gaze. "I've been doing parkour since I was 9, so that should give me an advantage dash." There you two are," All Might called out, breaking free of the crowd as he and Walter approached the two. The group then broke out in whispers, and Endeavor turned his heated glare on them with the boy who Shinszo assumed was his son also taking an interest. "I must admit, I was a little worried with how long you were taking," Walter said with a playful smirk, making both kids turn red. "All right," Present Mike called out. "Now that everyone's here, it's time for the practical exam. You'll all be divided into groups of 5 and use your quirks to race to the finish line. Now, go see my lovely co-worker, Midnight, to get sorted into your group and wait for my call." As Yaoyorozu walked over with the rest of the group to Midnight, Shinszo was taking deep breaths to try to calm himself. Sensing the young man's tension, All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey," he said in a softer tone. "You're going to do fine, young Shinszo." "But what if I don't win?" Shinszo asked. "Let me let you in on a little secret," All Might said, moving in front of the boy and crouching down. "If I know anything about Principal Nizu, it's that he takes many factors into account when making a decision. If I were to guess, I'd say the point of this race isn't merely to win, but to show off what you can do and how well you're able to adapt to the situation. Just do your best, and remember that this isn't the final part of the exam." With a small smile, Hitoshi nodded and headed over to Midnight while All Might went off to find a good seat to watch. Pinning the number 13 to his chest, Hitoshi was walking over to join the other students waiting on the sidelines when a rather large boy with sharp eyes and the number 41 on his chest spotted him and ran over, waving and grinning. "Hey," he enthusiastically greeted. "You're the kid All Might is sponsoring, right? Man, you must be pretty passionate to get the symbol of peace's attention. My name's Yurashi Inasa, and I hope we can be great friends." Shinszo, a well-known introvert, was at a loss how to react to the energetic boy in front of him. After a few moments of awkward silence, Inasa's eyes slightly widened, and, without losing his smile, he bowed so low his head hit the floor with a loud bang, making Shinszo even more uncomfortable as he and several others watching jumped in surprise. "My apologies," Inasa loudly said. "It's just that I'm really passionate and hot-blooded about so many things, especially heroics, and I sometimes get overexcited. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable." It's fine, big guy," Shinszo said, stepping back a few inches with his hands raised. "I'm just not very, social. That's partly why I'm aiming to go underground." Inasa quickly rose from his bow, still grinning as blood leaked from his forehead. "Really? That's awesome. I'm aiming for limelight myself." Yurashi, you got a little," Shinszo trailed off, pointing to his forehead. Upon touching his forehead and seeing the blood, Inasa just laughed it off. "It's fine," he said, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. "I've got a pretty tough head. Come on, let's join the others. So what group are you in?" As his new, loud friend continued to talk, he couldn't help noticing the others looking at him specifically and whispering to each other. In hindsight, he really should have seen this coming. After all, it's not every day All Might takes enough interest in a student to recommend them to UA. Hell, for all he knew, he was the first. "Shinszo," Yaoyorozu called, walking over with a number 6 on her shirt. She gasped at the sight of Inasa's still bleeding forehead. The palm of her hand then glowed and a bandage and a small tube of ointment materialized in it. Both boys' eyes widened. "Whoa," Shinszo almost whispered while Inasa was silent as they both looked on in awe. "Come here," Yaoyorozu said, gesturing for Inasa to lean forward. Once he did, she wiped away the excess blood with his handkerchief and applied the ointment before covering the cut with the bandage. Wow. Thanks, Yaoyorozu, Inasa said, Hitoshi and Momo both stopping him before he could bow again. So does your quirk allow you to make medical supplies? If so, you'll be Recovery Girl's favorite student in no time, Shinszo joked. It's not just medical supplies, Momo said, the top of her head glowing as a Matryoshka doll popped up and she tossed it to Shinszo. I can convert my body's lipids into anything non-living from any part of my body, so long as I know its atomic structure. Oh, I definitely need to introduce you to my buddy, Izuku, Shinszo said, looking over the wooden doll. Then, Present Mix's voice called out. Those in Group A, please take the stage. Oh, that's me, Yaoyorozu said, waving goodbye to the two. Wish me luck. Quite the diverse group of candidates this year. The Dragoon Hero, Ryukyu said from the sponsors' seats. The 50 heroes gathered were given a box seat to look over the track. While there were some like Ryukyu, who liked to sponsor a student almost every year, most were new to the experience like All Might. Indeed, All Might said as the race began. The amount of heroic potential down there is staggering. Endeavor rolled his eyes. His masterpiece has more heroic potential than any of the so-called heroes he's been forced to sit with. If he would only get over his ridiculous rebellious phase and fulfill his purpose. Speaking of potential, what made you choose to sponsor the Purple Kid, All Might? Ryukyu asked. I was impressed by his heroic spirit and tenacity. Young Shinszo is one of 4 middle schoolers who cleaned Takoba Municipal Beach these past 7 months. All Might said, ignoring the gasps of surprise. I did some digging on them and found out while young Shinszo's been training to become a hero most of his life, and by Eraserhead, no less, his quirk wasn't the best for taking on robots. I wanted to help give the boy a fairer chance, so I offered to sponsor him. Endeavor scoffed. Something you'd like to say, Inji? All Might said, emphasizing the use of the man's given name rather than his family or hero name. Endeavor scowled at the disrespect. If the boy's so weak he can't handle a few robots, he shouldn't be here. He practically spat, watching as the Yaoyorozu heiress created a grappling hook from her stomach to scale the rock wall. Actually, Endeavor, that's the exact reason why this exam exists and why I decided to sponsor Tokaichi, Ryukyu chimed in, with others nodding in agreement. Her quirk isn't combat-oriented, but could be great for stealth and infiltration operations. If your kid's so strong, why is he taking a test meant for those who need a leg up? Endeavor just scowled and looked away. Their point made, All Might and Ryukyu bumped fists. Meanwhile, the hero who sponsored Yurashi was slightly sweating over his mistake. Group D, come on done, Present Mike called. Welp, guess I'm up, Shinszo sighed, finishing his stretches. Good luck, Shinszo, Inasa said, accidentally patting his shoulder a little too hard. I'll see you at the finish line. See you there, big guy, Shinszo said, rolling his shoulders. Taking his place, he considered using his quirk on his competition, but decided against it. Not only would it possibly get him disqualified for using his quirk on them before the start of the race, he didn't want to sabotage anyone. He watched the lights above the starting gate, and the moment the light changed to blue, he was off, taking an early lead. Good start, one hero said. Does he have some kind of speed quirk? Nope, All Might said, grinning as he watched the young man running across the taut rope that others would have to hang from to get across. In fact, young Shinszo isn't even using his quirk. What we're seeing is the fruits of good old-fashioned physical training. No wonder he wants to go underground, Endeavor thought with a sneer as Shinszo quickly scaled the side of a wall to bypass a few obstacles. Probably has a weak mental quirk. Ducking his head under the waterfall, Shinszo picked up speed and leapt across the gap to the other side and tucked into a roll. Quickly getting up and seeing the finish line, he put on one final burst of speed. While he could hear someone gaining on him, he didn't look back and just kept running. He dived and slid over the finish line as he heard someone yell "Bra bra ho," and something whizzed past him. And applicant number 13 secures the win, followed closely by number 26. Well, part of her, but it still counts. Grinning and panting heavily, Hitoshi rolled onto his back with his eyes closed as the other contestants passed him as they finished. He did it. He got first and didn't even have to rely on his quirk. Hey, a female voice said. Need a hand up? Opening one eye, he soon opened them both upon seeing a floating hand waving at him. Taking it, he looked to where he heard the voice and saw a green-haired girl with sharp teeth grinning at him and waving a stump as he was pulled up. Once on his feet, he watched as the hand floated back and reattached to its owner. So you were the One Piece fan who nearly beat me? Shinszo asked as he walked over to a cooler to grab a water bottle. Yup, the girl said, grinning as her head and both hands as well as pieces of her arms about the size of tuna steaks detached and floated from her body towards him to grab a water as well. Name's Tokage Setsuna, and my quirk's called Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split myself into a bunch of pieces that float around like Buggy. You a One Piece fan too? My dad has the complete run of the manga, and I grew up watching the anime, including filler. Hitoshi smirked as her body walked over and reattached its missing pieces before taking a drink. Huh, same, Setsuna laughed. They continued talking about the pre-quirk phenomenon as they made their way to the students' waiting area. Well done, young Shinszo. All Might loudly cheered, much to Endeavor's annoyance. Then again, the man's very existence annoyed him. Whoa, way to go, Tokage, Ryukyu also cheered. Walter, however, simply smiled as he took a sip of his tea. He had expected nothing less from a personal student of his former intern. Congratulations, Shinszo, Yaoyorozu happily greeted. Thanks, he said, smiling and going red. You too. Second place is nothing to sneeze at. Agreed, Setsuna chimed in, detaching a hand that grabbed and shook a mortified Momos. Tokage Setsuna, nice to meet ya. Yaoyorozu Momo, she nervously said, getting a laugh out of Setsuna. Relax, girl. I don't bite, she said, wiggling an eyebrow and continuing with a devious smile. At least, not without permission. After laughing at a suddenly red Yaoyorozu letting out a nervous eep, the three sat down, joining the others to watch the other races on a large screen. As they watched, all Shinszo could think about was Izuku crying over missing out on seeing all the unique quirks on display. And now, for the finale. Will Group J please step up? Shinszo noticed Inasa's grin was looking a bit forced as he took his place next to the stoic peppermint-haired kid. At the sound of the beep, Inasa was off with a tornado blasting him forward and blowing those around him away. Huh, some kind of wind control, Shinszo thought as the stoic kid began catching up to Inasa using a path of jagged ice to shoot forward. I guess we know why those two were placed in the last group, Yaoyorozu said as she watched the two powerhouses fly through the course much faster than anyone else before them. Thank Godzilla we weren't in their group. Shinszo, Tokage asked while sweat dropping. Yeah, we wait, Godzilla. Hey, you worship what you want to and I'll worship what I want to, she joked. Shaking his head, Shinszo watched as Inasa and the other kid crossed the finish line with Inasa kicking out his foot to reach the end first. Whoa, number 41 wins by a hair, and 3 minutes faster than average. Shinszo smiled as the big lug started cheering, but his smile fell when he saw Inasa approaching the stoic kid, who he assumed to be Endeavor's kid. Oh, this is not gonna end well, he said to himself, and was quickly proven right. While he couldn't hear what was being said, he watched as Inasa's bright grin turned into open-mouthed shock, horror, and maybe even anger at what the other boy said. As the other boy walked away, Shinszo kept watching as Inasa, his face now blank but clenching his fists, approached present Mike. While the hero looked surprised at what he said, he allowed Inasa to leave. What do you think happened? Yaoyorozu asked worriedly. He tried to befriend the wrong person, Tokage said, eyes narrowing at 23. You can see it in his eyes. He's not here to make friends or connections with future heroes. He's just out for himself. Hitoshi nodded in agreement, hoping the big guy would be okay. Sure, he was a bit loud and annoying, but the guy obviously had a big heart and would make a great hero. All RIIGHT, present Mike announced to get everyone's attention. Now that the practical portion is over, it's time for the final part of the exam, the interview. So, this is why we're wearing numbers, Shinszo thought with a sigh, waiting for his number to be called. Yaoyorozu had already gone, and while she offered to wait, he waved it off but got hers and Setsuna's phone numbers to stay in touch. What worried him was that Inesa was still Mia. Number 13. The voice of the principal called as a kid with brown hair sticking up in the front exited his office. Taking a deep breath, he got up and, as Setsuna wished him luck with 2 floating thumbs up, entered the office. "Hello, young Shinszo," Nizu cheerily greeted. "Well, given how we are already well acquainted, what do you say I skip my usual introduction?" "That would be appreciated, sir," Shinszo said, sighing in relief but wrinkling his nose at the tea placed in front of him. With all due respect, sir, would you happen to have any coffee? I'm a little sick of tea after all of our study sessions." This made Nizu chuckle. To quote one of my favorite shows, sick of tea? That's like being sick of breathing. That got a snort out of the young man. "Didn't peg you as a TLA fan," Shinszo said. "Of course," Nizu chirped as he swapped the boy's teacup for a cup of coffee, which he gratefully accepted. "However, we can discuss pre-Quirk American cartoons at a later date. For now, let us begin the interview." Taking another sip of coffee, Shinszo nodded. "Excellent," Nizu said, folding his paws on his desk. "Normally, I'd go over your file and ask you questions about yourself, but given our unique relationship, I am already well aware of you and your grades, so let's skip to the important part." Nizu leaned forward a bit, beady black eyes seemingly judging his soul. "Shinszo-kun, why do you think you deserve a recommendation spot? What makes you different and more desirable than the other 48 students gunning for one of the 4 spots?" Shinszo's eyebrows crinkled in confusion. "Wait, 48? Don't you mean 49? "Sadly, no," Nizu sighed. "While I won't go into detail, Yurashi Inesa has decided not to attend UA." Shinszo's eyes widened. "Damn," he whispered. "Indeed," Nizu nodded. "Anyway, back to the question. Why do you deserve this spot?" Shinszo looked into his coffee, thinking hard about his answer. "Well, like you said, you know me and my skills. You know how much time and energy Aizawa-sensei and my friends have put into training me. They're the main reason why I want to go to UA. Sure, I can apply to other schools, but it just wouldn't be the same without them. Even if you decide to give this spot to someone else, there's always the practical my friends are taking. If I fail that, too, I can wait till the sports festival to show my worth." He looked up and into Nizu's eyes with an eraser-head-worthy grin. "Make no mistake, Principal Nizu, I will join UA's hero course. The when and how is up to you." After a brief pause, Nizu let out cackle. "Well said, Shinszo-san," the mammalian principal said. "Well, that's all I needed to hear. Your letter of acceptance or rejection will be mailed before the end of the month. Now, since we still have a few minutes left, why don't I freshen up your coffee while we discuss our favorite episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender? Personally, I've always thought The Great Divide was an underrated gem." After several minutes of debating whether or not The Great Divide was an enjoyable waste of time, Shinszo finally exited the Weasel's office and sat back down next to Tokage. "So, how'd it go?" Setsuna asked, clearly a bit nervous. Shinszo said, waving his hand in a SOSO motion but smiled. Shinszo was satisfied with his performance, and that was all that mattered. All he had to do now was wait for the Weasel's decision. Chapter 18, Dinner. Summary. Everyone is gathered at Aizawa's place for Shinszo's favorite dinner. "Yeah, that's not suspicious at all." "I failed," Shinszo muttered into the cushion as he lay face down on Aizawa-sensei's couch with Nettie curled up on his back and Nimpuri, a black Maine Coon, licking his hand hanging off the couch. It's been 3 weeks since the exam, and, despite Yaoyorozu and Tokage getting their acceptance letters, Shinszo still hasn't gotten his. "Knock it off, Hichan," Izuku said while playing Hero Brawl 3 with his cousin. "I'm sure you got in." "Yeah, the Weasel's just messing with you," Himiko said, sweating with her black buns a mess as she just barely dodged All Might's Detroit Smash and countered with Ms. Joke's side-splitting combo. "Or it's one of Uncle Show's logical ruses," Izuku smirked as All Might caught a kick and spun Ms. Joke around until throwing her off-screen, much to his cousin's rage as she threw her controller in the same direction, scaring Nimpuri away. "Damn it, Izukin," Quit always playing as All Might. He's too damn op. Himiko angrily ranted as she stamped indignantly. Hey, I've beat you with other characters. Hell, I beat you as Nizu while you played as All Might, Izuku said, smirking as he leaned back with his hands behind his head. Not my fault you refused to admit defeat. Out of curiosity, how long have you been awake? Himiko asked in a sickly sweet voice as she spun a butterfly knife. It then glowed green and was pulled out of Himiko's hand and into the hand of a frowning Inko at the front door. Himiko, what have your parents and I told you about threatening to stab your cousin? She asked. To not to, Himiko sighed. Under her breath, she added, it's not like it'd even hurt him. That's not the point, Inko sighed, crossing her arms. Now, Himiko, come help me set the table. Izuku, go take a nap. Everyone's going to be here soon. Peeling himself off the couch so Izuku can get some sleep to enjoy the meal, Shinszo went to the small kitchen where Ms. Joke was frying up carriage chicken, his favorite. Anything I can do to help, sensei? He asked. Zuku took my moping spot, and I could use something to do. First, when I'm at home, it's Fukukado-san. Second, if you want, you can prepare the cucumbers for the sesame salad, Emi said with a smile. Thanks, kiddo. Nodding, Shinszo went over to the cutting board and began peeling cucumbers. He had begun chopping them when the front door opened, and in walked the Bakugas. Before Mrs. Bakugu could loudly greet her friend, her husband covered her mouth and pointed to the sleeping form of their nephew, and all but blood passed out on the couch, with Nettie curled up on his stomach. Rolling his eyes as Fangs hugged his parents, Katsuki went into the kitchen. Hey, Baggy, he said. What the hell do you think you're doing? Chopping cucumbers, Hitoshi tiredly said. They're all uneven, you fraggin' clod. Katsuki almost yelled, grabbing a knife and apron and pushing Hitoshi to the side to correct his mistake. Watching the blonde quickly and effortlessly chop a new cucumber into thin, even slices, Hitoshi tried copying the technique, but ended up cutting himself. Damn it, Shinszo said as he sucked his finger. Sighing, Katsuki got the first aid kit. Thanks, Hitoshi said, putting on a bandage before going back to cutting the cucumbers more slowly. Don't mention it, Katsuki said. So, you still didn't get your letter? Shinszo shook his head, to which Katsuki shrugged. Well, you know how dramatic the Weasel and Hobo Sensei are. They wouldn't build up suspense like this for no reason. Yeah, I know, Shinszo tiredly said. I just can't help but worry. I mean, did not using my quirk to give myself an advantage hurt my score? Did taking that shortcut disqualify me? I was just trying dash. Hey, Katsuki said, flicking him on the forehead. Enough with the self-deprecating muttering, and pass me the sesame oil and vinegar. Hitoshi watched Katsuki mixing the dressing when the front door opened again, and Shinszo was surprised to see his parents. What are you guys doing here? He asked. It's not like it's a holiday or anyone's birthday, so why was everyone here? Hey, now, is that any way to greet your parents? Lil Sho, Emi joked. Please stop calling him that. Aizawa yawned as he walked out of their bedroom. Oh, it's fine, Emi, Shinszo Nakoshi said, scratching the pink stubble on his chin. I think Aizawa's lessons on situational awareness have just made him a little paranoid. Yeah, we're just here to judge whether your chicken recipe is better than mine, Hitomi joked. Oh, it is on, bitch, Emi declared. While everyone else was enjoying the meal, especially Izuku, Hitoshi kept picking at his chicken until he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his chopsticks down. All right, seriously, what's going on? He asked, narrowing his eyes and pointing towards Aizawa. And don't tell me I'm being paranoid, because it's never unfounded when it comes to you and Nizu. While his parents were reprimanding him over his rude behavior, Hitoshi didn't take his narrowed eyes off Sho as he calmly and slowly wiped his mouth. Oh, that reminds me. Nizu asked me to give you this, Aizawa boredly said as he pulled a slightly crumpled envelope out of his pocket and tossed it to a suddenly wide-eyed Hitoshi, who only managed to catch it out of instinct. Seems he accidentally forgot to mail it with the others. Hitoshi stared down at the surprisingly heavy envelope. He only looked up when he felt his dad's hand on his shoulder and saw the older man with matching tired eyes and his pink hair in a bun smiling at him. On his other shoulder, his mom, tears gathering behind her sunglasses, stood with the same kind smile. No matter what's inside that letter, we're all proud of you, Toshi, Nakoshi said. Looking around the table, everyone was smiling at him. Well, except for Katsuki. Damn it. Will you just open the damn thing, so we can say we told you so already? Katsuki said, rolling his eyes, to which Mitsuki lightly smacked the back of his head. Shut it, brat. This is Toshi's moment, Mitsuki growled back. Sighing, Shinszo looked up and into Aizawa's eyes. For the record, no matter what this says, I hate both you and the weasel, he said, to which Aizawa just nodded with a small smirk. Hitoshi then tore open the envelope to find a holodisk inside. Suddenly, it turned on, and the holographic image of Nizu grinning and sitting behind a comically large desk in front of red curtains appeared in front of them. Hello, Mr. Shinszo, Nizu greeted in his usual cheery tone. Am I a rat, a bear, or a dog? It doesn't matter since, as you and those I'm sure are gathered with you all know, I'm the principal of UA. After a pause to, theoretically, giving his audience the chance to laugh, Nizu continued. Now, on to your exam results. For starters, you passed the written portion. Hitoshi sighed a bit in relief. Out of the 50 applicants, you placed 9th, and as your tutor, I am quite proud of you. As Hitoshi's jaw dropped and his mom and dad hugged him excitedly, Fukakato let out a low whistle. Wow, the top 10. Congrats, kid, she excitedly said while Sho, without looking up from his food, gave Hitoshi a nod and thumbs up. Now, on to your practical performance. Nizu continued with several squares showing footage of Shinszo's performance playing behind him. While surprising that you decided against using your quirk, you were not penalized, nor would you have been had you decided to. That being said, I, as well as my fellow judges, were impressed by your physical prowess as well as your quick thinking and tenacity. You're the first student in years to actually notice the footholds in that wall, and the first student ever to use it to successfully skip a whole quarter of the course. Raising his paws, fireworks effects and stars suddenly went off over Nizu's head as he proudly grinned. It is for these reasons and more that it is my pleasure to announce you have earned one of 2 recommendation spots in 1A's Heroics course. Welcome, Shinszo Hitoshi, to Your Hero Academia. Once the hologram disappeared, Hitoshi just sat there in silence. He did it. He really made it into the hero course. He was going to be in Aizawa's class with Yaoyorozu. As the adults were congratulating him, his mom and Mrs. Midoriya nearly drowning him in their tears, his 3 friends stood up and, in unison, pointed at him and shouted, "Told you so." Yeah. Hitoshi sighed with a tired smile, waving them off as he picked up a piece of chicken. I get it. Now, can you please let me enjoy my meal in peace? Shoto was lying on his bed, staring at his ceiling as he was trying to understand what Principal Nizu meant in his rejection letter that his father had crumpled into a tight ball and burned without finishing reading it. The letter mentioned nothing about how powerful his quirk was or how fast he finished the race, losing only because that loud guy was taller. The reason he was rejected was because his attitude was not befitting of a recommendation, whatever that meant. Sighing, Shoto closed his eyes. It didn't really matter. He knew he'd easily get first in the normal practical exam. All that mattered was his vow,